And as we'll hear, this bill now includes provisions to lower prescription drug costs, establish paid family leave, and provide new protection for immigrants. And I'm proud of that, and I want to thank Speaker Pelosi, the committees, and certainly the chairs of the committees, and all those who made this transformative bill an even stronger one. Now, I don't want to sound like a broken record here, but let me say it again for the record. We know this bill will need to comply with the Senate's arcane rules, so it may still need further perfecting. That's part of the reconciliation process. I'm proud of this process, and I'm proud of this bill, establishing universal and free pre-K, reducing premiums for more than 9 million Americans, capping insulin prices at $35, rental and down payment assistance, bolstering our domestic supply chains, and I could go on and on and on. This is transformational, and I look forward to the discussion today. But before I return to our ranking member for any comments he wishes to make, I do want to wish the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach, a happy birthday.
Hey!
And I think the best birthday present we can give Ms. Fishbach is to be concise and help her get out of here so she can go and celebrate tonight.
I was looking forward to spending my birthday.
Well, yeah. People in Minnesota must have a different idea what a gift is, you know. But in any event, I now turn to the ranking member, Mr. Cole, for any comments he wishes to make.
Well, first of all, thank you for recognizing Ms. Fishbach's birthday, and we're touched that you would want to celebrate it so robustly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It may be a new day, but we are in the exact same spot we were last Thursday. I'm still flummoxed by what we're doing here. I reiterate what I said last week, Mr. Chairman. The Rules Committee is the last stop before the floor. It's not the first stop, but that's exactly what we're being asked to do today. It's evident that the Speaker's chosen to go it alone and is back to the old playbook of making points rather than making law. Many Democratic senators have long raised objections to provisions that are now included in this bill. So it's clear that the Senate's going to make changes. It's also clear that the Senate cannot touch this bill until there's a CBO score. That CBO score is also of importance to many House members on both sides of the aisle. But their request is being ignored by the Speaker. Democrats are still not ready for this hearing, Mr. Chairman, and frankly, neither are any of our witnesses, neither are any of my fellow Republicans. We should be given time to read the text. I noted last time we could get through it if we could read 28 pages a minute, but with the new improvements, it's now 36 pages a minute. So I can read pretty fast, but there's a limit. We should be given time, again, to read it. We should be given time to process this bill and consider it, and we should undoubtedly know how much money it will be spending and how much money it will be raising. It's just simply astonishing that we're here holding a hearing and we don't know the most basic elements of one of the largest spending and taxing bills in American history. So with that, Mr. Chairman, it's always a delight to spend time with you, but I think we could spend it more productively pursuing other matters while the CBO gave us the information that all of us need. Well, but of course, we'll be here and do our duty and look forward to working with you. Welcome our witnesses back. I know you must love this committee so much because you come over and over and over again. And I'm sure you've all had time to read all this stuff too. So not just your own sections, but more broadly the bills. That's the good members that I know you are. So again, I look forward to the hearing, Mr. Chairman. With that, I yield back.
Well, thank you very much. And let me just assure the gentleman that the bill just keeps on getting better and better and better.
Well, it does get bigger and bigger and bigger.
I'll say this since the panel was last here. We have former Chairman Sessions on display here, so his portrait is up there.
Oh, really? An appropriately Texas-sized portrait.
Right. Although I just want you to know that I think Louise is still okay with it because I think hers is a little bit bigger.
It is. I know. Yeah. I was shocked when seeing them side by side. I was absolutely sure that.
Right.
I think that was probably a gesture of consideration on our former chairman's part. He had great
and that's a nice concession. Anyway, I want to welcome back our witnesses to provide testimony on H.R. 5376. The Build Back Better Act, we have Chairman Yarmuth, Ranking Member Smith, Representative Thompson from California, Representative Rice of South Carolina, Chairman Pallone, Ranking Member McRoris Rogers, Chairman Scott, and Ranking Member Fox. Now, let me just say to everybody, even though people think we do not have time limits here, we actually do. We just don't enforce them, and that's our policy. And I just say that because I think the last time you were all here, your panel was over 4 hours long. I want to again give Ms. Fishbach a good birthday present here. I would urge people to be concise, and I think we should try to aim for not 4 hours if that's possible. But in any event, the chairman is very liberal with time allotments. So at this point, I recognize Chairman Yarmuth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and happy birthday, Mrs. Fishbach. Tomorrow is my birthday, and I hope we're not here into my birthday. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cole, and members of the committee, it's great to be back. I'm happy to be here to continue our work on the Build Back Better Act. The bill we are debating today is even stronger than the one I first presented to this committee last week, as we have made progress in a few areas that represent major victories for the American people. We have included the first ever paid family and medical leave guarantee for workers, a Medicare prescription drug negotiation provision, and an out-of-pocket limit that will lower the cost of prescription drugs for millions of seniors. We have also made changes mainly to comply with Senate rules, which my fellow chairs can discuss in more detail. The key component of President Biden's framework, the most transformative investment in children and caregiving in generations, the largest effort to combat climate change in American history, the biggest expansion of affordable health coverage in a decade, the most significant effort to bring down costs and strengthen the middle class in generations, key reforms to make our tax system more equitable are all still included in this legislation. These essential investments, $1.75 trillion over 10 years, will overhaul and reimagine sectors of our economy and society so that everyone, not just those at the top, will benefit from a growing economy. This plan is responsibly paid for by ensuring the wealthiest Americans and most profitable corporations pay their fair share of taxes. Americans making less than $400,000 a year will not see their taxes increase by a penny. The Build Back Better plan is not only what America needs, it's what American families want. This historic agenda enjoys overwhelming support from the American people, who know all too well the painful challenges facing our nation. Any one of the major provisions in this bill is an enormous victory for the American people. Combined, they represent the most consequential legislation for our country and our people we serve since the New Deal. I look forward to discussing with you further today as we move closer to delivering true transformative change that will benefit generations to come. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ranking Member Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Cole. Once again, it feels like Groundhog Day from where we were on Thursday. We have the bill before us that was filed at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and we're in this committee hearing at 4:30, and you added 400 more pages to it. It's 2,135 pages, knowing that no one on our side can read it, let alone on your side can read it. I think this is a horrible way to do business. The American people knows it's a horrible way to do business. And even 5 of your colleagues yesterday sent a letter to Speaker Pelosi saying they would not support this reconciliation bill without a full score of the Congressional Budget Office. It will take 2 weeks for the Congressional Budget Office to score the bill. And then they want 72 hours from that point to read it. This is a budget bill. A budget bill. A budget, according to Speaker Pelosi, says it's a statement of their values. And you know what? Let's look through the 400 new pages you added in, because there's a lot of things that you didn't point out, Mr. Chairman, that the American people needs to know that's in it. Like almost $350 billion tax cut for the 1%ers of this country. You put in the state and local tax cap that was on it at $10,000 a year, and you increased it to $72,500 per person in this bill. That shows your priorities. And you know what? I was like, where's $72,500 come from? Guess what? If you live in the state of New Jersey and you make $1 million and you're married, that's $72,500. New Jersey wasn't so good last night for the Democrats. Maybe this is a way to help them. I don't know, but I'm telling you, the American people do not like the direction of where we're going. And the fact that one of the biggest pay-fors in this bill is a tax break to the wealthiest 1%ers. That's your priorities? You know, the bill that's before us right now, the bill before us will give a tax break to the 1%ers, but by the year 2023, it's a tax increase for a family of four. A family of four will have a tax increase of $3,200 a year because you're letting the child tax credit expire in the year 2023. But you're making a cap on salt for 10 years at $72,500. People in Southeast Missouri don't even make $72,500. But you all are doing it. It is unacceptable, and you didn't even mention one of the biggest portions and changes in the bill in the opening part. And paid family leave, taxpayer paid family leave, there's no income. You can make $100 million and get paid family leave under this bill. This is what happens when you, maybe that's what you want to do. It could be what you want to do. And that's a disgrace because American families are upset with the control that this Congress is trying to have on their lives. And we saw that yesterday in Virginia. We saw that in Texas. We saw that in Minnesota. We saw it in New Jersey, and we saw it in New York. They're not happy with the direction of how things are going. And unfortunately, you all aren't paying attention to what happened last night. And you're trying to push through things that the American people don't want. They don't want this. And you don't even have the votes in your own party to pass this. I don't know why we're playing Groundhog Day. It's absolutely unacceptable. The fact that you're giving a $23,000 tax cut to the 1%ers in this legislation is unacceptable. The fact that you're allowing people who make $500,000 a year to have huge tax credits for luxury electric vehicles is unacceptable. With that, I'm happy to take any questions, but this is such an unfortunate situation for the American people. They're not going to be happy with it once they know what's in it. We're going to make sure the American people knows what's in it before you can pass this bill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Smith. We'll put you down as undecided. I will now yield to Mr. Thompson of California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Cole, and to all the members on the committee. I'm pleased to represent the Ways and Means Committee on behalf of Chairman Neal today to discuss the changes to the Ways and Means title in the Rules Committee print. As Chairman Neal stated last week, the provisions in this bill make much needed investments in our children, families, and communities. They invest in the green economy. They fight climate change. They make healthcare and education more affordable. They bring us closer to achieving universal health coverage and help to address racial inequities. And we are responsibly funding our priorities by making sure everyone pays their fair share. The changes that are before the Rules Committee today are in line with these priorities. For example, the new legislation recognizes the importance of investing in underserved communities. It includes investments in affordable housing for both renters and for buyers. It contains changes that provide tax parity for Indian tribes and their members and encourages investment in Indian country. I'm very pleased the package now provides 4 weeks of universal paid family and medical leave. Ways and Means Democrats, led by Chairman Neal, have championed paid leave from the very beginning of this process, including the policy in our committee markup and fighting to ensure its inclusion in the final package as well. This investment will offer long overdue support for workers, families, employers, and the broader economy. Americans will no longer need to worry about losing their paycheck after welcoming a new child, when caring for a seriously ill loved one, or when grappling with their own health emergencies. The benefit will particularly help women join and remain in the workforce, as they so often take on the majority of the caregiving responsibilities in their home. The impact of this policy will be truly transformative for workers and for America's economic competitiveness on the global stage. The package also provides long overdue relief from the $10,000 cap on state and local tax deductions. The cap has harmed taxpayers from every congressional district in the country and has proven a particular burden for middle-class taxpayers in high cost of living areas. The SALT cap exerts pressure on state and local government budgets and discourages home ownership and charitable contributions. The Republicans do acknowledge the legitimacy of uncapped SALT. We know this because they carefully preserved it in their tax bill for corporations. They just didn't keep it for families. Today's package finally rightfully restores this important tax deduction for all taxpayers. One of the most important reasons why we oppose the Republicans' $10,000 cap on state and local tax deductions is that it pressures state and local governments to cut essential programs and services that they fund. In addition, the text provides the authority and the tools for Medicare to negotiate drug prices after 9 years for all small molecule drugs and 12 years for biologicals. It redesigns the Part D benefit to protect seniors from high out-of-pocket spending, including a $2,000 annual out-of-pocket cap on spending. And the bill requires rebates from drug companies when their drug prices grow faster than inflation. This is a down payment on addressing the high prices and the out-of-pocket costs that have plagued consumers for decades. Finally, this package contains important bicameral compromises. It has been right-sized to satisfy the goals of the House and also to address outstanding issues in the Senate in order to get these important provisions signed into law as soon as possible. As I know from my work on the Green Act, the basis for tax provisions on climate change in this bill, we're addressing issues that are truly urgent. This revised version of the Build Back Better Act responds to the urgency by making the historic investments in communities, green energy, jobs, childcare, education, and healthcare that our country needs right now. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Representative Rice, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. I am astonished that we're sitting here today to debate this bill when we're talking about a multi-trillion-dollar bill with over 2,000 pages that was only issued an hour and a half ago, that not one soul in this room has read or even knows what's in it, what major provisions are in it. We think we know most of them, but we don't know for sure. We've heard exactly zero testimony from any experts about the effects on our economy, about the effects on industry, about the effects on everyday people. We're just moving on a whim and asked to take your word that this is going to be wonderful for the consumer. And, you know, it's our job as legislators to thoroughly vet any legislation that we enact, but particularly something that's going to cost multi-trillion dollars and add $5,000, or we're going to borrow $5,000 for every man, woman, and child, or spend $5,000 for every man, woman, and child in the country if we enact this law. This is simply malpractice. This is legislative malpractice that we would even consider moving forward on this with no understanding of its cost and no understanding of its effect on our economy or inflation or on people. This is going to be further fuel for the inflation fire. You know, you say you don't want to tax people making less than $400,000, well, guess what? Every time they go to the gas pump, they're taxed from inflation based on your policies. Every time they go to the grocery store, they're taxed from inflation based on your policies. This Thanksgiving dinner, people back home in South Carolina, I have 3 of the poorest counties in the state, majority African American, and they're wondering how they're going to pay for their Thanksgiving dinner, due in large part to the multi-digit inflation that you guys have spurned, and you will keep adding to that with this bill. It's absolutely inexcusable that we would take this up with no time or ability to review it or take testimony or understand its effects. Now, off of that, it seems you never learn. I mean, coming out of the 2008 financial crisis, the response of the Democratic Party was, okay, we need massive new entitlement programs, AKA Obamacare. We need massive new taxes, and we need massive new regulations, AKA Dodd-Frank. And what was the result of that? We had 10 years of a stagnant recovery. 10 years. And at the end of Obama's term, 75% of Americans didn't think their children would have the same future that they did. And then we come in, Republicans come in, we lower regulation, we lower taxes, and we enact new trade policy, and next thing you know, wages are growing at over 3%. First time that's happened in decades. Poverty hit forever lows, lowest ever since recorded. And the economy, the unemployment for every demographic was at record lows. And so we're gonna say, well, gosh, we're gonna try to do better. We're gonna go back and do the exact same thing we did right after the financial crisis. We're gonna increase regulation, increase taxes, and we're going to have massive entitlement expansion. And guess what? We're gonna stagnate the economy all over again. And you've already seen it. I mean, when we were coming out as into a sharp recovery, as we should have, out of the coronavirus, which was much worse than the financial crisis, I would submit, we were coming out of it just fine because we hadn't changed the tax system. We hadn't created all these regulations. We weren't paying people to go back to work, to stay home. And here we enacted the American Rescue Plan. People stayed home, slowed the economy, started up inflation, and you want to keep adding to that with these massive tax increases in this bill, with these higher regulations and massive new entitlement programs in the form of no work child tax credit, in the form of no verification for family paid leave. All these things are going to make our economy slow. It's going to make our economy less productive. We're going to have less jobs, and more jobs will move overseas. So, folks back home, we're dramatically expanding the 3.8% Obamacare tax, applying it to more things. We're adding a surtax to many, many businesses. We're adding a 15% corporate minimum tax. Guess what? In the 10 years before the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we had 4,700 American businesses move overseas. Since then, we've had zero. Zero. But hey, that's not good enough. We want to go and add a brand new corporate minimum tax of 15%. Let's crank those offshoring right back up. We've got the wonderfully popular bank reporting requirements are still in this bill. If your account has more than $10,000 in inflows and outflows, which pretty much everybody's account does in a year, the banks are going to be required to report to the IRS. We've got the SALT deduction. Oh, man. State and local taxes. For the folks at home that don't recognize what that is, state and local taxes. Under current law, you can write off up to $10,000 in state and local taxes. Well, you know what? That really isn't important to most people because 90% of people don't itemize. Why? Because everybody gets to write off $24,000. Everybody gets to write that off. And in addition to that, you can write off $10,000 in state and local taxes. So this only applies to the top 10% of earners, the top 10%. Well, what we've done is lifted that $10,000 cap and applied a cap. What is it again, Jason? How much is it got? $72,500. Well, guess what? Guess who gets the benefit of that? Not the top 10%. They get some, but most of it goes to the top 1%. The top 1%. Now, the thing that really galls me about that is you guys always say, hey, we represent the little guy. You Republicans, you're for business. We represent the little guy. Well, guess what? One of the biggest single costs in this entire bill is a tax deduction for the people at the top 1% of the income scale. So, guys, don't tell me that you represent the little guy. Just don't hide it. Say, no, we want to give money back to our donors, and we want to give money back to the top 1% by lifting the SALT cap. Very disingenuous. Child tax credit and paid leave with no verification. Uncle Jerry breaks his ankle. Hell, 10 family members can take off and go take care of it. Well, on 1 week's notice, they can take 4 weeks off. Guess what that's going to do to American business? How's that going to help American business be more competitive? What's that going to do to American jobs? What we're doing, we have this pattern here that we want to pay people to stay home and not to work. Mm-hmm. And it's already hurting our economy, and the American people at home don't like it. And the more they learn about these things in this bill, the more angry they become. Child care centers stays in this bill. So there's money for child care centers. What does that mean? That if you meet the Washington big government requirements, you get federal money to have a subsidized child care center. Who does that cut out? Well, I got three of the poorest counties in the state, Marion-Dillon and Marlboro County. Guess how many child care centers they're going to have? Like 0. Where do they get their child care? They get it from faith-based organizations, and they get it in homes. Are these people going to qualify? No, because they don't meet these Washington big government requirements and certifications that these child care centers have to have. So the people who need this the most, the poor people back in the rural areas of my district, are going to get left out. And my kids went to a Presbyterian church with kids of every stripe, and it was a wonderful, positive daycare experience for child care for them, and those people are going to get left out, and it is not right. Prescription drug price controls. We had a bipartisan agreement that would have protected innovation and protected research in this country and would have provided reasonable means to drive down prescription prices. Last year, y'all have thrown that out the door, jettisoned that, and this proposal, I think it's the CBO has said that it will result in I believe it's 5 to 10 less innovations every year in the country, less cures for cancer, less cures for Parkinson's, less cures for Alzheimer's. That's not what the American people want. We want the best health care in the world. So, and all of this will continue to fuel inflation, which is probably the biggest problem we face. It's going to undermine our entire economy, and it hits the poor people the hardest, the people that you say that you represent. And it is a direct tax that they have to pay every time they go to the grocery store, every time they go to the gas station. This is an abomination. It is inexcusable that we would go through this process without a single hearing, without any understanding of what its effect is going to be on our economy, on our businesses, and on the people who live here.
Thank you.
I yield back.
Thank you. Chairman Pallone.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and members of the Rules Committee. I want to say that, I agree that I think as Democrats and Republicans, we all understand that people are hurting and that there are a lot of challenges out there. But I think the difference is that as Democrats, we feel that we should take action here in Congress to meet those challenges and try to address those challenges. From the perspective of our committee, the Energy and Commerce Committee, we have this continued public health crisis that mostly relates to COVID. We have a rapidly escalating climate crisis, which the world recognizes. That's why we're having this conference in Glasgow next week. And then, of course, there are the long-term economic challenges, which are severe. But what I wanted to say from the perspective of the Energy and Commerce Committee goes back to, I guess, what I said last week, and I'll try not to be repetitive, Mr. Chairman, because from energy and commerce purposes, there aren't a lot of changes from the bill that we discussed here last week. But I said three things. I said that we're looking at this as Democrats in sort of a three-pronged approach. One was the American Rescue Plan, which was a direct response to COVID, the fact that people were hurting, many people were unemployed. We gave them cash payments. We did child tax credits. We increased the subsidies that they received under the Affordable Care Act, among other things. And mainly what we did with the American Rescue Plan was to try to get us back on track in terms of the COVID crisis by making sure that more people got vaccinated, that we didn't have shortages because of the supply chain at the hospitals for ventilators and those types of things. And then with the BIF, because this is the other bill, it's not before the committee today because you already had it, but with the bipartisan infrastructure framework, there was a recognition that our infrastructure is falling apart, whether it's roads, bridges, and I don't think it's just New Jersey where we have major infrastructure needs, but it's also our sewer lines, our water pipes. You know what happened in Michigan, in Flint and other places. But there's also the recognition in the Build Back Better Act, which is the bill that's before you today, that if we're going to change things economically for people that are hurting, that we have to look at things like child care, like pre-K, like public housing, like what was added today with family leave, as well as build on some of the other things that are out there. So I wanted to just focus, if I could, because again, I don't want to be repetitive from last week, on the health and the climate provisions, if I could. And with regard to the health provisions, the one thing that is different that wasn't in the bill last week is this effort to reduce prices for prescription drugs. And I know that Mr. Thompson explained that to some extent, but I just wanted to tell you where we are. I mean, it is different from H.R. 3, which is a bill that I sponsored. I would have preferred H.R. 3. It's not exactly H.R. 3, but it does have the three provisions, the three most important provisions of H.R. 3. One is this cap on out-of-pocket expenses at $2,000 a year, out-of-pocket costs, which is significant for our seniors under Medicare. And then it has the inflation rebate, which says, you can't continue to raise these prices beyond inflation, otherwise you have to pay a rebate. We had some drugs that went up 300% during the COVID crisis. I thought that during the COVID crisis that, the drug companies would try to give everybody a break, knowing that, everybody was hurting, but it wasn't true. We had major price increases that continued for prescription drugs throughout the COVID crisis and continue today. And then the negotiation, which is the part that has changed from H.R. 3, but still the basic idea, which is that there are a number of drugs out there that are in widespread use that have had major price increases, and that the only way we can effectively bring those costs down is by having the Secretary of HHS negotiate prices and force the drug companies to come to the table. And so basically the idea is that you would choose 100 of these drugs that have the most widespread use and have the biggest price increases, and over a course of years, you would have a process to negotiate the prices for those drugs which are primarily under Medicare Part D. I don't want to get into a lot of detail, but I do want you to understand that this does not apply to the initial exclusivity period, right? In other words, as we know, I dare mention Dr. Burgess because we'll have a debate for a long time, but he knows very well that if it's a molecular drug, it's patented for 5 years. It's a biologic, it's for 12 years. We don't negotiate during that initial exclusivity period, but we do start negotiation for these 100 drugs after 9 years, an additional 4, and after 12 years for the biologics. And we start, as I say, with a list of about 100. So that's pretty much it. The other, as far as the drug prices are concerned, but it is significant. It really is one of the most important things that people face in terms of the issue of affordability. On the Medicaid coverage gap, there are those states that have not expanded Medicare, Medicaid, the Medicaid coverage gap, that have not expanded Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act. We provided some incentives over the years, but a lot of them still won't do it. So we basically say that we extend the subsidies under the ACA to the people in those states that haven't expanded Medicaid. We have a hearing aid or a hearing provision that's added to Medicare, very significant. We have a significant amount of funding for home and community-based services. Everyone here knows how difficult it is to get people to go into be providers, be home health care providers, because they don't get paid enough. So we're basically making it so that they would, get paid better, have better benefits, and at the same time, more people would be eligible, so they can stay at home, not have to go to a nursing home, not have to be institutionalized. The Children's Health Insurance Program, bipartisan program over the years, we make that permanent. Maternal health, we improve maternal health outcomes for vulnerable populations, for pregnant women, 1 year of Medicaid coverage postpartum. With regard to 9/11, which is something that is not just in my area, but across the country, those clinics that provide help for those people that were victims of 9/11, we expand that funding. With regard to the public health infrastructure and public health preparedness, we have significant funding to continue the deal with the COVID crisis, whether it's the lab, whether it's preparedness or other things of that nature. Now, let me just talk briefly about climate action, and I'll stop. I do believe that collectively, the climate action piece of this bill will meet the Paris goals, will meet the goals that the United States says it wants to achieve through the Paris Agreement. A lot of that are the tax credits and the that are provided to get utilities to move away from fossil fuels and into renewables. But again, if you use coal or use fossil fuels and you can capture the greenhouse gases, then this is energy neutral. You can use coal. You can do nuclear. You just have to make sure that you capture the greenhouse gases. There's all kinds of things in grants to individuals as well as industry to try to get them to move away from increased greenhouse gas emissions. I know there was someone criticized the electric vehicles, but that's a significant way of reducing greenhouse gases. We also upgrade the electricity grid around the country. Many rural areas, the electricity grid is, collapsing, or it cannot be hooked up to renewable resources to capture the renewable resources. I'm not going to go through the whole list, Mr. Chairman, because I think that you've heard quite enough. But I did want to mention a couple more things. One is lead pipe replacement. There's money in the Senate bill, but there's more money, an additional $9 billion, to try to get rid of those lead pipes that are making it so our drinking water is unsafe. Many of you have ports. I know Mrs. Torres has talked about this before, where we have to reduce the air pollution at the ports. That's significant. And the last thing, I'll mention it if I dare, even though I'm sure that I'll get some criticism from Dr. Burgess. We have this methane emissions reduction program, which we talked about before. I know you weren't happy with it, but I do want to mention that that's a significant factor in trying to reduce greenhouse gases. But collectively, this is really going to make a difference for climate and make it possible for us to say that we are taking the lead on addressing the need to reduce greenhouse gases and address the climate problem that we face. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Ranking Member McMorris Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome back.
Here we are.
We are.
Here we are. I said last week it was pretty much a sideshow. And we're here again with the latest draft from Speaker Pelosi. You know, I heard the chairman say that this is about COVID. I'm reminded that before COVID, our economy was booming. We had a record economy, record unemployment, people coming off the sidelines, record low unemployment, record jobs being created. COVID hit. We worked together. We worked in a bipartisan fashion to address COVID, and we came together as Republicans and Democrats. This is not about COVID. It's not about the response to COVID. This has been it's been described over and over as transforming America. We heard it over and over. This is to transform America. Speaker Pelosi has said this is a once-in-a-century moment to fundamentally transform America. That's what this is about. And why is this the moment? You might be able to hide behind COVID, But the fact of the matter is, the Democrats have the majority. In the House, it's very slim. It's proving hard to pass your wish list here. And it's tied in the Senate. So perhaps you don't have majorities for too much longer, given the outcome last night. That's what this is about. This is about a political agenda. Truly, you look in this bill, a lot of it is a socialist agenda. I just heard the chairman of Energy and Commerce talk about climate. And we know, President Biden's just getting back. The United States of America is leading the world in bringing down carbon emissions. We're the only country in the world that has actually met our goal, the climate goals, even when the Paris Accord goals, even when we weren't in the Paris Accord agreement. We've been leading the American way through innovation and technology. China is emitting more carbon emissions than the rest of the world combined. So here we are. So there are some changes since Thursday. One is the latest version of the drug pricing scheme that Speaker Pelosi's been working on for some time that will jeopardize, who knows, many say it's going to be, a lot, hundreds of fewer cures. Again, America's leading the world in curing diseases. Every disease group that I meet with is excited about the research. They're excited about what we're on the verge of being able to discover, help millions of people. And yet, an agenda jeopardizes that. A scheme, it's a socialist drug pricing scheme, importing from other countries that have this approach, that have access to 50% of the drugs that we do, life-saving, life-changing drugs. It puts the government in charge of your life, your death. The government gets to set a price on your life. It's known as QALYs. Discriminating against people with pre-existing conditions. It's going to have negative consequences on the future of life-saving innovations. And this particular version incentivizes a higher launch price for drugs. So it's actually going to increase the out-of-pocket costs for seniors and patients. It would eliminate existing incentives to study new uses of old drugs and study how drugs work in children. For parents fighting for breakthroughs, the quote compromise won't deliver hope, just more uncertainty for when and if they'll be able to access a life-saving treatment and cure. America relies on a robust generic and biosimilar market to dramatically lower prices, and this newest proposal will undermine that competition that drives down the cost. We need to have hearings. We need to do our job as legislators. There is bipartisan support for addressing the cost of prescription drugs in the United States of America. We have legislation that has bipartisan support. You don't have to go it alone. You don't have to jeopardize innovation and cures. As far as Medicaid, just last week we were told that there was nothing new. Well, this version, the Medicaid, has dramatically been rewritten. And what's proposed in this one is to apply political pressure to expand a one-size-fits-all Medicaid program by imposing what you believe should be in every state. So you're punishing the non-expansion states by attacking the states' DISH funding and uncompensated care pools. So in this legislation, Wisconsin, South Dakota, Wyoming, Kansas, Texas, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, and North Carolina will be cut $35 billion because they made a decision to address their Medicaid differently than you here in Washington, D.C., and the majority believe they should be doing. So if you represent one of these states and vote for this bill, you're voting to slash funding for hospitals in your state that serve the most vulnerable. This really is an abuse of power. It's inexcusable to jeopardize the care for almost a quarter of our country's most vulnerable patients in the name of a political agenda. On energy, the reality of this supposed transformation It's going to destroy Americans' leadership and empower our adversaries like Russia and China. It's going to hurt our competitive edge, make us, as the United States of America, less safe, make us dependent upon China's supply chains that use slave labor. It will raise energy costs for families that are already struggling with inflation. We're headed into winter. We're hearing the risk of rising energy costs, concerns about energy reliability. Instead of being off in Europe, why aren't we here addressing this energy crisis? Why aren't we addressing the record high gas prices, highest gas prices in 10 years? Increased utility bills. The natural gas tax is still in here. It has a new name, but it's still a tax on heating your home. It's going to hurt America's families and businesses by raising costs on the entire economy. Do you remember Solyndra? Well, it's supercharged now. What was $500 million is now a $40 billion fund, but we cut, the legislation, the proposal cuts the Inspector General's budget. So the DOE, the Department of Energy Inspector General, has already sounded the alarm on the amount DOE will be spending with little or no oversight. But there's more. $500 million war chest for Lena Khan, chairman of the FTC. $5 billion for a manufacturing program to enrich labor unions, hundreds of millions in handouts to teachers' unions. You know, Americans are rejecting this spending of trillions of dollars with no accountability. It's not the will of the people. Americans are asking for the federal government. They're not asking for the federal government to fundamentally change America. They're not. They're not asking for that. They want us to address the real problems. They'd like us to address the crisis at the border, the broken supply chains, the surging energy costs, the record high opioid overdoses. We have a mental health and suicide crisis in the United States of America. We have rising inflation. I think about the people in Eastern Washington and what I hear from them. They'd really like their lives back from the pandemic. They'd like a more secure future for their kids. They believe in the promise of America. Let's not let that promise slip away. I urge rejection of this bill, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Chairman Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cole, members of the committee. Every time I hear record jobs, I wonder what kind of record they're talking about, because under the first 3 years of President Trump, the number of jobs per year in each of those years was less than the number of jobs in each of the last 3 years of the Obama administration. If you look at the total 4 years, it's the worst since the Great Depression. So I don't know what record they're talking about when you look at the numbers. But as I told this committee last week, the Education Labor Committee section of the Build Back Better Act includes transformational investments in our community. Provisions will lower the cost of child care and secure free, universal, high-quality preschool for 3- and 4-year-olds, make nearly 9 million more children eligible for free school meals, increase the value of Pell Grants, and boost the historically black colleges and universities, tribal colleges and universities, and minority-serving institutions, and invest in high-quality workforce investment programs. Today, I'm pleased to report that the House Democrats have included additional investments in the Build Back Better Act to improve the lives of our constituents. It will invest in critical Older American Act programs that millions of older Americans and Americans with disabilities need to live and thrive in their communities. It will, there are other provisions in the bill not within our jurisdiction involving prescriptive drugs and family and medical leave, but the provisions I've mentioned are all within the jurisdiction of the Education and Labor Committee, but obviously there's more to the bill than just that. These provisions will strengthen an already historic bill that will lower the costs for families, create good-paying jobs, and set a strong foundation for the future of our community. And the Build Back Better Act contains enough revenue enhancements that the bill will, that will pay for the cost of the legislation. So there'll be no increase in the debt as a result of passage of this legislation. So I want to thank my colleagues for their dedication, for the dedication to build back better for the American people. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman McGovern, and Ranking Member Cole. I know you usually say you enjoy having me back, but I do. I wish you didn't enjoy me quite so much, since it's just been a few days that I've been here. I am going to take your admonition, Mr. Chairman, and try to make this a better birthday for the young woman than some of my colleagues have in terms of talking about this. But I do have to say that you all keep talking about this being, you perfected the bill, you made it stronger, you made it transformational. Well, let me tell you something. The American people do not want this country to be transformed in the way you want to transform it. You are going in the opposite direction from what the American people are saying. Some of us said this morning we didn't think you would learn much from what happened yesterday across this country, and it sure does appear that you haven't learned much. Some of the comments you've made, like taxes not being raised for people who make less than $400,000 a year. Well, Mr. Chairman, you know, I think you can fool some of the people all the time, all the people some of the time. You cannot fool all the people all of the time. And so I don't care what you call this bill, inflation is a form of taxation. And the American people have caught on to that. And again, I think what happened yesterday is a good indication of the fact that you're not fooling the American people. You're certainly not fooling those of us on our side of the aisle. The American people really hold the 117th Congress in very, very low regard. But I think it's because they see that the Congress, the 117th Congress, has no regard for the American people. And people at home ask me all the time, what are Democrats thinking? Why are they trying to destroy our country? Honestly, I tell them, I cannot put myself in your brains and figure out why you want to destroy the greatest country in the world, who's given more opportunity to people than any other country in the world. What is wrong? But, yeah, and add to that the fact that you've wasted so much time in recent weeks and months, particularly for some of us you like so much and bring back up here. This bill nationalizes education. People do not want that. Again, yesterday I think proved it. Limits parental choice, increases the cost of child care. Don't give me this stuff about how it's going to reduce the cost of anything if the federal government's involved. Punishes job creators, rewards far-left special interest, and deepens the debt crisis. Americans watched gratefully as the Democrats' far-left agenda tanked yesterday, and because of the majority's disarray, and hoping that you would connect with the real issues facing our country, but you've not done that. Mr. Pallone said, Democrats take action. That's the difference between Democrats and Republicans. But you know what? A recent NBC poll said Republicans were ranked plus 13 on getting things done when compared to Democrats, because Democrats reject what you're doing. They don't see that as getting things done. Chairman Scott and I have worked together on bipartisan issues. I've worked with lots of members here on bipartisan issues, real issues confronting Americans, and where we can share conservative solutions that the people want. That's how the Congress should be spending its time. However, if the majority insists on moving forward this hearing and far-left agenda, it'll confirm what the American people already suspect. The current majority is abdicating its responsibility to the American people and operating on borrowed time. Mr. Chairman, I think you should adjourn this hearing, go back to the drawing board for an agenda focused on American solutions, not socialist schemes. If you won't, let's go ahead and get the charade over with. I yield back.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Fox. I really do miss you. Not your views, but your succinctness. So I appreciate you being here. Let me, a number of, let me say a couple of things. I respect my Republican colleagues, but let me say at the outset, I don't really think this is a group of individuals who should be lecturing us on tax breaks for the rich, nor on deficits or debt. The tax bill that you championed disproportionately helped those at the very top, and by the way, wasn't paid for, and added significantly to our debt. So we don't really want to hear any lectures about that. But let me say, a number of people have said, like, why are we here? Well, I don't know why you feel you're here in Congress, but I'm in Congress to help my constituents, to help make this country better. And I'm here in the Rules Committee trying to help move this bill forward because it reduces premiums for more than 9 million Americans. It lowers prescription drug costs. And by the way, I met with a group of parents whose children were diabetics who were complaining about the high cost of insulin. This actually does something about that. This ensures that seniors never have to pay more than $2,000 a year for their prescription drugs under Medicare Part D. As I said, it lowers insulin prices. That's a socialist idea, that we should try to make insulin affordable for people in this country. The insulin's been around forever. It offers access to universal and free preschool for 3 to 4-year-olds, saving American families an average of $8,600 per year per child. That's a big deal. And for a lot of families, they welcome that. It supports the construction of affordable homes. We have an affordable housing crisis in this country. And so it's significant investment in that. It boosts our housing supply. It delivers much-needed rental and down payment assistance. It enhances and expands home energy and efficiency tax credits, as Mr. Plone pointed out. Bolsters our domestic supply chains. Creates hundreds of thousands of good jobs right here at home. Makes historic investments in coastal restoration, forest management, and soil conservation. I sit on the Agriculture Committee as well. We hear a lot about this. Provides resources to reduce emissions and support our farmers. Creates a diverse new workforce through the establishment of a civilian climate corps, which will conserve our land and improve resilience. All of these things are incredibly important. When I go home, when people say to me, well, why the hell haven't you accomplished all this yet? Why aren't you moving on these things? Sometimes I think Washington is disconnected from their real lives. We went through 4 years of the previous president who seemed more interested in tweets than in actually helping struggling middle-class families or struggling people who are struggling in poverty. And I got to say, with all respect, my friends on the Republican side, too many seem obsessed with, focusing on trying to promote a big lie that the last election was stolen, rather than on how do we help build this country back better. So that's why I'm here. And so people can, and I got to say, I'm very impressed with my Republican friends who said they haven't had time to read the bill. You must have gone to a speed reading school, because you were very specific in all your criticisms of what was in this bill. That's impressive. But we just have a different set of values. I said that in the last hearing, and I say it again. And a lot of people that I bump into who are frustrated that Washington over the years has been too interested in helping the well-off and the well-connected, and not enough in helping those struggling in the middle or those struggling to get in the middle. And I think this bill goes a long way in doing that. So I appreciate everybody here. I've asked questions in the last panel, so I don't really have any more questions to ask this time, but I'm happy to yield to my friend from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've got a series of just quick questions, I think, for Chairman Yarmuth and Ranking Member Smith. I know the bill hasn't been scored yet, but you both have some knowledge of it. How much revenue over a 10-year period is actually produced in legislation? Mr. Chairman, I'll start with you, and then I'll ask my friend, the ranking member.
All right, the most current, thank you for the question. The most current information that we have is that the revenue generated would be somewhere in north of $2 trillion over 10 years, which would actually mean that this bill would actually result in deficit reduction.
Well, hold that thought. We'll get back to that. Mr. Smith, is that roughly in accord with your?
It absolutely isn't. I would, when you look at doing items such as making the child tax credit to only last one.
Hold that for a minute. I just want to ask what the total revenue.
It looks like $1.5 trillion of tax increases, and then there's like a gimmick of saying that you're going to receive $400 billion to target Americans through the IRS.
Okay, let me ask my next question, and I'll again start with the chairman. There are, as Mr. Smith suggested, lots of programs in here that are funded for 1 or 2 or 3 years, short periods of time. Is it your intention that they would all become permanent, or is it your intention that they would all literally end as specified in the bill?
Well, actually, most of the programs here last for 5 years, and I think it's probably something that we do routinely on virtually every bill we do, is to authorize programs for 5 years. Some are shorter than that. I think most of us would have liked to extend the child tax care credit for longer than 1 year. That would be a majority of our caucus, I think, in the House. We think it's the single most important thing we can do to raise people out of poverty.
But your intention is for a lot of these to become permanent. Is that fair to say?
We pay for these, and we hope for that. Yeah, I mean, we would hope so, but
Well,
we have no guarantee of that.
I mean, you know,
we have no guarantee of that.
If your intention is for them to become payment, is there enough revenue in here now to pay for them in 10 years? I don't think so. You know, so
we will have to revisit every one of these expiring provisions when they expire,
Okay.
and if we're able to extend them, then we'll find revenue to pay for them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, I think you had some numbers last time that sort of suggested over a 10-year period, this was like a $4.6 trillion bill. I don't know what it is this time because a lot of stuff's been added. Do you have any statistics?
Yeah, our projection in the House Budget Committee is it's over a 10-year period, it's $4.5 trillion. I would like to point out one of the provisions that does expire in just over a year is the child tax credit provision. That costs $130 billion for every year after that. And for example, under how the bill's written in the current form, in your state, Ranking Member Cole, the median income is $54,000 a year. And a family who has 2 children under the age of 6 under this bill, in just a year, they will face their taxes going up $3,200, yet a millionaire under this bill will have tax cuts of $23,000 in your state under the current language of this bill. That sounds like bad priorities.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But, again, I also think it's kind of disingenuous, $4.5 trillion of spending, about $1.5 to $2 trillion of revenue. You know, in that sense, it just suggests to me this is not truth in advertising, truth in packaging. If the intention is to make it for 10 years, then you ought to have 10 years worth of funding in here. And again, I know that's a practice used sometimes by both sides. I would agree with my friend. I don't think it's gotten us very far in the right direction. And I think that's going to come back to haunt us if this thing happens. Let me ask you this. Obviously, neither of you know the numbers as well as I know you would like to. So how long would it take the CBO to score the bill?
As of a week ago, when I spoke to the CBO director, at that point, he said it could take as long as 3 weeks. It could be as short as a week. The complicating factor is that there are many interacting provisions of the bill, particularly with the tax code, and those are a little bit harder to assess. But, you know, so a week later, I'm assuming that we're now in the week to 10-day period, from a week to 10 days to another week. So, you know, outside 2 weeks, possibly a little bit shorter.
Well, it would help if it didn't change quite as often and frequently as it has over the last 2 weeks. I'm sure that complicates things.
No, they're doing work as we go along. They're scoring all of these things.
I know, and you
many
create a lot of new.
so.
Look, I assume they didn't see this until very recently. None of the rest of us have. Mr. Smith, is that about what you'd think? It'd take 2 to 3 weeks or a week to 3? I mean, I agree with the chairman. It's a complex job.
Representative Cole, what's interesting is the original bill 2 bills ago, the first one that passed out of the House Budget Committee, which was 2,400 pages, we only had 6 of the 13 committees of jurisdiction that was scored by CBO. We got the 7th one this morning. So 7 of the 13 from the very first bill has been scored, and out of those 7, 4 of them was overspent according to the reconciliation instructions. So we're still waiting for 6 more, but my projection is if they would actually just focus on one piece of legislation instead of rewriting it every 4 days, they could probably do it in 10 to 14 days.
Okay. Now, none of us are experts on the Senate rules here, and all of us probably, but we'd have a bipartisan, agreement that they're arcane and make legislation over here difficult. But under Senate rules, since we do have to deal with it, is my understanding, Mr. Smith, that the Senate is required to get a CBO score before it can move on reconciliation?
Absolutely. The Senate actually has rules that they follow, and they cannot move this legislation forward without the bill being completely scored.
Then what, and I'll ask the same question to you, Mr. Chairman, what's the hurry? I mean, this thing isn't going anywhere until they have a score. Why can't we have a score as well? Why can't our members, Democrat and Republican alike, that are going to come down on different sides, have the same information that the Senate rules require that senators have before they vote? Any reason why we shouldn't have that?
It's a bipartisan agreement that we should have the CBO scores. That's why yesterday a group of 5 Democrats sent a letter to Speaker Pelosi saying they will not support or vote on a reconciliation bill unless it is scored, and they have 72 hours to read it. So I'm glad at least 5 Democrats join with Republicans. And as you know, Chairman, if they lose 4, they can't pass anything. So we know today they're not having a vote on this bill.
Well, and Mr. Chairman, I asked you the same question. Why, if we know the Senate has to have that, whether we agree with it or not, and I do agree with it, I think we ought to, something this big, we ought to have a CBO score. We'd still probably differ, but I think the debate would be better. Why are we rushing this now? Why don't we wait for the CBO score so our members have as much information as the senators of both parties will have before we vote on this bill?
Well, first of all, I wish we did have a score as well, because that would totally dispel the notion that Mr. Smith has tried to put forward that this bill is a significant deficit generator and that it costs over $4 trillion, because the score can and will, when it comes out, dispel that myth. But I think what we're, the haste is that we can drag this on forever. We have come to the conclusion, I think, on this. At one point, we were trying to make sure that we could pass a bill that the Senate would pass exactly as we passed it. I think we've come to the conclusion that that's impossible, that we're going to get the bill back eventually anyway. And so we're moving to get this bill done, to get the process moving. It will go to the Senate. They will get their score. They will make whatever changes in it that they want to make, and then we'll get it back again with a score, and we can debate the bill at that time.
So you don't think we really need the same information that the Senate's going to have to vote on it?
I think we have an awful lot of information. I mean, we can go through this bill, and you can add up all the numbers in it. We have a different methodology. I have a different methodology from Mr. Smith. He takes the numbers that are in it and then multiplies by 2 or 4 or 10. We take the numbers that are in the bill.
I don't think so. I'll give Mr. Smith a chance to respond, but I think what he's saying is I'm going to look, if your intention is to make all these things permanent, I'm going to score them like they're permanent, or at least give you an estimate. This is the real cost, because you guys have come up with an arbitrary number here that a senator has set, and you basically have said we're going to stay within the number that a senator set, but we're going to try and figure it out in a way that we're really going to make it twice as big or more, and we'll just sort of deal with that down the road. I mean, this is a political judgment. This isn't. This is a magic number has emerged from the mind of a United States senator, and you said, well, we got to do that number, but we're not going to actually stay within that number. We're going to put forward a series of programs that are timed so they meet the number, not timed for what we actually believe ourselves and what we would like to see happen. Not a fair statement?
Well, it's actually, yeah, it's very fair.
Thank you. Mr.
It's
Smith?
very fair. But we're dealing with a process, as you described yourself, as arcane. If we had a true democracy in the United States Senate, if we had regular order in the United States Senate, if we had a Republican Party that actually wanted to solve some of the problems that we're trying to deal with this in the legislation, I think we could have a much different approach and a much more effective approach.
Well, I would
the
say
fact is that we're not, and the problems aren't going away. The problems of child care, the problems of senior care, the problems of climate change, those problems exist. They are pressing, and we are trying to deal with them.
Look, you do have a true democracy in the United States Senate. That's why you're struggling, because you can't get to 50 to then have the vice president break the tie. So that, this is actually one of the times where you're not dealing with a filibuster or whatever. Really, you're struggling to get 50 of your own members to do something. No Republican's going to support this. And when you adopt the program of reconciliation, you basically, and we've done it before, so it's not a criticism,
right.
But you basically make that decision. We're dealing the other guys out, and we're dealing in. Now, it usually works better if you got about 55 people, but you chose to do it with 50. And so you've empowered our friend from West Virginia and our friend from Arizona and every other person. I mean, the president had
48 hours.
President had it right the other night. I mean, basically, you've made everybody over there president with respect to this particular bill. And that's why you're having to go through the contortions and the switch that you are. Ms. Smith, I'll give you a chance to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. First, I would want to say that Senator Manchin, who is a Democrat, shared the same concerns, and apparently he uses the same math that I do when he held a press conference on Monday saying that they used budget gimmicks and shell games, is his exact statement, in regards to calculating the phony $1.75 trillion. And in fact, Senator Manchin said, who's a Democrat, not a Republican, said that this bill will cost at least double, which is $3.5 trillion. That's not a Republican. That is a Democrat doing math from that sense. And it's very simple, Mr. Cole. The child tax credit is $130 billion a year. You calculate over a 10-year window is what you do. Take 130 and times that by 8, okay? Because their tax credit expires after the year 2022. That right there is almost $1 trillion that they don't even count for, unless Mr. Cole,
actually,
they want to
8
allow
times
child tax credit to
$130 million is more than $1 trillion.
Yeah, and so my whole point is, unless they want to testify before you and say that they want to let the child tax credit expire, which I don't think they want, they're trying to use budget gimmicks and shell games, much like I agree with Democrat Senator Joe Manchin.
I must admit, when I heard the senator's press conference or press statement, really, I don't think he took questions. I wondered if I would never accuse you of sending him your talking points, but they did sound remarkably similar.
I will help him out anytime.
I'm not sure you didn't, but I wouldn't ask you that.
I just hope that after 2022, Mr. Smith and all of you will join us in helping to extend the child tax credit and find revenue to pay for it.
We might. Yes, sir.
Just for the record, Senator Manchin is a Democratic U.S. Senator. I yield back.
Well, I don't think my friend made his prayer. You just said it. Okay, I'm not going to be drawn out. I never do that, and I'm not going to start now. Yeah, fair enough, Mr. Speaker. Okay, I could be happy with that, I guess, compared to Mr. Chairman. I do think we have a severe mismatch of revenues and expenditures, particularly if you posit what we assume that you want, which is that you want these things to become permanent in law, and I think that's going to create a lot of problems down the road for whoever the majority happens to be. Let me ask you this, Mr. McMorris-Rogers and Mr. Rice, because one of the features here, and I confess I have not had a chance to really look at it, is the new drug pricing regime that has emerged here. Yes. And so I'm very curious what your reactions are to it, what you see, if any, strengths, what do you see, if any, concerns or weaknesses. Ms. McMorris-Rogers.
It is new. It's rewritten again. From what I understand, what I have reviewed, it is still going to result in fewer cures, decreased investment, in the United States of America. It still puts the innovators in the position of having to choose either between government price caps or a 95% excise tax. It still brings in from other countries, well, it puts a cap. And I do want to point out, I want to emphasize, I want to underscore that Republicans and Democrats would like to address the cost of prescription drugs. We've been working on this for years. We have legislation, bipartisan legislation, that would address the cost of insulin, that would cap it at $50. Under the Trump administration, there was at least one Medicare plan made available that capped insulin at $35. We are committed, Republicans and Democrats. We have agreed on addressing the out-of-pocket cost of seniors, putting a cap on out-of-pocket costs for seniors. That is not partisan. That is not the part that we have concerns about in this legislation. We agree. Those are bipartisan. But this bill, it does include that. But it also includes the government, the Secretary of Health and Human Services determining what the price is going to be, or you pay a 95% tax. And the concern, the continued concern, that is the concern in H.R. 3 that failed in the Energy and Commerce Committee. Three Democrats joined Republicans in opposing the legislation, and it's largely, it's been revamped a bit, but it still fundamentally is going to be jeopardizing the innovation, life-saving cures, treatments that we are on the verge of discovering. The United States has led the world. We shouldn't be following the examples of Europe. I've met with others, that do business in Europe. It wasn't, Europe used to be more innovative. Today, they have 50% access to the prescription drugs that often save lives here in the United States of America. They have 50% access to those drugs. That is not the future that we want in the United States of America. So I continue to oppose this. I continue to urge the Democrats to work with us on this. Let's have the hearings. We are committed. We are committed to bringing down the cost of prescription drugs. And in fact, I would submit the Trump administration did more than anyone has to date to really make it happen.
Mr. Rice, did you have any observations about this proposal, which is new to me?
I wanted to mention a couple of things. When this bill is called Build Back Better, what I want to know is Build Back Better from what? Because pre-COVID, we had record lows in unemployment for women, African Americans, Hispanics, everybody. We had record low in poverty ever since they started keeping record lows in poverty. And we had wage growth at plus 3% for the last year and a half before COVID. And if we just, the reason for that is because we made the economy, our economic system competitive, and if we just stay out of the way, it'll happen again. But we're just, want to rush forward and raise taxes and make it uncompetitive once again and raise regulations and run these jobs right out of our country. Coming back to one other thing that, one of the pay-fors that you were asking for just a minute ago with Mr. Smith was if they have a provision that says it'll raise $400 billion, a lot of money, by giving the IRS $80 billion. Now, the initial scoring that I'd seen from CBO, I think it was way back when, was 120 billion. So how they get to 400 from 120?
I think they just needed the number.
I think they just needed a number, yes, sir. And by lowering the term of these benefits, the child tax benefit, and the employment benefit, the paid leave benefit, the biggest program now in this bill, the biggest program is repeal assault deduction. The biggest part, the biggest beneficiary of this will be the top 1%. That is a fascinating.
Yeah, just for the record, I was actually going to ask you about that. Let me, for the record, quickly point out that at least the information I have, couples making $9.9 million a year would receive tax breaks of $472,000 in California, $325,000 in Washington, D.C., and $306,000 in New York.
When they take these programs like the child tax credit and they lower them down to a year or two, they become a much smaller part of the bill. But now the SALT tax repeal, which benefits the top 1% with these incredible numbers that you're talking about. The average, I think I saw somewhere the average American family gets
Again, you know, I'm not making a point that's particularly partisan. The point that you're making, that I'm making, it's actually been made by Democrats in the course of the debate. I mean, this SALT thing is just clearly an effort to get votes. It's nothing else. Not something I think the majority of Democrats actually agree with, but we're down again when we move by reconciliation on margins this small, of cutting some pretty unusual deals from some small groups of people. I don't have any doubt they believe in their position. I'm not questioning that, but boy, it's pretty expensive, few votes.
The fact that we're pushing this through with no knowledge of, you know, really what's in the bill basically, but in addition to that, you know, no testimony, no experts on what it's going to do to our economy, what it's going to do to workers, what it's going to do to inflation, what it's going to do to industry, what it's going to do to jobs is just amazing. I mean, there's no reason that this has to be done today. If you really believe that you're trying to solve problems, if you really believe you're trying to make life better for the American people, you should have a few hearings and get some testimony about affected industries and from experts and make sure that we're doing the right thing before we plunge headlong into doing exactly what you did 10 years ago and stagnating our economy for another 10 years. And coming back to your question about the drugs, CBO has said that H.R. 3 would result in 10 to 15 less drugs created. Now, what drug is that? Is that going to be Alzheimer's? Is that going to be, is it going to be a cure for Alzheimer's? Is it going to be a cure for diabetes? Is it going to be a cure for cancer? I don't know. But I tell you what, the American people want the best care possible. And they don't want, when they go to the hospital, to say, hey, you know, we can't buy it. You can't use this drug because it's not on the approved list. They want the best care possible. And this iteration, iteration, which is not H.R. 3, I don't know the exact terms of the bill. Hell, it only came out an hour and a half ago. But this latest iteration absolutely will stifle cures. It absolutely will make this country less innovative. It absolutely will make this country a worse place to do business. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any provisions in here, and I ask this to anybody, that we have this, again, we're going to have a parliamentarian in the Senate make a lot of decisions about these bills. I think there's some immigration measures in here that I think most people would say probably not going to get past the Senate parliamentarian. If that's the case, why are they here? Yeah, Mr. Smith?
From my understanding, there's several provisions that appears to be very troubling with the Senate parliamentarian. It's the immigration. They've already done 3 different rewrites to trying to get the immigration language approved, and also the paid family leave is an item that probably will never pass mustered within the Byrd rule with the Senate parliamentarian.
Yeah, that does worry me a lot. Again, to be fair, Mr. Yarmer says it will change, and we'll see it again. It's going to be a very different bill, I suspect, when it comes back.
Right, and Mr. Cole, what clearly those decisions haven't been made. The parliamentarian has been in consultation with members, but they've never seen. She's never seen language. So,
well, then we're in the same boat. I haven't either. You know,
well, it's in there. You can see it.
I've had 90 minutes, so I guess I don't have the excuse the parliamentarian had.
But it's worth a shot. That's what most on our side believe.
Well, I could ask.
Can I respond to one thing you said, because it's incredibly distorting, I think, and I'm not sure we're dealing with the same issue. But when you're talking about how someone can benefit from the SALT deductions, if you cap the SALT deduction at $72,000 a person, the most they can possibly save is $28,000.
I don't think
federal return.
Well, with all due respect, I didn't say anything about the cap, 72,000. I mean, it did come up in discussion. That wasn't me.
That's the way this provision is written, that you can deduct up to $72,000 of state and local taxes.
Well,
you can't deduct more than that. So the most you can save is your federal tax rate on that $72,000.
I guess I look at it this way: it's getting ready to cost the American people about 400 and some odd, billion dollars over a 10-year period, and the people that are benefiting from it are at the very highest income levels. And I actually don't believe that's what most of you want to do. I mean, I really don't. I think the majority of Democrats do not want to do that.
But you just cited figures saying $300,000 and $400,000 in savings per person. That is not what this bill would allow you to do.
Well, yes, it does over a 10-year period. You're saving money, over.
Well, it wouldn't even be that, because you've got 10 years. The most you can save is 39.6% of $72,000.
All it's doing
which is
is costing the American people.
And over 10 years, that's $280,000.
Yeah, it's only $400 billion. It's not very serious money.
Here,
I mean, you could for what that will cost us, you could finance the child tax care credit, which I know you care about, for 3 years. I can go through program after program here that I know you would rather spend that money on than refund it to very
I absolutely would. You're absolutely right. But I just say that's misleading to say that an individual could save that much, because they can't. Under this SALT deduction, the cap on the deduction is $72,000, which means that the most you can save is your top federal rate of that number. So that's 39.6% of $72,000. That's the most any individual can benefit.
Okay. Yeah, certainly, Mr. Rice.
Well, first of all, you have to take the federal rate and the state rate, because you pay taxes. You pay taxes on the whole thing, right? So the combined rate is going to be like 43%. Then you add the Obamacare taxes. Then you add the then you add the surtaxes. The rate.
Well, why don't we just? I'll pull back my questions on SALT, because I don't think anybody in this panel probably believes in this.
Even if you limit it just to the pure federal income tax rate, you're talking about $50,000.
Well, again, I think the point's been made. We're spending a lot of money on people that are pretty rich, and it's clearly primarily a political calculation. Gets a few votes.
So yeah, I think Mr. Thompson wanted to be.
Oh, certainly, Mr. Thompson. Sorry, Mr. Rank. Well,
thank you for allowing me to speak. I'd like to talk about the SALT thing, but there's a couple of things that were said that I think need to be clarified. One was that this bill was inflationary, and I just want to point out to the members that a September 20th open letter from 17 winners of the Nobel Prize in Economics explains that the Building Back Better Act would boost U.S. economic performance without presenting an inflationary threat. And that's because it's paid for. This bill's paid for. And I think it's ironic that those who are questioning whether or not it's inflationary are the same ones that passed the Republican tax bill, which cut taxes without paying for them. And that is, in fact, inflationary. And there's been a number of the witnesses today that have commented about the bank reporting provisions in this bill. And I think it's important to point out that there are no bank reporting provisions in this bill. And then also, someone said that we should be working on real issues. And remember, this bill deals with climate change, making health care more accessible, lowering the cost of prescription drugs, making child care affordable, and tax cuts for working families. And I think those are things that the American people care about. But on the issue of SALT, as I mentioned before, one of the reasons that we're opposed to the Republican cap, the $10,000 cap, is that it causes state and local governments to cut essential programs and services that they provide, and that's totally unacceptable. And Mr. Rice remembers when 2019, when my subcommittee held a hearing on salt reductions, we heard from state and local government representatives about the effects that the cap had on their budgets and on their ability to respond to the needs of their constituents. And we heard in particular from a Lieutenant Mitchell, a firefighter from Wisconsin, 21 years experience. And I want to quote something that he said. He said, I hear from fellow firefighters every day about how they're being forced to do more with less, shackled by inadequate staffing, insufficient training, and lax health and safety measures. Fire departments and the services they provide are largely drawn from state and local property tax and income taxes. Nearly 20 years, there's been an enormous financial pressure on local governments. In Wisconsin, public safety services have been stripped to the bone. Last year, the city of Milwaukee was forced to close 6 fire stations across the city due to fire department budgets. And 2 weeks ago, one of the towns was nearly 40,000 people. The fire department had 0 working fire engines. All were out of service due to mechanical issues. Response time to emergencies has risen, putting citizens' health and lives at risk. And this isn't just a Wisconsin issue. We've heard about this from Democratic mayors that address the committee, people from across the country. State and local governments are, and they're being asked to meet these challenges. And the Republican cap on salt exacerbates this problem. And the Republican cap on salt costs more than our redress of this problem. Your provisions expire in 10 years. So it goes back to an unlimited deduction. Ours go for 10 years with the cap at 72.5. So it actually saves money. And I think that is an important point to remember when we're talking about this issue. So the SALT provisions are important to local governments across the country. Our provision pays for it. It is more equitable and it saves money. And as far as this idea that I've heard from a number of people that spoke today, that somehow the child tax credit should be scored over 10 years, that is just poppycock. Everybody on this panel knows that if we are going to, no matter what we want to do, if we are going to extend the child tax credit for more than it is provided for in this bill, it requires that we pass a law. It has to pass both houses and be signed by the president. You can't just wave a magic wand and extend it for years. So that is a frivolous argument, and that is bad math.
Well, I always respect my friend, but actually this debate over SALT is mostly within your own party. I could sit here and quote Senator Sanders. I could quote members of the House. This is a problem you've got. This is not, we don't agree, and I don't agree it's appropriate, frankly, to allow these. There has to be some sort of cap, or otherwise parts of the country effectively subsidize other parts of the country. It's a difficult issue, though, I'll grant you that. We just disagree, but I find myself agreeing with many members in your party because they're the ones that have raised more about this, honestly, than we have. Look, I could go on.
Well,
long.
I think those agreements are soon to be resolved.
I'm sorry?
I think those disagreements are soon to be resolved.
It'd be interesting if we see that in the United States Senate. I'm not sure. But again, you may well be right, and that's fair enough. That's the process, and so we'll go on from there. But I do think it's been difficult to put this together for you. I think it may be difficult when we see what comes back from the United States Senate, because I think it's going to look a lot different than this, or some people over there are going to have changed their publicly stated positions. And again, this is politics. That certainly happens, but we'll wait and see. Mr. Chairman, I got a lot of other questions, but you've been more than generous with your time. And as I said, I think we're going to be revisiting this multiple times in the weeks and months ahead. So thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. And I think at the rate we're going, Ms. Fishback, you'll be another year older. Ms. Torres. Ms. Torres.
Yeah, it's really, thank you all for coming. It's really unfortunate that, we continue to spin misinformation out of control. I mean, it's this continuous ongoing problem of lying to the American public that has caused hundreds of people on Tuesday to turn out in Texas because they thought that JFK was going to return. It's the falsehoods that continue to be spun out of control that's really created instability in our country. Instead of uniting, neighbors, neighborhoods, you continue to divide neighbors because, you continue to spin out of control propaganda that benefits your message, to continue to provide for the 1%. I'm very proud that we can move forward on legislation that will help the American people. So to answer your question about what is Build Back Better, what does that mean? What it means is that we are in the middle of a climate crisis, Mr. Price. That when we rebuild communities that are devastated by tornado, by flooding, where the entire grid, goes down as it did in Texas, where entire communities are set on fire, as it has happened in the western states of our great nation, where we've seen, rain just out of control. We talk about building back better, a more resilient community that can survive this issue that we have in front of us that is called climate change. Climate change is not something of the future. It is something that is happening right now. And I understand that that is very difficult, to understand unless you are in the middle of it, in the front lines. Just as some of our workers that have been in the front lines, fighting this pandemic while also, pushing back against the inaccuracies and the lies that have been spread about this murderers pandemic that we have in front of us. Over 750,000 Americans have died as a result. But yet some people in your party continue to, tell lies about this pandemic. When we just try to get folks to wear a mask, my God, it's so difficult. This is what we're talking about. So while Republicans have done absolutely nothing, while families have struggled every single day to meet basic needs, Americans have had to make really tough choices. Where to live, how to get to work, how to find childcare that may be affordable, housing. You could just continue to sit on your hands and do nothing, but we are going to answer the call, the suffering of our communities. We're going to address that. With you or without you. And since you've chosen not to have a seat at the table, you've chosen to abandon any, negotiation because you don't care is the bottom line. That's my opinion, but that is an informed opinion based on what I hear time after time, sitting in this committee and hearing your debate, pushing back against helping the people that need it the we have children right now that are going to school unprepared, that don't have the basics. We have people living in very dangerous conditions because they simply can't afford anything better. We have seniors that go, there's a little tiny town about a mile south of Yuma, Arizona. And that's where many of your constituents go. It's on the other side of the border. They go there for dental care because it's affordable on that side, because they don't have access to dental care here in the US, because you've denied them that. In this bill, we're trying to fix that. You know, right next door to that little town, there's a booming area where, you know, people are getting fitted for hearing aids. You know, because you've denied that to them. You know, you talk about, it's incredible, I'm trying to find my note here, but Mr. Rice, since 2013, you've been in office, and you talked about, you know, how we don't care about health care. But yet you voted, sir, 15 times against the Affordable Care Act, against your constituents to have access to health care. In this bill, you will vote against seniors in your community, your voters, to have access to health care, to hearing aids. You don't want them to see or to hear. Why? Because you want them to believe the lies that you continue to spin out of control. Maybe that's just my assessment. Sitting here listening to all of you, you know, I talked about how many kids in Mr. Smith's district will have access to kindergarten. 52,300. That's not a lie, that's a fact.
Every kid in my district has access to kindergarten, and we do provide
Under age of 6. I am speaking, and I have not yielded my time to you.
I just wanted to be factual.
I am speaking, you need to be quiet. Yes, have some respect. Children benefiting of the child tax credit in your district, 140,000. You're going to vote against them. You're going to vote against them. Medicare eligible seniors benefiting from hearing assistance and prescription drug benefit changes, 173,324. You could smile about it. I feel really bad. I really do. I feel really bad because while we struggle to have a real debate around real issues that can address the quality of life of our constituents, we continue to wage, you know, these unfounded spinning lies about issues. So you can continue to do that. At some point, we're not finished, by the way, with this bill or the infrastructure bill. We're going to create thousands of jobs. We're going to provide thousands of opportunities for young people, middle-aged people, and older people to get job training so that they can fill the jobs that are readily available today, tomorrow, as we begin to move this money into our communities, into your districts. But we're going to go back because I don't think your constituents working 40 hours a week deserve $7.25. I don't believe that your constituents should have to live with about $15,080 annual pay. I believe that your constituents deserve a lot more than that. And while that is not in this bill, that is not a reason for me to vote against this bill. Because Democrats have learned something from the last elections. You know, in California, Republicans try to take down our governor by a misguided recall, and they failed miserably. Because we actually went door to door and talked to people about what you were offering and what we were doing, saving the lives of Californians. And while I don't know how this other campaign was done, whether they went door to door, that's not a game changer for us. We still have another year to legislate, and we're gonna legislate. So join us if you can, and if you can't, I humbly ask that you stop lying to the American people, because they deserve better than that. I yield back.
I yield to the gentleman from Texas, Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got a number of questions, but Ms. Smith, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about opportunities for kindergarten in your district.
I appreciate that, Representative. For one, I don't know how it is in other states, but when you talk about Missouri, you might want to know your facts before you start calling people liars. In the state of Missouri, kindergarten is provided to every public school in the state of Missouri. So every one of the kids in my congressional district has kindergarten, and every kid in the state of Missouri does as well.
And so typically, what is the age of entrance of those children?
5. Okay. 5. And so that's a complete lie from the lady from California to make those accusations in my district. And also the minimum wage in the state of Missouri isn't $7, and she might want to look at it. It's actually a lot more than that. It's $10.30. And so before you start making statements, get it right. But Representative, I would like to point out one thing. SALT has been mentioned so many times. And you want to look, people fight for their constituents. That's why you come to Congress. You all fight for it. And SALT is extremely important to the Democrats. And the reason why it's extremely important is because they're the party of the wealthy. They represent the 10 most wealthy congressional districts in all of Congress. In fact, if you look at the state's median income, just in this room, the 2 states that has the highest median income of everyone in this room is Massachusetts and Maryland, both Democrats. But I have the lowest in Missouri. I represent one of the poorest. So when I say that the Democrats are the party of the wealthy, you look at the state of Virginia last night. Loudoun County is the wealthiest county in the nation. And even there was a red wave across the country yesterday. And for the first time in 12 years, you elected a Republican governor, and you elected the first African-American female in the state of Virginia as lieutenant governor that was Republican, and you elected the first Hispanic ever statewide was a Republican as attorney general. The counties that they lost were the most wealthy counties, which happened to be represented in this Congress by Democrats. And so that shows we can't blame them. They're fighting for their constituents. But let's be straightforward. SALT helps the top 1%ers. And in like the state of New Jersey, that $72,500 cap in the state of New Jersey is a family who makes $1 million. That's a lot of money. And so let's just be straightforward. It's fine to fight for your constituents. That's your values. That's fine. But don't kid yourself. You put a $300 to $400 billion tax cut for the wealthy. And as the bill's written, in every congressional district, a family that has 2 children under the age of 6, after the year 2022, will pay $3,200 more in taxes, yet everyone who's a millionaire in their district will pay $23,000 less. Those are the facts, and maybe that's not what they wanted, but that's what happens when you file a bill at 3 o'clock.
That's what they got. I appreciate the clarification. There's some other things I want to get to, though. We've had a lot of discussion about a CBO score, and you all are in the tax committee on Ways and Means. We're just humble. We deal with healthcare and science and energy and things like that, much more pragmatic things. But in the tax world, not only do you need the CBO score, you also need an opinion from the Joint Committee on Taxation, do you not?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
And has that been rendered?
No, sir. No scores have been rendered on any of this bill because the bill was released an hour and a half ago.
Do you have an idea how long it will be before we see the opinion of the Joint Committee on Taxation?
It will be weeks. It will be weeks. Yes, sir.
This is what is frustrating. We are, again, barreling through this. You got a lame duck speaker who's ramming this thing through. I don't understand it, but you lost last night. You feel time's winged chariot at your ear. But look, this thing goes over to the Senate. They're going to change it all up. But we know the drill. What happened with the Affordable Care Act? Senate changes everything, sends it back here as an amendment, and says you cannot touch a hair on its head or the whole thing is dead, and the House had to capitulate under Speaker Pelosi. I have a sinking feeling that's where we're headed again.
If you would yield me just a minute to respond to Ms. Torres about the comment she was making about my votes on the Affordable Care Act.
Let's stick with this first, and then I'll let you finish with that.
Thank you.
That will be our crescendo closing act. Well, it is frustrating to be dealing with something that is so large. The biggest bill has ever passed, the United States House of Representatives, the biggest bill, almost nothing in the way of hearings. And look, I'm very fortunate. I'm on 3 committees that have dealt with this. I'm on the authorizing committee on energy and commerce. We had, I think it was $700 billion of this thing, but of course it's changed now. I'm on the budget committee, and Ms. Smith, you recall, we were summoned in on a Saturday, late into the night on a Zoom call. No CBO in the from the Congressional Budget Office on the committee on the budget. So that was a non sequitur. And the Rules Committee is really the only opportunity that the people of this country have to see a hearing on what is the biggest bill that that any Congress has ever passed. And so I appreciate that it takes a long time and people get tired and people get frustrated, but this is our obligation. And if we don't dissect into the details of this, nobody ever will. Nobody will know. So, Mr. Pallone, help me with understanding some of the changes that have happened on the H.R. 3 or the drug pricing title that was in the bill that we had in Energy and Commerce. As I recall, it didn't pass out of the Energy and Commerce Committee. So now you come back and you've changed it. Of course, it did pass in Ways and Means, so it got to stay into budget, and I get it, how that works. But really, do we understand exactly how this is all going to work? Because the language is a little confusing, and there's a lot of it, and it's detailed. Well, let me just give you an example. You talk in here about a ceiling and a floor price for the secretary to negotiate. On page 2003, you say you've got to determine a ceiling price and a floor price. The ceiling price is dealt with on page 2003. The floor price is dealt with on page 2008. But the floor price in that subsection only defines a temporary floor for small biotech drugs. And then it just goes silent. So what section is the floor price for drugs that do not meet the criteria for the temporary floor of the biotech drugs? Or is there no floor for the price for those drugs? In other words, can the secretary just negotiate down to functionally zero?
You're talking about a distinction between the floor price for biotech versus the molecular?
Well, you say, I mean, I didn't write this. It's the first time I've seen it. There is going to be a ceiling price and a floor price. The ceiling price is defined on page 2003. The floor price is not defined until 5 pages later, and it's not really the floor price for the drug you have under discussion. It's a biotech drug. So,
well,
okay,
the negotiation price, the legislation establishes a price ceiling for various categories, as you say. 75% of the non-federal average manufacturing price for drugs on the market between 9 and 12 years, 65% of the non-federal average manufacturing price for drugs on the market between 12 and 16 years, and 40% of the non-federal average manufacturer price for drugs that have been on the market for more than 16 years.
So what's the savings on that?
Oh, the savings? I mean, look, I think that
this is why we need the CBO score, because the CBO might be able to dissect through that rather dense language that you just read, which is not in the bill. I'm reading from your language, from the bill. But here's the thing, Mr. Chairman. So what happens? You don't really specify a floor. You say you can't go any higher than this. The secretary is going to set the price. So, and then further on page 2002, the secretary is required to respond in writing to the manufacturer's offer, but then the bill just goes silent. It doesn't talk about what happens if that offer is not accepted. Here's section D on page 2002, response to the counteroffer. After receiving a counteroffer under subparagraph C, the secretary shall respond in writing to the counteroffer. On the next page, 2003, we go to deadlines. So what is the back and forth for the, does the secretary, does a manufacturer get to contest the secretary's counteroffer, or is that it? That's the last final offer, and that's what goes.
My understanding, look, I have to be honest with you. You know, if it were up to me, you know, we wouldn't have these limitations, right? Because frankly, I wanted the secretary to be able to negotiate without having these kinds of limitations. But the limitations are there because, you know, in order to get an agreement, we had to have it.
Here's the good news for you and the bad news for the world is you get your wish. The secretary has the ability to set the price at whatever level they want. There is no floor. There is no judicial review of an arbitrary decision, and disagreeing with the secretary will result in a 95% excise tax, which is effectively
the excise tax,
100% tax.
The excise tax, Dr. Burgess, was for the purpose of making sure that the drug company comes to the table. If you don't, it's the carrot and stick again. If you don't have
look, you've made it worse, because now the secretary, you make an offer, the secretary says, no, I don't like your offer. They don't have to counter.
No, they can continue to go back and forth.
Doesn't say so in the language.
That's the way
Look, let me just explain something to you. We, last year, Republicans and Democrats went through this elaborate work on out-of-network billing, right?
You don't like that either.
Malone Walden. You know, we did a lot of work because I didn't like what came over from the Senate. Arguably, it got considerably better as it marched through the various committees in the House. And then there was a bill that was voted on last December. Then it goes over to the agency. And then what happens? We get back an interim final rule, which is basically the way the darn thing looked when it left the Senate Finance Committee under Chairman Alexander a year and a half before. In other words, all of the work we did was for naught because the agency interpreted it the way they wanted. And you are opening...
interpreted it the way I thought it should be interpreted.
Well, but you saw how wrong you were when you listened to the entire House of Representatives
I don't agree with that.
The discussion about why the alternate dispute resolution should be in there, the independent dispute resolution.
What's happening here, if you want to compare it to the surprise billing, is this.
Well, no, the point I'm trying to make is after it goes to the agency,
at some point.
after we go to the agency, we have no control. and it comes back as sometimes an interim final rule. And again, no judicial review. It just is now what the American people have to deal with.
Well,
and that's
tell me
not
when I can
government
speak.
with the consent of the governed. I turn the floor over to you.
All right, look, I'm being honest with you. If you want to compare surprise billing to this, there's a comparison, but not the way you interpret it, in my opinion. The bottom line is, I would leave the negotiation with the secretary to have a lot more leeway, right? In the same way that the bill on surprise billing left.
Looks like they hold all the cards, Mr. Chairman.
What's that?
Looks like the secretary holds all the cards right here.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is that what happened here, in order to get agreement, was that there's a lot of, I don't know what you want to call them, goalposts or limitations on, what can be negotiated. That's in order to get the agreement. If it were up to me, I'd be like more surprise billing. Give the secretary the full power to
Let me
negotiate.
just ask you a simple question. Wouldn't this discussion be easier if we had a CBO score?
No.
If you could show me how much money this saves compared to how
Dr.
much...
Burgess, the issue isn't, look, you can argue the CBO if you want to, but the issue is here that this policy under the drug pricing is a lot more prescriptive, if that's the word, than H.R. 3. And the reason for that is to achieve a compromise and get agreement. If it were up to me, that wouldn't be the case, because I would like the secretary to be able to have a more freer negotiation.
Again, it would be demonstrable if we could see the numbers that the independent budget people look at and say, here is how much money is being saved. And the reason that's important,
you will eventually get that, but that's not the issue in terms of...
The reason that's important is because you know full well when the negotiations were going on for the Affordable Care Act, and Doug Elmendorf came into a briefing in our committee room, he was asked, how much money are we going to save by giving the secretary the power to negotiate? And he said, it does not move the needle. And 10 years later, you figured out, well, maybe if we hold people hostage with a 95% excise tax, then we can achieve some savings.
Well,
I would like to know where the savings are in this. I can't identify them. It's too convoluted.
The reason we have the excise tax is because if you don't force the company to come to the table.
Your word, not mine. It's called a negotiation.
Because they're not going to even negotiate at all if you don't have some penalty. They won't negotiate. Why would they?
I just fundamentally disagree with you.
Because you don't like that idea.
You distrust people who are involved in creating and developing life-saving drugs. I happen to think there is some altruism in that. We have the same disagreement about people who provide care, that committees don't tend to trust them.
There may be an ideological difference between us. I'm not arguing that. But I'm saying that, look, first of all, what's happening here is exactly this. You give the drug company a patent, right? And you say they have an exclusive patent for a certain number of years, right? If it were up to me in H.R. 3, we would require that they negotiate those negotiations even during the exclusive period.
Right.
We're not doing that.
Which is why you don't save any money with this.
You do save money, but you don't save as much.
But we don't know, because the fact of the matter is we don't have the data, right?
You're not going to save as much money as you do in H.R. 3 because it's a longer period of time before you can do the negotiation.
So what's the offset that you provide with this language? What is the offset to the bill?
I'm not paying using this to pay for anything.
Well, you did with H.R. 3.
Well, sure, but that's different.
Yes. How are you going to pay for hearing aids and...
Oh, I'm not suggesting that this is paying for any particular program that's in the bill. What I'm saying to you is that what
then
we're
why
doing...
are you doing it?
For the constituent, for the public, for the senior.
So you can force people... But they're not going to achieve any immediate benefit.
Of course they
under
will.
Under your own description.
No, that's not true. First of all, they're going to get a benefit because they're going to cap their out-of-pocket at $2,000 a year. That's going to save them a lot of money. The government's going to save money because we have an inflation rebate.
But that's
and
only
they'll save money on the drugs that are negotiated, albeit less than they would have under H.R. 3. But there'll still be at least 100 drugs that will be negotiated over a period of time, and there will be significant savings just because those prices will be less. So you can't say you're not going to save money to the constituent and to the government. You will. How much? We'll see what CBO does.
When we passed Part D of Medicare, you know, one of the things that spun off from that was Walmart pharmacies began to offer, I think it was 90 generic drugs at $4 a prescription.
I have no problem if private sector wants to reduce the price of drugs or offer drugs at a lot less.
But we allowed them the freedom to make that kind of decision. Let me just.
It's a market economy still.
Let me just point out one other thing. You're talking about capping out-of-pocket expenses in Medicare. You remember in H.R. 3 back in 2019, I tried to talk to the committee about why don't we do something meaningful for people who are on insulin and provide the
insulin is specifically mentioned in here.
Yeah, for Medicare. But what about for someone who's just going in and purchasing the medicine? Why not refund the rebate to the patient at the point of sale? Why not make it simple like that?
What did you suggest again?
The rebate, every time a pharmaceutical is sold, there is a rebate paid by the manufacturer to somebody. That somebody is never the patient. It might
but that's a different rebate.
It might be
an inflation rebate.
It may be the insurance company, it may be the hospital,
right.
But it is not the
that's
patient.
A separate
so
rebate.
Why not put the rebate at the point of sale to the patient? For a critical drug like insulin, no one's going to abuse insulin. You take insulin only because
we specifically say that we limit the cost sharing for insulin products to be no higher than $35.
What kind of cost sharing do you have if you have no insurance?
If you have no insurance? Well, this is covering the Medicare program. It doesn't cover somebody that has no insurance.
Right. So why not provide that rebate to the patient at the point of sale?
I would love to cover everything. I'm a liberal.
We could do that.
But that isn't going to. How do I get the votes? How do I get the votes? I have to get the votes. You're not going to give me the vote. I got to do the best I can here.
No, I'm trying to protect you from yourself after last night.
You don't have to. The governor won last night. I'm perfectly happy.
Well, we'll see in the recount. Look, what is not to change the subject, but is the methane tax still in this bill?
It's not a methane tax. Look, the reason I say it's not a tax, what we're doing again, just give me a minute, all right? I won't take up all your time. We know that when this methane...
There's no clock in here, Mr.
No
Chairman.
Clock.
We're very generous with time.
All right. The bottom line is you've got this methane that's being released in the atmosphere, which is worse than than other greenhouse emissions. It's one of the worst, right, in terms of what it does to climate, right? And all we want to do is say that, you should try to find some way to capture this oil company or whatever. And if you do, we're going to give you, we're going to help you out. We're going to help you pay for it so that you can capture it, right? But if you don't, then there's got to be some kind of stick.
So why did you reject that amendment when I brought it up in
tax.
committee? Why did you vote against that amendment when I brought it up in committee?
What's that?
The way to capture stranded gas out in a place like the Permian Basin and bring it back to market?
That's exactly what we're doing here.
Yeah, but when I brought that up in committee, you absolutely rejected it.
I don't remember that, but okay. I mean, if I don't want to contradict you, but the bottom line is this is a very productive thing because what it does is it says to the company, we'll give you money up front, we'll allow you to the time to put this piping in place so you can capture the methane, and it's only if you don't do all these things over a period of time that will penalize you. There's got to be some stick. It's not a tax.
So and you keep using words like force and stick. I really, I fundamentally trust the American people. I don't know why you don't.
Look, if that were the case, we wouldn't have a Clean Air Act. We wouldn't have a Clean Water Act. You've got to have some regulatory standards. Otherwise, everybody does whatever they please, and everything goes down the drain. I mean, there's got to be some kind of regulation. Maybe you don't believe that, but I think you do.
Well, you and I were on the committee when Waxman-Markey was marked up, right? Energy and Commerce Committee, the cap and trade bill back in 2009.
Well, this is not cap and trade.
But just as the innovation that has been brought by our energy producers has reduced emissions more than Waxman-Markey ever would have.
I'm not
As
arguing
McWhorst Rogers
with you
points out that our emissions are lower than other countries under the Paris Climate Accords.
I'm not arguing that.
Innovation.
I don't disagree with my ranking member that the U.S. is doing a lot to reduce emissions. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that we need to do more. I don't agree with Ms. Morris Rogers that if we don't do something and if we don't do a lot, which we do in this bill, that we will reach those goals of the Paris Agreement. That's where I don't agree with her. When she says we are making significant progress, there's no question, but we're not making enough. And that's what we're trying to do with this bill.
The carbon reductions in this country since 2005 are greater than the next 5 countries combined.
I'm not arguing that. But in order for us to reach this goal, which is necessary so we don't have some catastrophic situation, we do have, which is already happening, as Mrs. Torres said, we've got to do more.
The fundamental truth is, if you put a tax on methane, that's natural
It's
gas
not
with
a
which
tax.
people heat their homes and generate their electricity.
Well, you keep
and you
saying
are taxing
I
the
am not. A tax is when
people
you
at the lower income levels at functionally of a much higher rate. I promised Mr. Rice I would give him some time.
It's not a tax, and it's very innovative. First of all, our committee can't even do taxes. That's Ways and Means.
Yeah, you do methane fees, which
Whatever
look a
you
lot like
call it
taxes
what you like, but
to
it
the
accomplishes the
uninitiated.
goal of really reducing emissions, and I think we're doing basically what the oil and gas companies would like to do, but they just want time, and they don't get around to it, so we're trying to push them.
You know, energy independence was a glorious thing when this country had it. It's a shame that you squandered it. It really is. And that's, I don't know what to say to you. It gave flexibility to this country in ways that we've almost never seen, and we probably won't see again in our lifetimes. The flexibility on the world stage, the ability to lift more people out of poverty. Why is that so antithetical to?
Because we have a climate problem, and we've got to address it, and you can't ignore it.
So you address it by reducing emissions, which the United States has a better record than the next 5 countries combined. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Perlmutter.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a couple things. Under Joe Biden, we've gained almost 5 million jobs. Under Barack Obama, it was 11.6 million jobs, far more than under Donald Trump, the ex-president. This bill that we are debating tonight has tax cuts for families with children, expanded health insurance for everyday Americans, affordable housing for seniors, environmental resiliency and safeguard sustainability, negotiating with drug companies for seniors, jobs and workforce development, and the ability to continue to learn for life, so lifelong learning, because we all know things change so fast, we've got to have these things. This prepares us for the future. And I've heard complaints about the price tag, and Mr. Rice, I appreciated some of your comments. I talked to Mr. Brady about this on Thursday as we went through all of this, but quite frankly, just the New York Stock Exchange by itself is up 10,000 points under Joe Biden. And that's $1.4 billion per point, $14 trillion this year alone, compared to the price tag of this bill, which is transformational, but is over 10 years. So, $200 billion a year, which is a lot of money, but compared to $14 trillion, which just the stock market, the New York Stock Exchange has grown in 1 year, it's a tiny fraction of that $14 trillion that the economy has grown under Joe Biden. So I am looking forward to passing this bill. I'm not going to ask any questions of anybody, and I'm going to yield back to the chair.
You're one of my favorite members of this committee. Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Ranking Member McMorris Rogers, is there so I know when we're talking about, look at the drug pricing aspect of this bill, I know there's a ceiling. Is there a floor to this?
It's yet to be answered. It seems like that section is missing. I know that we were trying to understand what the provisions in the bill actually mean.
So okay, let's just say there's no floor. There'd be no way to prevent the government then from pricing a drug for under what it would cost to produce the drug, and then our pharmaceutical industry would clearly lose millions, if not billions of dollars. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
So one of my big fears is this: if you just look at the pharmaceutical industry, people don't realize it. We just think that we always had this development in the United States. It's actually not true. Prior to World War II, most of the pharmaceuticals were developed in Europe. Then Europe adopted a lot of policies that's in here. Then the pharmaceutical industry moved to the United States. Actually, a lot of it in eastern Pennsylvania. But so the fear is that we're now adopting the policies that cause the pharmaceutical industries to move from Europe to the United States. They could clearly move elsewhere. Am I understanding this correctly? I mean, I'm not on the committee, but is this accurate?
Yes, that is exactly my concern, the concern of many members, bipartisan on the committee, Republicans and Democrats, that have been concerned about importing a price cap, price controls that are imposed in other countries, European countries, imposing that kind of an approach to pricing prescription drugs in the United States. It limits access to those life-saving, life-changing drugs that we are on the verge of discovering incredible breakthroughs right now. You know, it's just every disease group that I meet with right now, they're so excited about what's happening in the United States of America, the research that's going to improve their lives. You think about Alzheimer's, all of the investment that we have made in Alzheimer's, and for the first time we have a drug that is promising. That kind of research is not going to happen. You are not going to have billions of dollars being invested in researching Alzheimer's that would improve the lives of millions of people. But also, if we can delay the onset of Alzheimer's, if we could actually come up with potential cures for Alzheimer's, that is one of the best ways that we could bend the entitlement cost curve. Rather than saying, no, we're not going to do that. We're just going to, this is what we have is what we're going to be happy with. Cures for cancer, cures for rare diseases, or breakthroughs for rare diseases. We're willing to put that all aside and say what we have is what we're satisfied with.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to note that the vaccine didn't come from a European country. It didn't come from a country that does price controls. It came from, of course, the United States, and some of the technology, it came from Israel as well, but it came from two nations that believe in free market capitalism. And one concern I have if we do this, I view it as backdoor socialism, is you're going to kill any incentive to improve upon the pharmaceuticals we have. So, for example, there was a drug, it helped with cancer treatments. I think it was Valkyrie, if I can remember it correctly. But the company continued to invest in that drug, 10-year period. They finally figured out through testing they could improve the drug to treat children that had cancer as young as 1 year old. That would not have happened if we had this policy in place now, because there'd be absolutely no incentive to continue to improve upon drugs. Additionally, if you have the government able to set the price, there's no incentive to create new drugs, because a lot of people get focused on the cost of the drug, right? The cost per pill is, let's face it, it's like cents, right? But to bring a drug to market, on average, we're talking billions of dollars. I mean, not millions of dollars, billions of dollars. I think it's like $2.5 billion for your average drug. You couldn't recover it if we cap the price. There'd be no reason to ever develop new drugs. Am I correct in that understanding?
That's how I see it. That's how I view it. And instead of taking the approach that's going to cap that kind of investment, or we should be incentivizing, we should be encouraging more investment, more research here in the United States of America. Republicans and Democrats came together and passed 21st Century Cures. That was 5-6 years ago. We are working on Cures 2.0. That is the approach that we should be taking. And you mentioned the vaccine. That was a public-private partnership. And we led the world, and we did it in record time. And a lot of people around here on Capitol Hill said it couldn't be done. They said there's no way it's going to be done in less than a year. There's no way we can get a vaccine in less than a year. And you know what? We did it in the United States of America. It's American ingenuity. It's American technology and innovation. That's what we should be celebrating, not these policies that are a damper, taxing and putting caps on innovation or caps on technology, or these government knows best, we'll tell you what you can and cannot do approaches. That isn't the way that America has led to lift people out of poverty, raise the standard of living, cure diseases, lead the world in every sector.
Could I just ask the gentleman at some point to have some time to respond?
Chairman Pallone, absolutely. I yield to you, of course.
I'm trying to be quick. Look, I just want to stress that any one of these drugs that's on this list of 100 that we're trying to capture and negotiate has the potential, in my opinion, of completely bankrupting the Medicare program, all right? The gentlewoman, the ranking member, or maybe you mentioned Alzheimer's.
Yes.
First of all, this Alzheimer's drug is something that our committee, or at least, the majority, is investigating because of our concern that it's going to cost so much that it will bankrupt the Medicare program. It could. What's happening in the last 10, 20 years is that more and more of healthcare costs are being spent on drugs, right? And increasingly people just can't afford it. I mean, that's the problem. They just can't afford it. These companies are international. Sure, a lot of their research is done here, but some of them are Israeli, some of them are Western European based, whatever it happens to be. What has happened, because we're the only country, in Western Europe, Japan, Australia, of the developed countries that doesn't have negotiated prices, is that all of the costs, or a significant number of the costs, I should say, are paid for by the American taxpayer, by the American government. And it's simply not fair. Believe me, this bill, the way it's set up, will result in negotiated prices for a lot of those, big, most expensive drugs that are costing the government so much money. But it's not going to limit research in any way, because the companies are making plenty of money that they've been putting back into research. The notion that somehow that they're not going to have enough money to do research because of this bill or H.R. 3, I just don't think that there's any factual basis for saying that. The drug companies may tell you that, but they have plenty of money available through their profits to do research, and we pay for the research. We pay for the research, the government, with the very types of things that Ms. McMorris-Rogers is talking about, 20th century cures, all these things pump all kinds of money into research. But why shouldn't we at least say, okay, look, we're not setting the price, let's negotiate the price like we do in all these other countries. And there's a lot of limitations here on when we can do that in this bill. But the idea that we shouldn't negotiate the price and that that's somehow going to lead to less research, I just don't buy it. I mean, look, I have probably more drug companies that are based in my district than any other member of Congress. If I felt that was true, I wouldn't be here telling you this. But I just think I just think that the situation is getting completely out of hand. Let me just give you one example, and then I'll stop. My father, and I'm not trying to mention it because it's my dad, but I just have a lot of experience with it, passed away a few years from multiple myeloma, right? Riblamin, which is one of the drugs that's the highest price and the most common used to be for when women were pregnant, they took it in the 50s, and then they found out that it was causing birth defects, so they took it off the market. But then the company found that, through their research, that it could be used for to not cure but postpone the ill effects of multiple myeloma. So my father took it, and he lived probably 4 years longer than he should have. But that is costing Medicare something like $80,000 a year for each patient. I mean, we can't go on like this. And that would be one of the drugs that would probably be covered by this. We just can't afford it anymore. I mean, just being honest, it's going to these are going to bankrupt us. They really are.
Yeah, I would just say, and I respect your opinions, but I would just say just three things. One, historically, there's a reason why the industry moved from Europe to the United States, and it's because of the regulatory environment in Europe. I think that you can't argue with that. Additionally, I'm sorry, I know somebody's trying to talk. Is it? Yeah, Mr. Thompson, I yield to you.
The gentleman yield.
I've yielded to Mr. Thompson.
Thank you very much. I want to just point out there's been the Chairman Pallone mentioned a couple times about negotiating the price of drugs in foreign countries. I want to point out that we do it right here in the United States of America. I'm a combat wounded veteran and have access to the VA, and I buy my cholesterol drugs through the VA, and it is a fraction of the cost if I were to otherwise buy it at a pharmacy. So their ability to negotiate has really saved money for veterans, and I think that those savings should be passed on to the general public. Ms. McMorris Rogers mentioned that, I believe it was her, mentioned that she was concerned that this would limit access to life-saving drugs. I can tell you what limits access to life-saving drugs. That's the cost, the exorbitant cost of drugs. If people can't afford to buy them, they can't use them, and their life is going to be in peril. Thank you for yielding. I yield back.
Thanks. I would just have to say that the art behind you, is that a Rorschach test? What is that behind you? All right. Well, I've called out Mr. Raskin on his wallpaper, so I thought it was only fair to be consistent. With that, you know what? You had anything to add?
I want to add. I don't believe that we have to limit access to these drugs in order to save cost. It's a false choice. The VA. I met with a veteran just recently who the drug that the veteran needs is not available on the formulary, on what's been negotiated. And so this poor family in Eastern Washington is spending thousands of dollars out of pocket to get the drugs that the veteran needs, because that's what is going to save this person's life and improve their life. And that is not the future that we want. The best way to address the cost of drugs is through the generics and the biosimilars. That's the way that we're going to bring down the cost of drugs, not by limiting the access, especially in Medicare. I mean, the idea that we have to tell people that they can't have access to drugs, to life-saving, life-changing drugs. I don't believe it. We have proven that we can bring down the cost. We need to embrace the generics, the biosimilars. That's the way that we're going to bring down the cost of drugs and continue to improve people's lives and improve outcomes. Let's embrace what the future holds for us in this, not say, oh, this is the end.
But if I could just briefly, and I'll be brief. Look, we do have in this bill the $2,000 limit on your out-of-pocket costs, right? We do have that. That's a significant part of this legislation. I encourage generics. Generics are still a very good way of bringing down costs. But the drugs we're talking about here have not become generics. In other words, they have they're beyond their exclusive patented period. They've managed through various means to extend their exclusivity, if you will, for years. One of the most expensive is Humira. You see that advertised a lot on TV. That's been 21 years now, exclusive, right? They would be captured because the bill says 9 years. They were only they should theoretically have been exclusive only for 5, but they've managed to extend it to 21. So they would be captured because they're more than 9 years. But what I'm saying is that if there had been a generic alternative, then she's right. That would reduce the cost. But they've managed to prevent the generic by extending their exclusivity. And
Would the gentleman yield?
Sure.
Why the hell don't you fix that?
Well,
instead of what you're doing.
Well,
I don't understand.
That'd be great.
That's
I need the votes for that too.
That's a hell of a lot simpler than what you're doing here. You are putting up a straw dog. There are ways we can bring down the cost of drugs, but you refuse to do that because you, as socialists, want to control everything that goes on in this culture.
But
and
don't
it's
you
very
see?
frustrating
But don't you see the
to
very,
sit here and hear you say that. Fix what we can fix.
But don't you see that the very idea of exclusivity, particularly beyond the patent period, is in itself, maybe that's the socialist thing. I mean, in other words, you're acting as if we have a market economy and a capitalist market with competition. We don't with these drugs. The government has given them a monopoly, you see, and so that's why we have to step in. That's why we have to step in. This is not a free market. These are not drugs that have competition. They've been given a patent by the government, and they've extended the exclusivity for years. Now, sure, maybe it'd be nice to correct that, but try to do that and get the votes for that. That's going to be a lot more difficult.
I know that Mr. Rice and both Ranking Member McMorris-Rodgers have both indicated they want to speak, so just briefly, I'll yield to you, Mr. Rice.
The reason we give them a patent is because we want them to develop the drugs. We want to give them an incentive to do it here. We want to be the center of innovation. And a lot of these countries that you talk about where other countries can negotiate, they don't have access to the drugs we do. They have access to a very half or a fourth or a very limited number of drugs because the pharmaceutical companies won't negotiate on some of the drugs or they cost too much. And when you tell them, when the government steps in with price controls like you're doing here, then what's going to happen is they're going to make decisions about what drugs they're going to develop and what they're not. And there will be drugs that will not be developed, and there will be people that suffer as a result of that. Those are just facts.
Thank you. I must just say to the committee, I am frightened. I'm frightened when I hear anyone say that we can't afford it. We can't afford to help someone save their life. Just think about it. We've all heard the stories of what hope this provides for someone, the research, the ALS. ALS was in front of our committee not too long ago. They are so hopeful as to what might be possible through the research that's underway right now. And to suggest that we can't afford it, but that is the approach that is being put in this bill. I want to put the QALYs back on the table. The quality adjusted life years. QALYs, another policy that's being imported from Europe. You know what that means? We're putting a cost on someone's life. Whether or not we can afford, whether or not we think that we can afford to give them health care, whether or not we think that we can afford to give them life-saving drugs. Quality adjusted life years. So if you're in Medicare, maybe not. If you're an individual with disabilities, maybe not. Maybe we can't afford it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not the way it has to be. This is not the way it has to be. This is not the way it should be in the United States of America, where we believe in life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all. This is a frightening path that we are going down with this policy. And I urge you to reject it. We can do better. Allow us the time. This committee, Energy and Commerce, we can do better. I yield back.
Thanks. And I'd like to thank all the witnesses for testifying, and I yield back. Thanks for the generosity with the time, Mr. Chairman.
No, thank you. No, and let me just say this, McMorris-Rodgers, what people are frightened of in this country is that they feel abandoned, that we have said to them that you have to assume the cost on your own. I go back to what I was saying about the families that I met with whose children are diabetics. They were nervous because their kids were going to be graduating off their health care when they were 26. And the cost of insulin is so high that they were wondering what is the future? What if their kids can't get a good job? What if the kids can't get good insurance? I mean, these parents were frightened on a drug that has been around forever and ever and ever. So what is frightening in this country is the fact that we all sit up here and talk about all these breakthrough drugs, which we all want to encourage and we want to see go on, but the people cannot afford them. The people are going bankrupt. The people are making choices. There are senior citizens who are taking half of their prescriptions to be able to put food on the table. So the issue here is how do you make these miracle drugs, these prescription drugs, things as basic as insulin, more affordable. And I think that's what people are losing sleep at night over. I mean, the families that I talk to, the senior citizens I talk to, the young people I talk to, it is the cost that they have to bear for these drugs. I yield to Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and thanks to all of our witnesses for attending and participating today. I rise in very strong favor of the Build Back Better program and the infrastructure plan that accompanies it. This entire package will be at the level of the New Deal or the Great Society in terms of uplifting the American people. And I understand that we have two completely contrasting public philosophies here on view for the American people to see. One believes that the government must be an instrument for the common good, the common man and the common woman, which is how we got Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act and all of the laws that bolster America's working and middle classes. And then there's a philosophy of, well, you invest in the richest people in the society and you let it filter down, maybe. Laissez-faire. Well, we say laissez isn't fair in a democratic society. So I want to ask some questions along this line. I want to come first to my friend, Ms. Fox, if I could. You indicated that we could learn from the Democrats' loss in Virginia yesterday, and perhaps you can learn from the Republicans' loss in New Jersey yesterday. But of course, it's hard to learn within 24 hours or 12 hours. What have you learned from the GOP's loss in the presidential election in 2020?
What did I learn from the GOP's loss in the 2020 election? Mr. Raskin, I haven't thought about that in a while. And so I don't know. That's not what I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with the here and now and the future. And that's what I'm trying
some people think that is the future. I think Donald Trump is one of them, right? He says he didn't lose, but you accepted, of course, that he lost the election, right?
I do.
Okay. All right, well, then we've got some time to sort all that stuff out. In the meantime, let's talk about some of the specifics that have come up today. I want to come back, Ms. Rogers, if I could, to the whole question of lowering prescription drug prices, which is so important to my constituents, and I hear about it all of the time. Now, one of the things that Mr. Thompson pointed out was that in the Medicaid program and in the VA program, the government has the authority to negotiate for lower prescription drug prices. It's only in the Medicare program that someone slipped a provision into a bill late one night in Washington, and we all have seen that happen, that prevents the government from negotiating. Do you think we should take the power to negotiate for lower prescription drug prices away from the Medicaid program and away from the VA program, which was the one that Mr. Thompson was celebrating because he's able to get his prescription drugs as a veteran at a much lower price than he would if he just went to the drugstore?
Well, I thank you. I thank you for the question. I believe our focus, our priority should be to make sure everyone, whether they're in the VA, whether they're in Medicaid, whether they're in Medicare, have access to the life-saving, life-changing drugs.
So you think it's working well to let the government negotiate for lower prescription drug prices for veterans, for example?
I think veterans, I do talk to too many veterans who, it is great for the drug that you have access for, that's on the list. If that's the drug you need, then it might be great. Yeah, you might be, yeah. But if it's not on that list and you're out of luck, I think we should actually do better. I think we could do better, and we should be willing to have that debate.
And I think that's the whole purpose of the legislation, to say, let's do better. Let's go from just the Medicaid and the VA program to everybody by having Medicare lead. And let me ask you this question.
But you're limiting access to some of the life-saving drugs. We heard, well, we just can't afford it. And so in that case, you're out.
Wait, I don't follow that. In other words, you think that their approach doesn't go far enough. You think it should apply to more drugs. Am I understanding you correctly? There should be negotiation for lower drug prices for more drugs. Because I agree with you on that. But this was a compromise, I thought, with people on your side who didn't want to do this at all.
This isn't a compromise with anyone on the Republican side. We have not.
I thought you don't. Let's get it straight. Do you think the government should be able to negotiate for lower prescription drug prices in the Medicare program?
I think that the plans that are made available today within the Medicare program allow the senior, allow the individual to make a decision. I think that competition within the plans is important within Medicare. I believe that allows the individual more choice.
I'll come back to you in 1 second. Let me come to Mr. Pallone, because we need some clarity about this, because there's a lot of confusion in the room. Will you explain how it differs for the Medicare program from the VA and Medicaid, and why you are attempting to say if they can negotiate for lower prescription drug prices in these programs, we should also be able to negotiate within the Medicare program.
Well, what Mr. Thompson said is absolutely right, which is that we're basically doing this, we're suggesting with this bill that we do the same thing with Medicare that we do with Medicaid or with the VA. I think that what Mrs. Rogers is saying, if I understand it, she's concerned that in any of these programs, be it Medicare, Medicaid, whatever, that certain drugs are not included at all, right? Not that they're, and the decision as to what drugs to include, like if you're in the VA or Medicare, what to be covered.
Are not included in terms of what?
Well, in other words, like, for example, she talked about the Alzheimer's drug, right?
Yeah.
There was a big debate over whether or not that should be accepted for the Medicare program. And that decision is not based primarily on price. That, it may be not even price at all. It's based on the efficacy of it.
I see, but that's a totally different question from what you're talking about.
Right. That's why I'm not trying to suggest that she's totally wrong, because I don't think that would be true. But the decision about what, in other words, she's suggesting that somebody in Medicare or on the VA may not be able to get a drug because it's not on the list. The decision about what to place on the list is a much more complex thing that has to do with the effectiveness of the drug and whether there's another drug that might be more effective. Price comes into play, but it's not primarily that. And that's one of the reasons I think that the Alzheimer's drug, there's a serious question whether that should be included, because this argument is it's not effective.
So Ms. Rogers raises a fair point, but it is a separate point. So
it's a separate
if we could hold your point for a second. And
I agree. I think it's a separate issue.
For the drugs that have been raised in the Build Back Better program, do you favor allowing the government to get the price lower by negotiating with the prescription drug companies the way the government's negotiating in Medicaid and the VA?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Should the government have the power to negotiate for lower prescription drug prices in Medicare the way it does in Medicaid and the VA program?
That is not the approach that I would like to see imported into Medicare. As I told you, I had a veteran. You talk about individuals, citizens in this country being abandoned. What about the veteran in Colville, Washington, who needs access, the veteran whose drug that he needs is not on that list?
Okay, well,
what about
let's say, but if we don't pass it, what are you doing for that guy?
I am working. We have bipartisan legislation in the Energy and Commerce Committee. It's HR 19.
Okay.
That is capping out-of-pocket costs for seniors. That is capping the cost on.
All right, but just talk about that guy for a second. So, but let's say we get his drug on the list. Should the government be able to negotiate the price for it so it's affordable for him?
Well, it's not, the entire approach is not the one that I think is best meeting the needs of our veterans, bottom line.
So in other words, okay, you would like to take away the VA's ability to negotiate for lower prescription drug prices, just let the drug companies dictate what the price is, which is the system we've got in Medicare now.
I want a competition in the marketplace. I want to see more. I want to see more innovation and technology. I want to have new breakthroughs. I want to see the biosimilars.
All right.
I want to see the.
I appreciate all those words, but when I hear those words, what I think of is negotiation. So, I mean, Mr. Pallone, let me just come back to you, and then I'm going to move on from here. I mean, wouldn't a market be one where the government can negotiate rather than one where the company just dictates the price to the government for everybody who's a Medicare beneficiary?
Well, certainly, and I think you're bringing up the fact that we can't mix apples and oranges here, right? In other words, in theory, let's use a drug like Humira, right? Humira, after 5 years of patent, should not have been exclusive anymore. But under the various regulatory problems, they kept getting more exclusivity. Now, at any time, if they didn't have that exclusivity, then a generic could come in and create competition. But the problem is that we've managed to through the regulatory process, whatever, to continue to give these drugs exclusivity for a longer period of time. The negotiation is simply trying to say, okay, we have a system. Some things are on the list, some are not. You can correct that separately if you want. You have a system where some things have exclusivity beyond the 5 years, some do not. But all I'm saying is, if you can interpose negotiation into that process, you can bring down the cost regardless of whether you change these other things.
I mean, the argument against it sounds to me like corporate socialism. The corporation gets to decide what the prices are for everybody and then charge everybody. And the government gets ripped off, the taxpayers get ripped off, and the patients end up overpaying for the drugs.
Exactly.
I much prefer a system like the one that Mr. Thompson described in the VA for veterans, and I understand why we've done it for veterans, but why can't we do it for everybody, which is let's make the drug prices lower by having the government negotiate. That sounds like a market system.
And that is very much a market system, and it's not a system that, it's something you can interpose on all these other things that we've talked about and not hurt anybody and benefit everybody, in my opinion.
All right. You were trying to get in, so
I
yeah.
have this summary of the proposal here, and this is certainly not my area of expertise, but it says the negotiated price cannot exceed the following: 75% of its 2021 non-federal average manufacturer price for small molecule drugs fewer than 12 years, 65% of the 2021 non-federal manufacturer price for blah, 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 40% of its 2021 non-federal average manufacturer. That doesn't sound like much of a negotiation to me. And in these other countries where they have negotiations, they don't have access to the drugs that we have here. And they don't have the innovation that we have.
All right, forgive me, because I'm just figuring it out. Yes, please, Ms. Rogers.
I just want to highlight that there is negotiation for drugs within Medicare Part D right now. It is done by the companies, right? And when Medicare Part
With whom?
With the plans, with what plans are made available for seniors within it. So there's a competition. And the CBO score for Medicare Part D, when we pass Medicare Part D, the prescription drug benefit for Medicare, it has actually come in much lower because it's a more effective negotiation that's taking place than what the government thought they would be able to negotiate.
Well,
what CBO thought was going to be.
All right, but I'd love to see more details on that. All I know is when I look at what people pay in the VA, it's much lower than what we're paying in Medicare. When I look at what we're paying in Medicaid, where there's negotiation, it's much lower than what we're paying in Medicare. We're getting ripped off. From the statistics I've seen, $35 or $40 billion a year by the corporations engaging in corporate socialism and dictating the prices to us without the government getting to negotiate for the people. I just don't get that. I don't see
Mr.
that.
Raskin, the reference that my gentleman from South Carolina made about the average manufacturing price, that is the same floor, whatever, that's used for the VA.
Okay.
And for Medicaid.
All right, but I wanted to get quickly to a couple other things. Now, Mr. Smith has accused me of fighting hard for my constituents, and to this charge, I plead guilty. I am a very strong supporter of not double taxing people on their state and local income taxes. And you know which radical president was the one who first championed this policy of not double taxing people on their state and local income taxes? The founder of the Republican Party, Abraham Lincoln, who in 1862, when they were instituting the income tax, said, of course we're not going to tax people on taxes they've already paid at the state and local level. That's a double tax, and our party shouldn't stand for that. Apparently, today's Republican Party wants to stand for double taxation against people. Mr. Smith points out, well, this disproportionately benefits those states like Massachusetts, that of the chairman, and Maryland, my own state, which tax heavier and invest more in state and local things. That's true. And in fact, your point got me looking online, comparing the rates of public investment in my state, Maryland, your state, Missouri, the chairman's state, Massachusetts. And indeed, we are in higher tax states. And you know what? We rank higher on almost any index you can imagine in terms of public education, in terms of higher education, in terms of graduation, in terms of health care, and in terms of health outcomes, in terms of life expectancy. But let's generalize, so I don't want to make it personal. I have friends in Missouri, and I love the people of Missouri. I've got nothing against people in Missouri. But if you look at life expectancy, 9 of the top 10 states in life expectancy are blue states with higher taxes. 1 is red. The states with the lowest infant mortality rates are blue states. The states with the highest household food security are blue states. The lowest are the red states. Divorce rates, high school graduation, you name it. So yes, my state does tax people more. We invest in education. We invest in public parks. We invest in health care. We invest in unemployment compensation, workers' compensation, you name it. Everything that... Highways and bridges, everything that you would call socialist, the things that are serving the people, we invest in that. And we don't think that we should be double taxed in Abraham Lincoln's terms because we invest and make life better for our people. And we have lower rates of divorce and lower rates of a lot of other social pathologies that might trouble you. So check that out. And I'd be very happy to have another discussion with you at another time. But you got me thinking about what life is like in red states and blue states according to the investment in public things. So I'm not going to apologize for the fact that I'm fighting for the people of my state. And 72, if you allow for the state and local tax deduction up to $72,000, that is revenue neutral. That is revenue neutral, and people should not be forced to pay double taxation, and I would have thought that that would be a principle that would be amenable to you. But let me close on the rhetoric of socialism, which continues to be kicked around the room. And I've got to make a point, which I hope doesn't sound too partisan, but I guess it's slightly partisan, that any time that we've had a major advance in terms of public programs to serve the American people, the party I belong to has championed it. The party that is railing about socialism today has called it socialism. They called Social Security socialism. They called Medicare socialism. They called Medicaid socialism. They called the Affordable Care Act socialism, and on and on. And now I see there are Republicans who say, don't invest in free preschool for all 3- and 4-year-old American children because it might hurt Medicare, a program they had denounced as socialist before. Don't support this socialist program of universal pre-K because it's going to hurt another program that we used to denounce as socialist. So what's a socialist program? It's a program that the GOP opposes today, but will be defending tomorrow against our next expansion of the quality of life for the American people. That's the way I see it. There's extraordinary stuff in here, Mr. Chairman. Lower insulin prices for our people. New health care coverage for 4 million uninsured Americans to bring them in, because if we've learned nothing else from COVID-19, it's got to be that everybody's health care is connected to everybody else's health care in the country. The new $2,000 out-of-pocket yearly limits for seniors on drug pricing. I don't understand how people can oppose that. We are the wealthiest society that has ever existed. At our wealthiest moment, we can invest in our people the way in the last administration they invested in tax breaks for the biggest corporations, and for the wealthiest people, we can invest in all the American people. And I yield back to you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm from a blue state, and I just got off the phone with my wife. I think she wants to divorce me, so I'm not sure. Those numbers may go up.
Let her sleep on it, Mr.
Chairman. Yeah. Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you very much. It's hard to follow, I guess, then. but I appreciate the opportunity, and I don't know who wants to answer it. Just want to confirm that right now we went what the Democrats were saying. It was at 1.75, and now we're at $2 trillion. Just yes or no to anybody. I just wanted to confirm that.
No, the cost of the programs stipulated are 1.75 trillion. The revenue generated under the bill, according to the White House estimate, is 2.15 trillion.
Okay, what I'm trying to get at is there was obviously a lot of stuff added from the last time we heard about this. And so I'm trying to figure out how the numbers on that. And can you help me with that? Because you added, I mean, the paid family leave, correct? And I don't know, the cost, since we don't have all the scores and all the information in front of us.
Well, for instance, on the salt tax deduction, under current law, the salt tax limitation of $10,000 a year expires, I believe, in 25. I think that's right. So the the provision in this bill increases the cap from 10,000 to 72,000, but for 10 years. So over from 25 to 31, it actually generates revenue because the cap deduction disappears, the cap limitation disappears from the 2017 tax bill. So you get that, you recapture that income over the next 5 years.
Okay, and I think Mr. Rice has something he wanted to add.
Yeah, a couple of points on that. One is that if it costs $1.7 billion, giving the SALT benefit costs almost $500 billion. So almost a third of this then goes to people earning in the top 10% of wage earners. And to respond to Mr. Raskin about how the blue states choose to invest in other things that maybe our states don't, well, that's fine. You can invest in whatever you want, but don't ask our state and our very poor, my poor rural people that live in Marion County, Porras County, South Carolina, please don't ask them to subsidize whatever your decisions are. Please don't ask them to subsidize wealthy people and their property taxes when they live in, they're barely getting by, and you're asking them to subsidize the folks that live in your state by giving them this. The federal government will give them a subsidy. They'll pay 1/3 of their property taxes and 1/3 of their state income taxes so that y'all can choose to invest in whatever you want to. That's fine with me, but don't ask our very poor people to subsidize that. And then finally, you point out, well, gosh, we have lower divorce rates and lower longer life expectancy. Well, I don't know.
I didn't say lower abortion rates, because that's not right.
Let me finish one thing. My home county where I live, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, is the fastest growing county in South Carolina and like the second fastest growing place in the country. And most of it is people coming from Maryland, Pennsylvania, Ohio, New York, New Jersey, who are trying to get away from the very things that you're talking about. So don't ask us to subsidize your investments. That's all I'm saying. And
you know what?
Don't tell me that you're for the little guy when 90% of this goes to the people earning the top 10%. $15 on average goes to the middle class, and what is the number? 25,000 or 28,000 goes to people in the top 10% of wage earners.
And thank you. I wanted to go back to Mr. Yarmouth, if I could, for just a minute.
The gentlewoman yield.
Where's it coming from?
On the issue of SALT, I'd just like to point out that when local governments invest in their constituents, such as Mr. Raskin was pointing out, this is money that's going to what Mr. Rice talks about as the little guy. And these are salaries that are paid to cops and the firefighters and the school teachers. And there is a distinct difference between the cost of living in a high-cost state versus a low-cost state. And I'm from a state that is a high-cost state, and my state is a donor state. Mr. Rice, you know this. We are a donor state, and we subsidize many other states, many of your constituents. So this money isn't going to the richest people. This money is going to preserve federalism, something that I thought the Republicans supported. This was an effort to make sure that the federal taxes don't crowd out the ability of state and local governments to raise the revenues they need to provide services for their citizens. And Mr. Raskin was spot on, quoting Abraham Lincoln, pointing this out. I yield back.
Oh, Mr. Yarmouth. I'm just kind of wondering, and I understand some of the programs, you're going to talk about some of the programs, and we're going to talk about SALT again, but I need to understand this, and I think we owe it to people. It was 1.75 the last time we were here.
Right.
And you added a whole bunch of stuff between now and then. And so what I'm hearing is it's accounting gimmicks that's keeping it at 1.75.
No, because not an accounting gimmick. The SALT tax deduction I explained. The The question of the paid family leave is one that we don't know. We originally had 12 days in the original proposal, and there was a cost estimate on that. They reduced it to 4, so we don't really know what that is. So presumably there would be an extra cost.
Okay, so.
We just don't know what it is.
And I guess that really concerns me.
I mean, that came last night.
And I hope that, that it concerns you too, that you are taking a bill to the floor that we don't know the full cost of, we don't know the details of, and that really concerns me, because I think it's irresponsible. And I think we owe more to the American public and the American people to understand what's in a bill. I'm very disappointed there was a discussion about the Senate having archaic rules. Well, whatever we think, the Senate, we know the Senate rules, so we need to deal with them. But we're just going to vote on something on the floor and send it over there and hope they don't mess it up too much. We are giving away we are just ignoring our responsibility to our constituents. And I was going to ask about the family leave. I was going to ask, is it a new plan? Or is it something that had committee hearings or anything like that? Or is this something we have some idea about and what requirements there are?
Well, we know that we're the only country in the industrialized world that doesn't have paid family leave, and we know that a great deal, a substantial number of employees do provide it. So the question is getting the number, and I agree with you. It is an uncertain number at this point, and we'll get the final cost as we get a score.
But and I appreciate all the stuff about we're the only country and all that, but I'm wondering what the program in the bill is that we are proposing to impose upon the country.
Well, I don't know if anybody from Ways and if
did
Mike
it have
Thompson
a hearing?
wants to-
Did the plan?
Yes, I'll speak to that.
This is the Ways and
We
Means
held-
issue.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
We held hearings on paid family leave in the Ways and Means Committee.
And I'm sorry,
As
Mr.
a matter of
Thompson,
fact-
on this proposal, did Republicans
Yes.
have the
Yeah, this
opportunity
is
to offer
just a
amendments?
This is just a reduced number of time. We had 40 hours of testimony, hearings, and markup on the Build Back Better Act. And then many of the provisions that we held our 40 hours of public hearing on have been heard before in similar venues. Some of these issues are not new issues, family leave included.
Well,
As I understand the mechanics, and I did have a discussion
Okay.
on this today, the mechanics are that the federal government will reimburse the employer for the cost of granting, and it's a percentage of the individual income. It's not 100% of the individual's salary. I think it's 65%, something like that. So the employer would be reimbursed by the government for providing the salary for the employee to take that time off.
Is then the employer responsible for the additional money? Is there any provisions in the law that says they have to pay that extra, what it would be, 35%? You said approximately 60.
Yeah, I don't know whether, I apologize, I don't know the detail on that.
Okay.
And I didn't write it, but whether it's the employee or the.
I mean, does the employee
or
just
the
take a
employer.
lower salary and that's that, or do the employee,
We'll get that information for you.
Oh, I would really
Yeah,
appreciate that,
sure.
because I'd be very interested in it. And I'm also kind of wondering why you never talk about maybe doing sliding scales. I know this covers, like, no matter what the income is, but if we're really trying to help, less individuals who don't make as much money, why don't we, our money would go further if we, when we provide it to everybody, we can't spend as much if we would tamp that down.
I suspect, although I can't say for absolute certainty, but we all know this, that there is a limitation on the salary.
I think Mr.
So
Smith
if somebody got made $10 million a year, you wouldn't compensate 65% of 10 million.
Well, if the law says you can, but Mr. Smith,
right.
you wanted to add that?
Yeah, absolutely. Under the language that we have reviewed in the hour and a half before this hearing, you have no income limitation. You can make $1 billion and still qualify for the maximum $3,500 payment. So that might be something that you might want to look at to improve your bill. But that's what happens when something's thrown very quickly. Representative.
Yep. And thank you. And that's why I'm trying to figure
It's
out.
it's a benefit available
is a
to everyone,
limitation.
just like Social Security is available to everyone. So if you make $1 million and you qualify for Social Security, you get that benefit. It's important to note, though, that the maximum benefit is $800 a week.
Well, that would have been helpful as in the discussion to understand. I mean,
And
that's why I'm asking about the details of this, so that I can better understand how it, but, and I think Mr. Smith had a very good point, that this is the problem, that we don't have the whole picture of what's going on with this program or a lot of the bill. We don't understand. I do have one direct question, Mr. Thompson, and I asked it of Mr. Neal. Is the IRS surveillance program in this bill?
You're talking about the reporting provisions that were referenced earlier in the hearing?
That allows, and you know what, maybe I missed it, but the provisions that allow the IRS to
I already mentioned.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I responded to that earlier. No, there's no reporting information in this bill.
So the $600 or $10,000, whichever you're at, is
there's
not
nothing
in this
at all.
bill.
Not 600, not 10,000, not $1 million, nothing.
Well, we're getting mixed reports about that, and I think Mr. Smith wants to answer, or Mr. Smith.
Yeah, you know, one of the what I believe is the fake pay-fors that's included in here is what they refer to as the tax gap that would bring in almost $400 billion throughout this, but it's not crystal clear of how they get that $400 billion, but they continue want to have over 80,000 new IRS agents. And I don't think the 80,000 new IRS agents are going to sit around and just twiddle their thumbs. They're going to try to find money from someone.
Okay. Well,
I think that's important to note that what Mr. Smith just said is different than what the gentlewoman asked. There has been for a number of years now a large effort to underfund the IRS to the point where they can't do the work that they have to do. And there is, in fact, a tax gap. There are people who aren't paying their taxes, and the IRS doesn't have the ability to collect those. So that is correct. That's the amount of money, however, is not in the score. And I think it's also important to note that in regard to the paid family leave, there's no mandate. There's no employer mandate. So if you're an employer, you're not mandated by this bill to provide paid family leave. It provides an option. And if you take that option and you provide that leave to your employees, you're entitled to a reimbursement for those benefits.
And Mr. Thompson, maybe you could have just explained that. So an employer does not have to participate or does not have to pay the 35 or whatever percentage of it is?
It's voluntary. If you're an employer, you have this program at your access. So you can provide paid family leave to your employees. And if you do, there's a reimbursement provision.
Okay. So, and I'm gonna, just so I can confirm, not every employer has to participate. Okay. And so now if they do choose to, are they required to do the 35% or whatever percentage it was? The unpaid, the portion that is not paid for by the government?
You couldn't reimburse your employees for less than what you reimburse. So there's a formula whereby you pay 2/3 of the average worker's salary. And so you can't pay only 1/3 and get the reimbursement that this bill provides.
And no, I understand that. What I'm asking is that portion that is not paid by the government. So here's their 100% of their pay, their salary.
2/3 the average worker's salary.
I'm sorry, say that again.
2/3 the average worker's salary.
Okay, but then are the employers required to do the extra 1/3 under this program?
No.
No? Okay. I'm just trying to understand better so that I get a full picture of what's going on with it.
No, the provision is, you know, they provide the funds, and they can do whatever they want. They could pay twice the amount, I guess, but they're only reimbursed by the amount in the bill.
So, and just to reiterate, it is voluntary. Employers do not have to participate. So, but I just want to, and thank you, Mr. Thompson, but just want to finish up by saying this is the reason that we need to be able to better understand this bill. And I understand that there's a push to get this through and get it done with and get it over to the Senate so they can do all their work on it and send it back to us. But I'm just very frustrated because I want to know what's in the bill and I want to understand it so that I can explain it to my constituents.
Would the gentlelady yield for just 1 second?
Only to you, Mr. Perlmutter.
And I'll yield back. But Mr. Rice said some things that sort of triggered something for me. He said he didn't want South Carolinians paying extra for Maryland or Massachusetts or somebody that had the salt tax. Colorado, we don't have the salt tax. But we pay into the federal government. So we get about 90 cents back for every buck we put in. And I'd like to get more than that. But what I wanted to say to the gentleman from South Carolina is you guys do a lot better than that. You know, I'm helping pay for South Carolinians. According to the Greenville News in October of 14, you got $7.87 back for every dollar in federal tax. And as recently as March 17th of 2021, it was $4.51 for every dollar paid in. So I admire the South Carolina delegation. You guys are doing great for your state, okay? But just to kind of, we're all in this together. And there may be instances where South Carolina is helping Maryland. And there are instances where Colorado is helping Massachusetts. That's what this is all about. And this particular bill, this legislation lifts up everybody. Everybody. And that's what America is about. And I'd yield back to the lady. I just had to, you made me think about that.
And I believe Mr. Smith had something he'd like to add to.
Thank you, Representative. I just want to make one point. I've heard a lot of discussion over and over about our state's a donor state, your state's not a donor state. Well, the fact is, after the Biden bailout bill that passed this year, the first reconciliation bill, there are 0 donor states in Congress. 0 this year because of all the money that was spent in the Biden bailout bill. So when you say you're a donor state this year, you're not. No one, not one of the 50 states is a donor state. And if you would like that from the Budget Committee, I'd be happy to provide that.
Well, and I will just wrap up by expressing my disappointment that we have to put this, I mean, I genuinely want to understand what's in a bill before I vote, and unfortunately that has not been something that we have been afforded the opportunity to do to really understand. And
Would the gentlelady,
you know what? Yes, I will yield to Dr. Burgess.
Oh, no, sorry.
I know.
it's your own fault.
It is your fault.
It just, really, for anyone, the new benefits that we're talking about, the child tax credit, paid family leave, the increased subsidy in the Affordable Care Act, is there any requirement for citizenship for any of those benefits? Does anyone know? Anyone waiting to hear? This is only for Americans.
I will just say that it takes out the requirement of the Social Security number within this legislation. So you don't have to have a Social Security number to qualify for the child tax credit.
So self-attestation could make you eligible for any of these benefits. Is that correct? You're a citizen, I'm a citizen, everyone's a citizen? It's unacceptable. I yield back.
Thank you. And I will just say I wish we had the opportunity to take a look at this and really understand it. And I'm sorry that it is being rammed through without the numbers we need and the information we need and deserve and the American people deserve to hear. With that, Mr. Chair, I will yield back.
And I have a feeling that no matter how many days or weeks or months that my friends had a chance to review this bill, they still wouldn't be with us in supporting the bill no matter what, because at the end of the day, I think we just have a different set of values and an obligation of what we need to do.
Mr. Chair.
To help, yeah.
Mr. Chair, you've said that we all have you've said that a couple of times about the values.
Yeah.
And I think that it's unfair to diminish other people's values, because I feel like that's what you're doing.
I just said we have a different set of values.
Okay, well, everybody, I think that we all hold them. We are all trying to do what we think is best for the people of America and for our constituents.
Yeah, I mean, people, I'm not diminishing anybody's right to believe whatever they want to believe, but I do think that we don't share the same values. Ms. Scanlon.
Yeah. Mr. Pallone, if I can just clarify a couple things. So I have a constituent, he's a senior who sings in our church choir, and he stopped me a couple times because he pays thousands of dollars a year for insulin. So is this bill going to help my bill with his insulin costs?
I mean, absolutely. There's a specific provision that limits cost sharing for insulin products under Medicare Part D to be no higher than $35. Now, insulin, of course, is a generic. It doesn't have exclusivity. Right. But the price keeps going up anyway. But it would be limited to $35.
That would be a huge, huge benefit for Bill and so many other diabetics in my district. We also heard concern about the need to develop drugs to treat Alzheimer's. And that's a huge issue across the country with our aging population, and Pennsylvania's population is older than many. But we also know that there's a really strong link between hearing loss and Alzheimer's. Would this bill do anything for people with hearing loss?
Oh, yeah. Basically, it provides a benefit for hearing, which includes both hearing aids as well as, being able to go to the audiologist, I guess they call them. And I can actually read you the specific section, if you want, that talks about that, just to be exact. It basically says that it would add a new comprehensive hearing benefit to Medicare Part B, including coverage of hearing aids for individuals with moderately severe, or profound hearing loss. It also expands the services audiologists may provide under Medicare to include treatment services and allows for hearing aid professionals to provide hearing assessment services. So right now, there is no hearing aid benefit unless you have Medicare Advantage. And so you would be able to go to the audiologist, and you would also get the hearing aid.
So it's going to help with quality of life in addition to having some benefits for folks who may be at risk for Alzheimer's.
Right. That's a major achievement, in my opinion, to add hearing aids and hearing assessment to Medicare.
Okay. So then in addition to helping seniors with insulin costs, with hearing aid issues, folks in the middle, like moms, there's a number of provisions in here that are going to help reduce the U.S.'s absolutely atrocious maternal mortality rate, right?
Absolutely. And that's, that's been something that we've been trying to do in the committee for years. There's a number of provisions that deal with that. And I know I don't want to prolong things because I know we're at the end here, but, one of the things that bothers me is that when we talk about CBO, they never score prevention, right? So like you say, well, hearing aids and improving your hearing is going to reduce the incidence of Alzheimer's, right? But we won't get a score for that.
Of course not.
You understand. We never get a score for anything preventative, and it drives me crazy that that's the case.
Okay. Well, so then for these new moms, first of all, the health benefits that reduce maternal mortality will save costs, but then the provisions where we would now have 4 weeks of family care leave would assist new moms as well. Chairman Scott, I feel like we've ignored you for even younger, perhaps, than the new moms. Pennsylvania has one of the worst student debt load issues in the country. More people have student debt, and they have higher levels of student debt than most states. What's in the bill that's going to help our student borrowers afford college?
The major portion of it is the increase in the Pell Grant, which means that the cost of going to college will be less, and therefore you'll have to borrow less.
Okay.
And that's a direct benefit. Dealing with student loans is something that's still on the table insofar as most students right now have a respite from making any payments at all. It gave us a little more time to deal with that problem. But there are a lot of programs that the Department of Education is working on to help people with their student debt. And we hope to have a package as people are restoring their, making their payments anew in January.
Great. So the Build Back Better Act is going to help students get the education they need to get good jobs. It's going to help families address the need for maternity leave and maternal health. And it's going to help our seniors afford their drugs and have a better quality of life. Mr. Chairman, I'm sold and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ross. I don't see anything. I'll go to...
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm just sorry. I'll be very brief because I know that's valued in the committee. I have two questions for Mr. Pallone. The first question, last week we talked a little bit about how helping seniors with home care could make sure that we kept family wealth and family homes in our communities, and that would help the next generation. Have you thought any more about that and how we can make sure that the American people know that as we're helping our seniors, we're also helping preserve family wealth?
Well, I mean, basically, as I had previously mentioned, there's $150 billion for home and community-based services. And that's huge. I mean, that's something that really hasn't got a lot of attention. Unfortunately, I think we need to get the word out. And that's basically twofold. It's designed to make that money will make it easier for more people to get the services, to pay for the services, right? But at the same time, it'll make it so that we can pay more to the providers, the home health care people that work. Because right now, part of the problem with the program is that there aren't enough people that are working in the system to actually expand the services. So it's designed to do both, if that answers your question.
It answers my question, but I'll just make the point that if we don't have people who have to sell their family home in order to get Medicaid, in order to go to nursing homes,
oh, absolutely,
that not only will families
sure
be better served because they'll have more assistance, but those families will have that asset for the future. And if you look particularly at the Federal Reserve of St. Louis, they talk about how having that family asset is a game changer, not only for the middle class, but for the lower middle class. And that we will not only be helping families with their everyday issues, we will be helping them preserve an asset for future generations.
There's no question, and you know, this is what I was saying to Congresswoman Scanlon. We don't get any, I know maybe talking about CBO, we're not really talking about that, but having people have access to home and community-based care saves tremendous amount of money to the individual personally as well as to the government because they don't become institutionalized. And with this terrible spend-down system, which I would abolish if I had the votes, you know, they lose their assets. They lose a significant portion of their assets. So, you know, this is a win-win situation for everyone because you hire more people to do the home health care services. The services are expanded. The individual doesn't go to the nursing home or to the hospital. The government saves money. But unfortunately, we don't get, you know, we don't get any savings at CBO for any of those preventative things. But the whole effort of the government, in my opinion, should be to keep people at home and prevent their institutionalization, both for monetary reasons as well as for your self-esteem and, you know, being able to function. No question. I'm so glad you brought this up.
So my final question is about climate change because all we've heard has been that anything that we do to invest in making things more carbon neutral helps the rich. So could you tell us how investing in the provisions in this bill will help the planet and future generations?
Well, you know, look, I view, and I'm sure you do as well, I view healthcare, safety, healthcare, environmental issues as helping everyone, right? I mean, look, I don't like to use the catastrophic, like some kind of Hollywood movie where we're all going to die and the earth is going to blow up. But I mean, the bottom line is that we know that with increased greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, all kinds of terrible things can happen, tornadoes, hurricanes, my district's along the shore. All of that affects everyone, right? And so to suggest that by trying to reduce the emissions in the atmosphere, that somehow there's more of a benefit to wealthy people than to poor people when we all have to breathe the same air and face these same, conditions that harm us, I think is a little crazy, frankly. I mean, okay, maybe electric vehicles are more used right now by people that have a higher income because they're more expensive. But if you encourage them, as, what was the Henry Ford thing? Not Henry Ford. Who was the guy that invented the Model T? Was Henry Ford?
Yes.
As he started, all right, as you start to produce more of the Model Ts, the price went down and more middle-class people were able to afford them. So it's the same principle. You start... Well, I don't know. Now you're getting a... So, I mean, the bottom line is that if more people use electric vehicles and they sell more, the price is going to come down. So maybe right now you have to have a little more money to buy one, but eventually that wouldn't be the case. And at the same time, you're reducing emissions, which affects us all.
Well, thank you, and I yield.
Would the gentleman yield?
It's Ms.
I'd just like to mention two things, or three things, actually. First, Mr. Pallone, none of us are getting out of here alive, so we are all going to die. But I think it's important to note that in the electrical vehicle component, there's a provision for used vehicles. So that will provide for lower cost access to electric vehicles. And in regard to if we invest in resilience and we invest in climate change, that somehow it's going to only help rich people is poppycock. I represent a district that we've been devastated by fires. And the climate change has exacerbated these fires. I've lost, sadly, people have died in these fires in my district and other districts across the Northwest. I've lost thousands of homes have burned to the ground over the course of the last couple of years in my district. Businesses have been burned. Agriculture has been devastated. Right now, we've got, and it probably changes day to day, but we've got about a third of our country on fire, a third of our country underwater, and a third of our country in an extreme drought. We've got climate problems, and fixing that doesn't help rich people. It helps everybody. And this is a life or death situation. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman yields back. Mr. Neguse, you can take us home. The last questioner for panel one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be brief. I've listened to most of the debate tonight. I found much of it to be thoughtful. Discussions around CPO scoring, different decisions with respect to revenue, and I appreciate the testimony of all of the witnesses. There is one exception, and that is Medicare negotiation on prescription drugs. For the life of me, I just don't understand why this provision has generated the level of opposition, shall we say, from my friends on the other side of the aisle. I'm going to read an article briefly that I think is informative and instructive on this point. This is a Politico article. I have it here on my screen from January 25th of 2016. The headline, Trump backs Medicare negotiating drug prices. I will quote from the article, quote, Donald Trump said tonight that he could save Medicare billions of dollars by allowing it to negotiate drug prices directly with pharmaceutical companies. embracing a position Democrats have championed and Republicans have opposed for years. The AP quotes Trump as telling a crowd in Farmington, New Hampshire, that Medicare, a huge buyer of prescription drugs, could save $300 billion a year if it negotiated discounts. Quote, "We don't do it," Trump said. Quote, "Why? Because of the drug companies," end quote. Now, I understand that former President Trump later changed his position, but I think his instinct on this particular point was right. House Democrats agree that negotiation in Medicare is a good idea. Senate Democrats believe it's a good idea. President Biden believes it's a good idea. Former President Trump, at least the 2016 version of him, believed it was a good idea. I understand why pharma disagrees with it. I do not understand why my colleagues on the other side have taken the same position as pharma. And I would hope, I think this is what Representative Raskin, my colleague, was sort of getting at, is let's have, intellectually honest and rigorous debate about the provision of this law. There is no question it is going to save seniors money as they purchase their prescription drugs. So to the extent the chairman or the ranking member care to respond, of ENC, I'm happy to lend yield to them.
I'll just say this. I'm not sure that...
I think he said ranking member.
Oh, I thought he said chairman.
Oh, okay.
I said chair and ranking member.
I'll be brief. I'm not sure that President Trump ever really changed his mind. I think that from the day he became president to the end, he was still arguing for negotiated prices. I don't know that he ever said he didn't want to do it. So
fair enough. Yeah. Well, in that case, I hope my colleagues join the club and let's get this thing across the finish line.
Exactly. Just go ahead. Is your mic on?
To the gentleman, I guess the question is, do you want to stick with President Trump or maybe the ranking member on energy and commerce here, right? Let's work together on this. We are committed to reducing the cost of prescription drugs, but negotiation, whether it's VA, whether it's Medicaid, whether it's within Medicaid, when you're talking negotiation, you're talking about limiting access. That is bottom line. What is concerning to me is that you're limiting access to life-saving, life-changing drugs, prescription drugs, and at the very time that we are on the verge of some amazing breakthroughs. This is not the time. We don't want to be importing this policy solution from Europe that has resulted in limited access. They have half access to the prescription drugs that we have in the United States of America. I yield.
Well, I have great respect, as the gentlelady knows, from Washington, for her and partnering with her on a range of policy choice. I would just simply say, with respect to this particular measure, President Trump disagrees with you, President Biden disagrees with you, House and Senate Democrats disagree with you, and I'm going to have to throw my lot in with those who agree with most empirical evidence that suggests that this provision is going to save a whole lot of seniors a whole lot of money. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, and I want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a statement of administration policy in support of H.R. 5376 without objection. No other questions. You are all free to go. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah. Wait, what are you doing next week? I want to call up our next panel. Representative Titus, Representative Rouser, Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, Chairman Scott of Georgia, Ranking Member Thompson of Pennsylvania, Chairman Grijalva, and Ranking Member Westerman. Okay. We'll take a look. Yeah, that was, yeah. Yeah, so.
We cut it down by a half hour.
I think more like 25 minutes.
Pretty good considering you added like 400 pages.
All right, is Representative Titus? Oh, yeah, okay, you go first. You go first. All right. Ms. Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm here to add my voice of support for H.R. 5376, the Build Back Better Act. Appreciate you holding this late night hearing and moving this forward so we can get it to the President's desk for the benefit of the American people. As a senior member and chair of a subcommittee on transportation and infrastructure, I'm here instead of Chairman DeFazio, so hey. And I want you to know that I've fought for investments in the infrastructure that are in this bill to support some improvements on our transportation and water infrastructure in ways that will bring cleaner and better outcomes for all our constituents. From tackling climate change and addressing racial and environmental injustices of the past to ensuring our infrastructure can stand up to stronger and more frequent extreme weather events, the stakes are enormous and the opportunity to address them is now. This is our moment and we can make a real difference. The nearly $40 billion that the T&I committee provides in this bill will do a number of things. First, it'll support climate investments by reducing carbon emissions from surface transportation, aviation, ports, and public buildings. It will ensure critical transportation connections to affordable housing and reconnect bisected neighborhoods. It will robustly fund high-speed rail. It will support ports as they struggle with the supply chain crisis, and it will ensure climate resilience and affordable investments in our wastewater treatments. I've been listening to the hearing up to now, and just to put some people's minds at rest, I'll tell you a little bit about the process. We spent 15.5 hours of markup of this Build Back Better. We had 57 amendments considered. Of those, 55 were Republican amendments. 6 amendments were adopted, including secondary amendments. 4 of those were offered by Republicans, and we had 30 roll call votes. So you can't say we didn't give this great consideration. I'll note that the T&I provisions that you're hearing today are basically the same as you heard a week or so ago from Chairman DeFazio. There's just one exception. This bill adds a provision for $33 million for the Southwest Border Regional Commission, SBRC. This was created to address economic development in our southern border communities and regions of Arizona, California, New Mexico, and Texas. SBRC is one of 7 authorized federal regional commissions and authorities. It was chartered by the Congress in a bipartisan way back in 2008. It's a federal-state partnership, and it's designed to spur economic development in these underserved regions. Funding the SBRC will provide grants for broadband, infrastructure projects, workforce development, small business, and other necessary community development projects. It will assist border communities create prosperity so that they are self-sustaining, repopulating, and economically thriving. I would just point out, for an example of where this will work and how it will work, is it will serve the Texas counties that are included in this have an average annual income of $15,500. So you can see it's a much needed part of the country. The other provisions that are included, I will just highlight because you heard those at length previously. I would point out that if you look at these provisions, they're very clear-cut, they're very specific. They address existing programs, competitive grants, loans, and agencies that are already set up, already administering these, and are ready just to add this plus up. Included is $5 billion for projects to reduce carbon pollution in the service transportation sector and incentivize the use of low-carbon construction materials. This will address the largest source of our greenhouse gas emissions. Second, there's $10 billion to fund public transportation options to access affordable housing. This is badly needed because of the mobility needs of those underserved communities. $4 billion to reconnect communities that were bisected by highways. This will support neighborhood equity, safety, and affordable transportation access. You've all seen the community that was split by a highway or a railroad. One side prospers, one side doesn't. They can't get across to each other. There's $10 billion for high-speed rail corridors that will connect communities, reduce carbon emissions, and relieve congested highways. We have high-speed rail to some extent in this country. This will help to grow that industry, and I'd certainly like to see that in the Southwest. There are $5 billion for Economic Development Administration to provide resources for economic growth clusters, persistently distressed communities, and energy and industrial transition communities, where their sources of income no longer exist and the workforce needs to retrain. There's $650 million for climate resistance Coast Guard infrastructure and $600 million so that we can address supply chain resilience. There's $300 million to invest in low-emission aviation. This is a cutting edge of our aviation industry. This will help with the development of new technologies and sustainable aviation fuel and infrastructure. There's $150 million to provide resources to state and local governments to help implement the most recent consensus building codes, housing codes, building codes, so that we are incorporating hazard resistance designs. We can't build back to the status quo after some disaster occurs. We need to be more resilient, build back better. The investments in this bill, paired with the investments in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, mark a serious response to the threat of climate change, workforce development, and improving our infrastructure for distressed communities. It's not perfect and we're not done, but I think it's an important first step. It addresses our existential crisis and it moves the U.S. forward. We've taken very important steps in this bill and in these provisions from the Transportation Infrastructure Committee, and I urge your passage and thank you for your attention.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Representative Rouser, is recognized. Oh, sorry, over here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Cole, and members of the committee. This reconciliation bill, and in fact, this whole process, continues to be one of the most partisan, one-sided, and chaotic measures that we've seen this Congress. And that's saying something, given how partisan this Congress has been. This massive spending proposal comes at absolutely the worst time, given the major increase in inflation and the worsening supply chain crisis. Yesterday's election in various states and cities across the country shows that Americans are clearly tired of it. Last week, Ranking Member Sam Graves came before this committee right before the majority again pulled the plug on this bill. Given we are right back here today, the majority is very clearly telling the American people Democrats don't care what they think. I won't repeat everything Ranking Member Graves said a week ago, but I do associate myself with his remarks. In light of that, I'll keep this brief, and I'll simply make a few points. This morning, Transportation and Infrastructure Committee Republicans met with supply chain stakeholders to hear more about the challenges they are facing, which are many. After hearing from those groups, what's clear is the policies of the Democrat majority in this Congress and the Biden administration have only continued to make things worse. Through vaccine mandates, government benefits that discourage work, and their tax and spend and regulatory agenda. It's no wonder we're facing the biggest surge in inflation in 13 years. This measure before us will only make every problem we have that much worse. Again today, the latest, but probably not the last, iteration of the Speaker's reckless socialist wish list is before us, and it still includes some of the most egregious items opposed by committee Republicans, including $10 billion for high-speed rail and nearly $10 billion for transit, which has already received, I might add, $70 billion since the beginning of COVID. As Ranking Member Graves said last week, when will the majority say enough is enough? Will they ever? Even after last night's rejection of their radical agenda at the polls, start working in a bipartisan manner to achieve items for the nation? I'm afraid we all know that answer. So I strongly urge opposition to this measure, and I call on my colleagues to focus on our absolutely critical needs, such as the ongoing supply chain crisis. If the Democrat majority stays on this path, the economy will suffer, inflation will be raging, and the standard of living for every American will decline. That's the unfortunate truth. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the chairwoman of the Financial Services Committee, Ms. Waters.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perlmutter. And I would like to commend you for the time and effort that you're putting forth here on the Rules Committee and the long hours that you are engaged with. And appreciating that, I will try to make my presentation as brief as possible. And so let me start with a little bit of a backdrop about why the efforts that I put forth on housing are so important. There are more than 580,000 individuals who are homeless, more than 20 million people paying more than they can afford on rent, a national shortage of 7 million homes that are affordable and available to low-income people. It's a shortage of 7 million. 1 out of 4 people who are eligible for a housing voucher cannot receive one. Black home ownership is at the lowest level since the Fair Housing Act made housing discrimination illegal in 1968. This bill creates, preserves, or retrofits over 1 million homes. 260,000 households will receive a voucher under this bill. And so I thank you and the members of this committee for my ability to be here this evening to make this presentation. And I'm very pleased to testify before you again to update the committee on some revisions made to the provisions to the Build Back Better Act of 2021 that are under the jurisdiction of the Financial Services Committee. As I stated in my testimony last week, I'm proud of the more than $150 billion in affordable housing investments that we have secured in this bill, despite painful cuts that were made. Housing is the foundation of every household's well-being, and it is a critical component of our nation's economy. So these investments will go a long way to help families and our economy thrive. I will focus my testimony today on the changes that have been made in the substitute amendment. CBO's scoring of our provisions has enabled the committee to make $1.2 billion in additional investments. Specifically, the substitute amendment provides $500 million in additional funding for the Housing Investment Fund, administered by the Treasury Department's Community Development Financial Institution Fund, for a total of $750 million. This funding will leverage private capital and build the nonprofit CDFI and developer sector to create and preserve thousands of rental units affordable to low and moderate income households. $100 million in additional funding targeted to the revitalization of distressed HUD-assisted multifamily properties for a total of $1.6 billion. This funding will improve the poor living and safety conditions that some residents living in project-based rental housing currently face. $250 million for the Affordable Housing Program administered by the Federal Home Loan Banks will support affordable rental and owner-occupied housing projects, as well as home ownership assistance activities for low and moderate income households. $100 million in additional funding to the Fair Housing Assistance Program, which assists states and local agencies in enforcing fair housing regulations under the Fair Housing Act, and $100 million to establish a new program for community-led capacity building, which will expand the capacity of nonprofits that serve low-income communities and communities of color to engage in community development and affordable housing activities. These additional investments are targeted for programs where little will go a long way to making a difference in the lives of our constituents. I'm very pleased that we have been able to make these changes to the bill via this substitute amendment, and I look forward to seeing these investments improve each of our districts in the coming years. And I thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina, the ranking member of Financial Services, Mr. McHenry, is recognized.
Well, it's an honor to be with you, and sorry I cannot be physically in person, though I did enjoy the 5 hours we spent together last week discussing the same items. So, you know, I would just refer you back in many respects to what I outlined last week. And I raised this question, which is, why are we here today? What we see with this piece of legislation from committee Republicans' view is that we have an ill-fitting legislative proposal that doesn't meet the needs of the people. We are filling up programs without any reforms. We are spending a massive amount of money that will be directed largely to two states, New York and California. So, and then on top of that, you have the issue of rising prices in America. And what I would say is this bill will make things worse, not better. I would commend to you once again the San Francisco Federal Reserve's findings on the economic impact of the Democrats' American Rescue Plan from back in February. This plan will also match that plan in adding to and exacerbating the rising prices that Americans are experiencing across the board, and in particular in housing. And so these monies will actually make things worse rather than better. The San Francisco Fed said, in simple translation, economists are predicting higher inflation through 2022 because of Democrat policies. So Democrats have already impacted core inflation. This bill will make it worse. Now they're throwing more fuel on the fire with this piece of legislation. So let's be honest, this isn't a plan, it's a heist. The Democrat-run Washington tax and spend policies will only make rising prices worse. This gets me back to my first question. Why are we here today? We're not here to address our growing supply chain issues, no. We're not here to figure out a way to get more Americans back to work and back to work safely. We're not even here to discuss how to help families still suffering from the economic impacts of COVID-19 pandemics and rising prices. No, we're here strictly as pawns in the Democrats' game to push through their far left agenda before President Biden returns to town. Look, 2 weeks ago, Chairwoman Waters held a hearing on financial services about the Democrats' portion of the reconciliation bill, the Democrats' agenda on the reconciliation bill. This was something. It was something special. To be clear, this was a hearing only to lobby Democrats controlling the White House, the Senate, and the White House because they were cutting provisions that she wanted not to be cut. And it was an interesting thing because it was really Democrats fighting Democrats, which is what we're seeing right now. And frankly, I raised, why are we here today? It's not really to answer the problems and challenges of the American people. It's not. That's not what this policy is about. This policy is to show that the Democrats can produce a piece of legislation. That's where we are at this stage of the game. And, you know, the original ask from Chairwoman Waters was $600 billion for housing. And then the committee met to produce the actual legislative package, and it produced $325 billion for housing broadly. And this is government housing. This is not private sector housing where these monies are going, or the ability to purchase houses. Is largely going to government-run housing. So it went from $600 billion to $325 billion. And then now the chair had a press conference because she saw it was getting cut. And then the money was cut to $200 billion. Now we're at $156 billion. And that's where it stands. We don't know why. There's been no legislative hearing, no discussion of why those changes were made or why there was a fix on this portion of this big bill. But let me go back to this. These monies, $156 billion from the financial services targeted housing, the largest portions of those monies will go to two states, California and New York. It's a tug of war about tax dollars for the two states with the biggest leaders in Congress, not about meeting the housing needs for the rest of us in America. And if you think of housing funds in this bill, you can think of them as direct earmarks for Senator Schumer and Speaker Pelosi of both California and New York. And so let me go back to this what I said, and then I'll close. This isn't about the contents of this legislation at this point. It's about trying to show that Democrats can produce a piece of legislation. It's not about the tax policy, because frankly, they figured out a way to exacerbate housing even more through their tax policy, or housing prices even more because of tax policy. This is about being able to produce a bill, no matter what the bill looks like or whether or not it's good or bad, whether or not it leaves us just further in debt without actually solving any major policy issues for our nation or making us more competitive. This bill, as I said last week, is a desiccated husk of legislation. We should reject it. We should stop niffle-naffling about. We should get back to the work of the American people and work on things that can bring us together rather than these things that divide us, that actually don't meet the desires and needs of my constituents or the American people. So let's get back to work. Let's go do things that are important writ large for the American economy and our competitiveness globally. Let's do the things that actually bring down the cost of housing rather than drive up the cost of housing, which is what the housing portion of this bill will do. So let's reject this. And with that, happy to answer any questions about this legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair will now recognize Mr. Scott from Georgia, chairman of the Agriculture Committee.
Thank you very much. First, I want to thank Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, Mr. Perlmutter, and all of the members of this very distinguished, powerful, and important committee for this opportunity to come before you today to speak on the House Agriculture Committee's provisions in the very good Build Back Better Act. These provisions that we have submitted from our House Agriculture Committee are historic opportunities to focus federal investments in urgent areas, needed areas, climate change, mitigation, developing the full potential and opportunities of our wonderful rural communities, rural broadband. We also have appropriations in here for our much-needed forest help. We have fires ravaging the western part of our country, and we have money in here to address that and help to save our forests and to make sure our forestry systems are healthy. Conservation, debt relief, and agricultural research and education so that we will have for generations to come ample talent to continue to promote and grow the greatest agriculture system the world has ever known. So we also have programs that are targeting our farmers, our ranchers, and our private forest land owners. We want them to carry out climate-smart conservation practices. All of our Farm Bill conservation programs are oversubscribed and have backlogs. Producers who want to help sequester carbon or reduce greenhouse gas emissions will be able now, through this Build Better Act, to carry out these practices with the funding that is provided in this bill. The devastation that many of our colleagues from the West, as I mentioned a moment ago, have witnessed their districts over the last several years. Heartbreaking wildfires, firing for months at a time, unable to be put out, fires after firefighters. And so the investments that we have are going to address these. This funding for forestry programs will work to reduce the hazardous fuel load on our national forest system lands and provide funds for the resilience so that we can prevent the fires from reoccurring again. This investment that the Agriculture Committee has put in for our forestry programs also looks to ensure that our private forest land owners themselves are able to take the necessary steps to address climate change and to bolster forest communities with and even urban tree canopies. We are putting money towards programs and funding lines that both Republicans and Democrats have supported in farm bills since many of us have been here and in appropriations. We must not stop now. Agriculture is crying out for this Congress to address these pressing issues, and we must do it. And the only way we can do it at this particular time with the sense of urgency is to hurry up and put this in the Build Back Better legislation. Now, additionally, our committee has provided funding for core land-grant universities, research, and extension programs, as well as provided investments to make sure that our HBCUs, our historically black colleges and universities, and other institutions can continue to train the next generation, and now generations to come, because we have just passed and put into here an additional $100 million. And to make this program permanent, this is the way we make sure that our great nation will have the necessary talent and skills and motivations and opportunities to even make our agriculture system even better. And to help us to address climate change, we desperately need to address climate change and make it at the point of the spear of agriculture, because no entity depends on, for its very survival, weather and the climate as agriculture. It is the substantial pillar for the great foundation of our food security needs. And it is also important for we are also at the leadership because of cotton, because of peanuts. We are #1 in the world. And it is cotton that provides the clothing, not just for us, but for the world, people all around the world. Our bill's investments in rural development and energy programs help our communities increase their use of renewable energy and make energy efficiency improvements on their farms and our rural small businesses. We also have included funding for the Rural Partnership Program that my colleague, Antonio Delgado, has championed. And we build on the profession of the American Rescue Plan by broadening access to the debt relief for at-risk United States Department of Agriculture farm loan borrowers. This is mightily important to make sure that all of us, regardless of social standing, regardless of race, creed, or color, agriculture is for all of us. And so I want to thank again Mr. McGovern and this very fine committee for the opportunity to share some background on the good work that we are doing in the House Agriculture Committee. And we would have liked to have done more, but we believe that this is an important investment in the programs under our jurisdiction. Again, I thank you for your time, and I yield back.
Well, thank you very much. I'm now happy to recognize the ranking member on the Agriculture Committee, Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania.
Chairman Govern, Ranking Member Cole, all the members of the Rules Committee, thank you for the repeat appearance, the invitation to come back and continue this fruitless discussion. Let me say it, put it that way. You know, Mr. Chairman, this is like Groundhog Day, Mr. Chairman, except that you're not Bill Murray, and I'm sure as heck not Andy McDowell. And no one's learned anything, and there's not going to be any happy ending at the end of the day here. Here we are again under the same flawed process, shrouded in secrecy, scheduled to advance legislation on the House floor that, quite frankly, no one has seen. I hope my colleagues reflect on last night's election outcomes across the country and recognize Americans are not satisfied with the direction our country is headed in. They're looking to Congress to address real issues. Just today, the Agriculture Committee held a hearing to review the current strains within the supply chain. Now, this is a real crisis that will have long-term impacts on the profitability of farmers and ranchers, quite frankly, the economic failure or success of rural America, and access to nutrition and needed commodities. This crisis is made worse by rapidly rising inflation, skyrocketing energy costs, and a shortage of available goods and labor. As we approach the holidays, these issues are what are on the minds of every American. And nothing in this legislation is a solution to these issues. Now, based on 3 different versions of the text that we received earlier today over the course of an hour, hard to believe, you can't make that stuff up, all of them exacerbate the crisis. This is a partisan wish list, utterly unrelated to the immediate needs of the American people. I would just ask the Rules Committee, you have the ability to end this partisan process and let us get to work together on real solutions. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Chairman Grijalva.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate a return engagement. And as I mentioned at the last meeting, the Build Back Better bill is about investing in confronting the damage being done by climate change, putting our country on a more sustainable and equitable economic and environmental path for the future, and creating millions of jobs. Under our jurisdiction, the Natural Resources Committee text has also been updated since last week to make a number of technical changes that we worked on with the Senate. I mentioned all the important investments, and I think there was overall, Mr. Chairman, I think that it's important to realize that within our jurisdiction, there's, despite the amount, and I wish it was more, all of us do, but we're moving a process forward in which none of us are going to get everything we wanted. But I think that the question was asked, why are we here? And I think that the failure to fully address the resource and policy deficit that the first Americans of this nation face and endure in terms of us fulfilling our trust responsibility, that's before us. And in our jurisdiction, we take, I think, an important and significant step to that end. And nature-based, natural resource-based solutions to climate change around the jurisdiction of land and water. If we're 20%, we offer in those areas 20% of the solution to reaching the emission goals that have been established for 2030. And to deal with the immediacy of wildfires, droughts, natural disasters across this country exacerbated by climate change, and create new employment opportunities in the agencies and the areas in which our jurisdiction falls. That's why we're here. I don't think we're here to stand still. I don't hear waiting in place, avoiding the climate crisis by pretending that somehow it's going to miraculously solve itself. You know, and I don't define bipartisanship as the process of doing nothing. And bipartisanship is coming together and trying to meet the real demands and the factual demands of the American people. And we try to do that. And we do that by building something sustainable, something equitable, and something lasting in our jurisdiction, and in this jurisdiction that touches the direct lives of millions upon millions of Americans. This is how we're going to do it better. And if we're going to build back better, I think that we have to understand that involved is change, creating new opportunities, and inherent in that, for some, a risk. But I think the worst risk would be to do nothing, to pretend that by doing nothing something will happen, and not confronting the very real issues. If there's anything to be gauged from public opinion, is that in our jurisdiction, public opinion wants us to do something about climate change and do something robust. Public opinion feels that there has been a deficit and a disparity with regard to fulfilling our trust responsibility to Native Americans and to indigenous people of this country. Public opinion tells us that one of the most beloved areas that need to be preserved and conserved for the future are our public lands and waters. And that that's what public opinion tells us. And if we're going to follow what the voters are saying and what the public is saying, I would suggest that what we're proposing in the Build Back Better agenda for the jurisdiction of natural resources is exactly that, trying to fulfill that demand by the American people and the reality of the crisis that we face with climate. With that, I yield back and thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Ranking Member Westerman.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. Good to be back here again.
It's great to see you.
As always. And, you know, as we come here and discuss tonight, I think about the constituents I have back home in the 4th District of Arkansas. I do an agriculture tour every year, and I assume that everybody here, Republican, Democrat alike, are seeing some of the same issues back home. I met with a catfish farmer that went 2 days without feeding his catfish because the feed mill couldn't get the ingredients to make the catfish food. I met with produce farmers who couldn't find labor to gather produce, and once they got it gathered, they couldn't find corrugated boxes to put it in to ship it to market, and when they found them, the cost was triple what they normally are. Then they couldn't find trucks and drivers to get their produce to market. That's happening every day all around the country. I met with a trucking company that ordered 50 Peterbilt trucks in January, and they're going to get 2 of them this year. I met with food processing companies that can't get employees to work, and their production goals are down, which causes a ripple chain throughout the supply chain of farmers. And everywhere you look, you're seeing these supply chain issues. So I'm really trying to understand the supply chain issues, like I'm sure all of you are. And I found this neat article by the MIT Sloan School of Management, and without objection, I'd like to submit this.
Without objection.
And I just want to highlight some of the things that MIT found when they looked at supply chain. They said the ongoing global supply chain crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic shows no sign of abating. They go on to say multiple factors have led to the current situation, but they spring from 2 overarching causes: suppliers' inability to adjust to soaring demand and government interventions. I think they're saying that we're part of the problem. We're half of the problem here. And when this article summarized, at the end, they conclude by saying, as this article is being written, product flows are cresting seasonally in the lead up to the 2021 year-end holidays. Thus, no relief should be expected by year's end. Without further government interventions, the market will likely have solved the imbalances toward the second quarter of 2022. A little bit of hope there. 2022 second quarter, maybe we see some relief. But there is a however. However, another injection of government money, as much as it may be justified, could upend these projections and lead to even worse shortages in 2022 to 2023. And, Mr. Chairman, I'm worried that this big bill is going to just inject that additional money into the economy, worsen these supply chain issues, cause inflation to increase even more, and it's not going to be building back better. As I said last week, it's going to tear down our economy. It's, as I've looked at this, I think of the old Merle Haggard song where he asks the question, are we rolling downhill like a snowball headed for hell? And if you look at the policies in this legislation, I think that's exactly what's happening if this legislation is passed. We're rolling up a big snowball, and it's headed to a bad destination. And it's going to be at the expense of the American taxpayer. It's going to be at the expense of the American worker. It's going to hurt our economy. It's going to hurt supply chains even more. And the thing that really bothers me here and with our committee's jurisdiction is a lot of this is being done in the name of helping the climate. It's actually going to hurt the climate. The policies that are in here are not going to help the environment. As my dad used to say to my 2 brothers and I, he said, you boys could tear up a steel ball with a rubber hammer. And that's what this kind of policy does. It's tearing down. It's not building up. So what's in the bill? I'm not sure because we got the latest version about 4 o'clock this afternoon. I think that's round 3 and multiple versions in that. I know we started out at $32 billion and we got somewhere around 19 to 20 billion in natural resources the last iteration, and we really are having a hard time figuring out just how much is in this last round. But we did have some time to look at the original bill, the $32 billion, and I can give you examples of why I think this bill is tearing down instead of building back. In the first iteration, the genesis of this so-called Build Back Better plan, it had policies like ending or pulling the lease from a copper mine. So while my colleagues talk about making a electrified economy, reducing carbon emissions. You know, it takes a lot of copper to do that. So why on earth would we put why would you all put a $350 million line item in to close a copper mine that could supply 20% of the U.S. demands for copper for the next 50 years? And it's 7,000 feet below the surface. $2 billion have been spent developing this mine, and the lease was approved after Harry Reid and John McCain came to a bipartisan agreement on building the mine. It's got a 50-acre footprint on the surface. That makes no sense. That's not building anything back. That's telling future investors in America that you don't want to do business here because you can spend all this money and the federal government will come in and pull the rug out from under you. The original bill had a $200 million earmark in there for Speaker Pelosi's Presidio Park. We did some research. If you want to buy a house around Presidio Park, you better get your checkbook out. $25 million is the cheapest one we could find around Presidio. Now, why they would deserve a $200 million earmark, you'll have to tell me. We tried to amend that out in committee, and our colleagues across the aisle locked in on that one. Now, I think you may have taken it out. I hope you did, because I think that's really bad business for the American taxpayer. Another thing we had in the bill, or you all had in the bill, was the resurrection of the 1933 FDR program, the Civilian Conservation Corps. My grandpa worked for the CCC back when unemployment was at 25%, when only 55% of the country who wanted, or the total population could find a job, and when inflation was negative. We had deflation at that time. I mean, it at least made more sense when FDR did it, but to create a government jobs program when every employer I run across tells me they can't find an employee, they can't find people to work, and then to see the president at a press conference saying these are going to be good jobs, $45 an hour with federal benefits. Do you know what that does to small businesses and employers when they hear the federal government talking about that? That scares them to death. They think, why is this farmer that can't find labor, can't find materials, and can't find trucks to take it to the market, why does he want to stay in and do that? You know, the day I was there, a hailstorm came along and killed the guy's, wiped out a guy's cucumber crop. He said, I might pass out. He said, I don't know what I'm going to do. That's how I was going to pay back the bank. That's what Americans are facing, and we're pushing legislation like this. And it's tied to an infrastructure bill. You know, we got the $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill and whatever this bill will cost. You know, I want to offer solutions. I think we could do an infrastructure bill. You know, the Senate did it. I don't really like the Senate bill, but y'all are just going to put it on the floor without even going through a committee? That $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill is more than FDR's Green New Deal adjusted for inflation, or not his Green New Deal, his New Deal adjusted for inflation. And we're not going to go through the T&I committee? How can you call that bipartisan or anything to do with infrastructure? The Senate did a unanimous bill to take leftover COVID money and let states spend that. Why don't we put that bill on the floor? Because I don't think this is really about infrastructure. I think it's about the big spending bill. And there are a lot of issues that I've heard talked about tonight that I think we could work together on. I mean, the gentleman talked about using agriculture as a natural climate solution. Chairman Grijalva talked about natural solutions. Look, when we talk about climate, we're talking about carbon in the atmosphere. And there's more of it there. Since the Industrial Revolution, it's about 400 parts per million. It used to be about 280. But this isn't the way to solve the problem. You can't waste taxpayer money and solve climate. You got to have solutions that actually work. That's why we've proposed good nature-based solutions. We'd love to discuss those more with you. When we look at how can we affect the global climate, I mean, look at Glasgow. China and Russia didn't even show up. If China doesn't change their course, it doesn't matter what we do here. We can't fix global carbon by putting all the burden on Americans. We know China will copy anything we do, so why don't we come up with a new energy policy that's low cost, that's reliable, and that's clean, so that when China's building new power plants, they're not building 38 gigawatts of coal power like they did last year. That's one big coal-powered plant every week. Let's use our innovation. Let's come up with ways to solve these problems. You know, as Merle Haggard's song said, he asked the question, are the good times really over for good? I don't think the good times are over for good, but if we could really define what issues are and work on those issues, we could solve them. But a huge partisan spending bill that's you know, got no Republican support, tied into an infrastructure bill that's not even gone through committee, I don't think that's going to solve any problems. So I wish we could do a better job. And here, willing to work, and I yield back.
Well, thank you very much. You know, I don't really have any questions. I don't really have any questions, but I do want to make a comment in response to what you just said. On the infrastructure bill, look, if I had my way, maybe it would have evolved very differently. But we have to operate in the world in which we're living, including a United States Senate that in a bipartisan way, by the way, 17 Republicans actually voted for this infrastructure bill. You can't get 17 Republicans to vote for anything. They won't even agree on what to have for lunch in the United States Senate because there's such obstructionists. But they came together and got behind this infrastructure bill, and now it's up to us whether we want to take it or not. And look, there are things in the bill that I like. There are things in the bill that I don't like. There are things in the bill that are missing. But you know what? When you guys were in charge with the previous occupant of the White House, you talked an awful lot about infrastructure. We had an infrastructure week. We had an infrastructure month, infrastructure talking points. You know what we got? Nothing. Nothing. And I don't know about in Arkansas, but in Massachusetts, we got old infrastructure. We have bridges that are older than most of the other states in this country, and they're in desperate need of repair. And there are roads and water and sewer facilities that are crumbling. And by the way, I know it's not just unique to Massachusetts, it's all over the country. And so they're sick and tired of people just saying, oh, let me find an excuse to do nothing. They don't want any more infrastructure weeks or infrastructure months. They actually want help. And I agree with you in the supply chain. We've got to figure this out. But I don't know how reducing premiums for more than 9 million people somehow is going to adversely impact our solving the supply chain issue or lowering the cost of prescription drugs or lowering insulin prices. I don't know about in Arkansas, but I get constituents in Massachusetts who tell me that their kids are paying high prices for insulin, which has been around forever. And they'll say, why don't you help? You know, I mean, why aren't you doing something? This bill actually does something. Affordable housing. I want to thank Congresswoman Waters for being such a champion on this issue. But, I mean, we have a problem with affordable housing all over the country. And, you know, we have governors, Democratic governors, Republican governors, Republican mayors, Democratic mayors saying, can you please help us? Can you give us some resources so we can actually address some of these problems? And I do farm tours every year in my district. You know, we have different kinds of farming in Massachusetts than you do in Arkansas, than they do in California or Colorado or Oklahoma. But it's an important part of our economy, especially in my district. And when I go around and I talk to my farmers, the last 3 farm tours, you know what they talk a lot about? They do talk about the climate. They talk about how weather patterns are screwing up everything, that they're dealing with invasive species that they never dealt with before because our winters are milder. You know, they are dealing with flooding or record droughts. I went to a farm that produced maple syrup, and they're doing pretty well. But the guy said to me, you know, we're now trying to think of what we do next. I said, what do you mean, what are you going to do next? He said, the weather patterns are changing so rapidly, we're not going to be able to make a living doing maple syrup here anymore. And it's all because of the changing climate. And they asked me, what the hell are you people doing? And we get people who deny that that there's such a thing as climate change. We had a president that took us out of a role of international leadership, and we've had Congresses that have really produced nothing to help with dealing with reversing the effects of climate change. So, I mean, you know, maybe I get it. I mean, we're coming at this from different ways, but I will tell you the reason why I am anxious to get both these bills done is because people want us to deliver, and they're tired, you know, of talk and no action, and you know, and they're tired of the polarization. I mean, they're sick and tired of it all. And so people have been talking about these bills and as political calculations, but at the end of the day, you know, if we can get this done, it is going to be meaningful in people's lives. You know, I mean, everything from lower insulin prices, which, again, I can't tell you how many people have come up and complained to me over the last couple of years about the high cost of insulin, you know, to beginning to at least get serious in dealing with the issue of the climate, to infrastructure. God, our country's falling apart. And it's like, well, what's been coming out of here the last few years is nothing. So maybe things are changing. I yield to my friend from Oklahoma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to suggest maybe we look at this where we're at a little bit differently, because I don't think we've, quote unquote, done nothing. Not been a very good year, but let's look at last year. Congress, when it worked together, managed to pass 5 coronavirus bills for $4 trillion in the middle, with overwhelming majorities on both sides. Didn't mean we agreed on everything. Didn't mean there wasn't negotiation, but it happened. We passed all the appropriations bills by the end of the end of the calendar year, overwhelmingly bipartisan. Passed the National Defense Authorization Act, overwhelmingly bipartisan. Worked together, actually overrode a Trump veto of that bill, not because we disagreed with what the president was trying to do, but because we didn't think it was the right instrument. We didn't want to particize defense. So when we worked together, we got a lot done, and we got a lot done last year. You guys just made the decision this year that you would, rather than work together on another COVID virus relief bill in the $600 to $800 billion, no, we got to have everything we want. It's got to be $1.9 trillion or nothing, and that's what you're doing here. And that's, you know, I understand why you're frustrated. I mean, I guess the first question I'd have because you're not going to get any Republican votes. You choose to go forward this way. There aren't any. You got really narrow majorities. You've got 5 members that have sent out a public letter that said they're not voting for anything until they see a CBO score and they have 72 hours to read the bill. That's not how we're proceeding here. We're evidently going to rush this to the floor unless your members actually hold their ground, which I don't know if they will or not. I know they're going to be under enormous pressure. And we're going to vote on a bill that the United States Senate will not vote on under its own rules until it has a CBO score. So why are we voting on it? Why are our members voting with less information than every United States senator will have about this bill? And again, I don't know if it's to try and jam the 1 or 2 senators over there that have a disagreement, but it doesn't look to me like they're backing down. So, I mean, if we're going to proceed under reconciliation, I would suggest you guys go talk to one another in your conference and across the rotunda with the senators, and we could move ahead, because we're spinning our wheels here. Let me start, Mr. Young, with you as the ranking member on Ag. Ag's a very famous bipartisan committee. You guys work together all the time. And farm bills are an art in compromise between the two parties. And in full disclosure, I'm from an ag state. I voted for the farm bills here repeatedly. Overrode President Bush veto of one, I think in 2006 or 7. It's back in that time frame. So ag's pretty important. Big chunk of money in this bill. If you guys work together and if you're looking at this spending bill, what's good at it and what are you concerned about?
Well, first of all, concerned with the process. 2018 Farm Bill, a privilege to serve with the chairman. He and I actually led a subcommittee for the 2018 Farm Bill.
And I'm privileged to serve with him.
We worked in a deliberative way. It wasn't a go-alone attitude. The fact is, Mr. Ranking Member, we had over 100 different public hearings or listening sessions, roundtables, and preparing for the 2018 Farm Bill, because that's important. Because the Farm Bill is about, it's about making sure that people have access, obviously, to affordable, nutritious, quality food, safe food. But it's a whole lot more than that. It's about the rural economy. It's about all the needs in rural America. It's making sure that we are doing our best to create the conditions to restore a robust rural economy. As I like to say, without a robust rural economy, every American family, starting with those in the cities, is going to wake up in the cold, dark, and hungry. That's the agriculture process. And I'm proud in this, but we've had both these reconciliation bills have been totally goat alone. Even when, the amount of amendments that were rejected, which were bipartisan amendments, we offered no poison pills. We sincerely wanted to contribute to the process. We wanted to refine and improve things, but every Republican amendment, even when my Democratic colleagues even during the hearings, the markups would speak in favor of those ideas, they were instructed by Democratic leadership to vote no on it. Now, we still have the ability to work well together. We've accumulated a nice record of pieces of legislation. July 14th with the rural broadband bill, and July 27th with a disaster relief bill, and we have done a number of other pieces of legislation related to livestock transparency and certain issues like chronic wasting disease. But this bill that we're talking about today, it's a mockery of the bipartisanship that we've always had on the Agriculture Committee, and so it really is an abuse of the process. And so starting with the process alone, first of all, I'm not sure what's in this bill. We've got 3 versions within an hour today, but it spends as much money as you combine 3 or 4 of the key parts of the Farm Bill that support those folks who are farmers and foresters or ranchers, the people that really work to provide us the food, the fiber, the building materials, the energy resources. This bill spends more than what we would put into a Farm Bill in the Farm Bill we do in a deliberative process. This really is done in secrecy. It seems to be in it's a liberal wish list. I don't know if it's I don't know how to describe it because there's just no transparency on it. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think when you proceed in a manner like that, you have the potential to hurt rural America. You look at the funding mechanisms with this, and I realize for the time being that stepped-up basis has not been removed, but the fact that I got 3 different versions within an hour, the 4th version that comes at 1 a.m. in the morning, right before we force a vote, will that end stepped-up basis? We know from the analysis that we did that would be an average increase in taxes on the American farmers. 98 out of 100 would see an average increase of $1.4 million, according to Texas A&M's analysis of this bill. And even if that's not in there, the fact that what it did to the inheritance or the death tax, and we struggle, we talk about in committee all the time about succession, right? Where's that next generation of farmer rancher coming from to make sure that we have our food and our fiber? Removing that threshold for the death tax to what is now a little over $11 million down to a little over $6 million. Agriculture is asset rich and cash poor. When you look at the cost of equipment, you look at the inflationary costs, and Chairman, I get what you said about the insulin, but with the way the inflation's gone and you spend another couple $1 trillion, people aren't going to be able to afford the gasoline to go get their insulin. They're not going to be able to afford their needles, and they're not going to be able to afford the equipment to maintain, to check their blood sugar. The inflationary costs across the board, and certainly within agriculture, the methane tax, and that's devastating. When you look at how it impacts fertilizer, food processing, heating those the farms, the farmhouses, the manufacturing, the processing. This bill is devastating on the people that work so hard 7 days a week, providing us with our food and fiber.
Mr. Chairman, you care to respond?
Yes, I would. Believe it or not, I think the world of the ranking member.
Oh, it's true.
We have traveled the world together. We've been on that committee for May for 20, and I think him for 18 or so. And I've always felt we were partners. But here's the point. The first thing he said was, in essence, we did this bill by ourselves. That's not true. And he knows better than that, because hundreds of groups, and I mean hundreds of groups, representing forestry, representing agriculture and every aspect, work with us on this bill. Not in secret, but in public. I brought them in for hearings. I know I have Ann sitting behind me. I know she's kind of tired of all the hearings that I've had. But I did that for a purpose, because it is important for us Democrats and Republicans to work together. Let me give you an example that my good friend, the ranking member, did not mention. He talked about step up. He talked about the inheritance tax. One of the most devastating taxes that has an impact on our farmers, particularly farmers, small farmers, family farmers. I wasn't asked. I took the leadership and sat down and wrote President Biden a letter coming out, asking him to make sure, number one, we were not going to accept, I was not going to accept it. And because I took the initiative to do that, we were able to accomplish something very significant. But I led the way on that, in the open on that. I received a lot of slaps upside the head for that from members of my own party. So don't question me about not working across party lines or in closed shops, particularly with agriculture. And I think the other thing, I didn't wait on climate change. I brought it into function. We had a hearing on that. We brought together the carbon market, and to make sure that our farmers were not taken advantage of. We had companies like Bayer, as you know, that rewarded farmers with their partnerships by allowing farmers to do what they do, no-till farming, cover crops. But then we had to also deal with the other carbon credits folks, companies. And they were trying to compensate the farmers based upon how much carbon they could saturate out of the atmosphere without having the technology, without having internet in the rural communities. What did we do? We got together, sat with you, ranking member, you remember, and we brought them in so that we could establish a movement forward to address climate change, to address rural broadband. You and I put the bill together that passed bipartisan, and we secured $43 million, not by myself, with you.
Billion.
Because we, pardon?
Billion.
Billion, thank you.
Which is
There
not,
you go.
which is
You're
not,
very proud.
which is not in the bill we're talking about. No rural broadband in the reconciliation bill.
May I object to that? We do have money in there for rural broadband. Now, you know as well as I do, just to show you how in this committee, how false your accusations have been, and I'm sure you understand, and I understand you're a politician, I am, I'm a Democrat, you're a Republican, and we got to tussle. And I don't mind tussling on this, but you remember, it was I Yes, you're right. At the beginning, we couldn't get that bill through. I raised holy hell about that. And to show you how bipartisan, you remember, I invited you to meet with me and our majority leader, Steny Hoyer, to sit down to express my frustration with not having that bill on the floor. And I still got a sour taste in my mouth about it. But I went on. Steny Hoyer has already informed me that we do, and that bill has contributed to the amount of money that is in the legislation to address rural broadband. And I don't know if it's the full $43 billion that we have, but it was because of the role we played. There was no other bill, not from transportation, not from anywhere. It was your bill and my bill to bring that internet to rural America. And Steny Hoyer has informed me that what money is in there, and it is in there, that our committee will get credit for what we have done. And all it was that stopped it was a jurisdictional situation by a certain member. Of course, I'm not going to detail, but question, which insulted me as to why that the Agriculture Committee had no role, or USD had no role in bringing rural broadband to rural America. But it was I who said on the floor that that is wrong. Nobody is better positioned to bring rural broadband to rural America as the Agriculture Committee, just like it was who brought electricity to rural America. It wasn't Energy and Commerce. It was USDA, the Agriculture Committee, under the direction of the 1936 National Rural Electricity Act.
I'm going to let you guys lectures on the
Let me just have one more, because I would think after this I probably will not have a chance to speak again. But look, this bill, Build Back Better, there's a reason and there's a benefit for how we have the infrastructure bill and the Build Back Better bill. And this is why I believe that this is the way to go. And so I pause for the length of time that I have taken, but what we do in agriculture is very important, very timely now, and I have worked hard to make sure the Republicans have been involved, and I will fight for that position.
I agree it's important. I just wish we were working together, because this is a committee that normally does, and in this case, it's not.
And I thought it was the Rules Committee that brought electricity to rural America.
Well,
No, it's the Energy Commerce. With Sam Raven.
I thought it was Lyndon Johnson who actually ran the program, but that's another story. I'm sure everybody wants to take credit for bringing electricity to rural America. So let me, if I may, Mr. McHenry and Chairman Waters, there are two items in your bill that I'm curious about. One, I'm very pleased that it appears that some of the bank transaction numbers have been withdrawn from the bill, so I'm going to ask you if that was the case. And two, though, I mean, I am always concerned when I see the IRS being added 80,000, I think, people. I'm sort of curious what 80,000 people will do, and tell me your thinking about whether or not, because the biggest revenue driver in the bill is actually increased enforcement. And those numbers seem to me high, but I'm not an expert. So one, give me your explanation or defense or argument for 80,000 new IRS agents, and two, the thinking behind it would actually produce this level of revenue.
I think I heard you ask about the IRS. in the housing bill?
Oh, I'm sorry, I should,
No, thank you.
yep, good point, good point. That was meant someplace else, and I didn't
Mr.
get it
Ranking
right.
Member?
Yep,
Mr. Ranking Member?
yep, go ahead.
Well, actually, the theory of how they get the revenue is through our committee. It's through bank regulation that they would turn over bank information of our bank accounts and hand it over to the IRS. It's unclear what the threshold is in this bill. There is revenue tied to that enforcement mechanism. We don't know what that standard is. It's unclear in the reading of this. We've asked questions. Pardon me?
It's not in the bill.
Well, it's not?
No, the reporting piece is not in the bill.
Well, that's what I was asking, actually, whether it was or not, because, I haven't had a chance to read it.
It is not. And
that's what I
the
asked.
question really is, and you were right.
We have revenue.
Who goes to Ways and Means, because that's where it would come from.
I
And
think
he's
he made
actually
a mistake. I think he made a mistake. He had not intended that to be directed toward housing, that it is a Ways and Means issue. I think
Well,
he knows.
Madam, I would say to the ranking member, I'm sorry I'm digital here, but when Congressman Drew Ferguson and Congresswoman Ashley Henson filed bills to prevent the $600 account sweep, both those bills came to the Financial Services Committee. It was deemed by the House parliamentarian as a bank regulatory issue that would have turned records, our bank records, over to the IRS for enforcement purposes. Now, that stopped the $600 threshold. We know there are discussions to raise it to $10,000, but the mechanism here is similar to other enforcement mechanisms that we use against terrorism financing information and things of that sort. What is unique, though, is this would be the first time that through bank regulation, the IRS is granted this type of information. So it does fall within our committee's jurisdiction, according to the House parliamentarian. We are strongly opposed to it. This is not about millionaires and billionaires on tax enforcement. It's about average business folks and gig workers and making sure that you have a mechanism to go, through new IRS agents, go police the enforcement of the tax code. This is about average small business people getting audited. And I think it's a horrible precedent. I don't think the Democrat Party should be for that. I don't think the U.S. Congress should be for that.
Well, again, it actually makes my basic point that we're maybe not the right committee to be doing this because, and let alone having stuff dropped on us at the last minute, certainly to yield to my friend.
Yeah, and I appreciate the academic conversation that my friend from North Carolina has just given us. It's not in the bill.
It's not academic, Ed. It's not academic.
To Mr. Cole's point, he made, his point is whether you like IRS agents or you don't like them and 80,000 is too many, okay, I can appreciate that. We've had testimony about that. But this reporting piece has been something we've talked about in committee, but it is not in the bill.
Well, again, the basic point's kind of hard to know when you get it an hour ahead. So with all due respect, that's been my argument from the very beginning. We should not be doing this in this committee. That's a speaker decision. It's a wrong decision. This is a misusing, in my opinion, this committee for something it's not set up to do on timelines that are impossible to operate under. And when they don't have to be this quick, because frankly, we know the Senate can't deal with it this quick under its own rules. Let me ask you about something that I know is in the bill, Chair, and I, again, apologize. Talk to me, if you would, both of you, Mr. Ranking Member, about the distribution. Look, housing is a problem, no question about it. It's a problem all across the country. I probably see it more acutely in my district in rural housing. I have a lot of communities that literally probably can't grow because they literally don't have the housing stock that they need, that if they literally get a company or something, there's nobody there. There's not much housing there. So, I've heard lots of charges that most of this money is directed toward major cities. I'm not saying they don't have a need. I'm sure they do. I'm just curious about where the money flows and what the rationale is.
Mr. Cole, let me just say that this bill helps urban areas, it helps rural areas, it helps to develop housing all over this country. Do you remember, Barney Frank, when we created the National Housing Trust Fund so that public and private interests could get together and create housing? That's for rural areas also. In addition to that, we've added money to CDFIs so that the CDFIs will now have money. And the CDFIs in the rural communities that maybe have not really been active can be active now because we have actively not only funded them, but very generously. I worked with Senator Warren on the Senate side for $12 billion. That was a bipartisan effort to fund MDIs and CDFIs. And they now will have not only the $12 billion, but we are moving $1.25 billion quickly to get out to these CDFIs so that they too can get in the building of units for those who need it desperately. That's rural and urban and suburban. It's everywhere.
Thank you. Mr. McHenry?
Well, first, as I outlined, the majority of the money for housing will, I'm sorry, the largest share of the money will go to two states, California and New York. I'll give you one example. So there's roughly $65 billion for the public housing capital repairs, and $10 billion of that is distributed through current law's formula. $10 billion of that roughly 65 is distributed through the current formula, which under that current formula, NYCHA, which is the New York Public Housing Authority, would get a majority of that $10 billion. Then on top of that, the remaining 55 or so billion dollars is left up to, quote, as determined by the Secretary, giving the Secretary of HUD complete discretion over how to distribute those funds. And so this is very, very different than previous monies that have been given to public housing across this country, not just in number, but in the way they distribute it. That's just the public housing piece. When you talk about vouchers, California, the reason why there's additional voucher money is because California is disproportionately a voucher state. And so between those two formulas they've created within this bill, within their attempt here, they were giving it to those states to the disadvantage of the rest of the country.
Okay. Chairman Rahalva and Ranking Member Westerman, just two quick questions. First one relates to critical minerals. I sit on the Defense Appropriations Committee. It's one of the problems we wrestle with the most, the concern about the Chinese control over this. We know we have the minerals. We're not producing enough here, and we've all seen supply chain problems. Is there anything in the bill that really addresses that, that puts us on the road of being independent again? I'll go to the chairman first and then to the ranking member.
Yeah, after, I think the one area that the concern was raised, and in discussions with the Senate, and not only discussions in order to continue to move this process forward, we had done the historic first and had royalties for hard rock mining and for the extraction of those minerals. Minerals that there's not one penny paid, even though, like in my state, the state of Arizona, on their public land charges for that extraction, a royalty on mining, but that was taken out. And so I think many of the fights that many of the conflicts that are going on nationwide and the ones that are highlighted around mining issues, the controversies there, it is when there's a public pushback. And I think that, if anything, there is still a need to take this 1872 law and update it to deal with this century, to deal with process, to deal where how you balance protection and conservation versus the needed extraction of a critical mineral. Those things need to be discussed. But when we have carte blanche and mining company and industry has almost total discretion, land agencies can't say no, and the controversies abound. And that's where the fight is, and that's where the fight shouldn't be. And I think hopefully with the work with Mr. Westerman, to hope to see where there is potential middle ground on that 1872 law. But right now, the royalty concerns that you might be alluding to, Mr. Cole, is not there.
Mr. Westerman?
Thank you, Ranking Member Cole. And the simple answer is no, this bill does not help anything with our dependence on critical minerals. It actually worsens our dependence on critical minerals. The sad part about that is we have all these critical minerals. USGS has done mapping. They've got new technology called Earth MRI where they can look like 30 kilometers into the Earth's surface, and with meetings with them, they tell me we've got all the minerals and elements here in the U.S. that to meet all of our demands. But you know, if we can't mine those minerals and elements, then we're not going to be able to meet our demands, and especially when we're so dependent on foreign countries, and it's not just China, although China's done quite a job of hoarding critical minerals and elements around the world. You know, batteries have cobalt in them. That cobalt predominantly comes from mines in Congo that are Chinese mines that literally are using child slave labor to produce this cobalt. We have cobalt here in the United States, but big deposits of it up in Minnesota, Superior National Forest. But there's been an ongoing battle about whether you can actually do subsurface mining and get this cobalt out. It's kind of a ping pong match. So investments around the world are going to different places. When we do things like subsidize solar and that's really heavily dependent on critical minerals and elements, we're essentially subsidizing the Chinese government who's building these solar panels. If you look at even uranium, you know, we produce less than 0.5% of the uranium for our nuclear demands. We used to buy a lot of it from Canada and Australia, but Russia is our major supplier for uranium now because, you know, our allies and our domestic producers, although there's really not any, are competing with a state-run country of Russia, and they gain market share and put our allies and our domestic producers out of business. So this bill is actually going to accentuate and make worse our dependence on foreign countries for critical minerals and elements. And the World Bank says that demand's going to go up like 200% over the next 50 years.
Yeah, I'm concerned about it. Last question, and this actually very directly to you. I still love your trillion tree bill. Is there anything in here related to that? And is that something we can work on together?
I hope it's something we could work on together. And, you know, as I look at this bill, especially what we had in the natural resources component, we actually had an amendment to do oversight that got stripped out. I hope that was an oversight, that the oversight amendment got stripped out. So it's almost like we're freeing up money to be spent any way an administration wants to spend it with no oversight. But when we talk about energy and climate, and I come from this from a different perspective. My background, I'm a professional engineer, and I've got a graduate degree in forestry, and I tell people all the time that, you know, engineers look at things with facts and logic and reason, and foresters look at long-term horizons, and that's usually not appreciated in Congress. But from an energy standpoint and a climate standpoint, the simple analysis is that what's being proposed won't work. The focus is too much on transportation, which makes up only 29% of the U.S. contribution of greenhouse gas emissions. And if we wiped out all of the transportation carbon emissions, you're still less than 4% of global emissions, and that's assuming all that electricity to go in the electric cars was being made with no carbon. So to solve a problem the wrong way is not fixing the problem. And that's why bills like the Trillion Trees Act, which researchers have said that if we planted 1 trillion trees around the globe, we could sequester 2/3 of the man-made carbon emitted since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. The one thing they've agreed on in Glasgow so far is we should plant more trees. That is a no-brainer. But not only should we plant more trees, we should take care of the trees that we've got, and we've failed miserably at that on federal lands. I mean, giant sequoias burned in California this summer. We should all be appalled at that. For 2,000 years, these trees have had fire until the U.S. government decided to start putting fire out in these groves. For the average fire cycle per century was 31 up until the 20th century. And in these groves, you see 2 fires or 5 fires. So the undergrowth grew up, the fire came through, it climbed the undergrowth, got into the crowns, and killed sequoias that are the most fire-resistant species we got. We should be appalled at that. We should be working together to fix that. You can't fix forestry by throwing more money at it. If you all remember a few years ago, we had the fire funding fix. It was going to free up money for management. Problem is the Forest Service can't manage. They can't go in and do the management because of the environmental laws that have been weaponized. If we really wanted to fix the forest, we could do that. We'd let the Forest Service do their job, and we've got to give them the tools to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Let me just remind everybody, we have 2 more panels, so if people keep their answers and questions concise, that would be much appreciated. Ms. Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to skip this fine panel. I yield back.
Thank you. Dr. Burgess.
Sorry, so high-level negotiation.
You yield back?
Here. No, I need to, first off, I wanted to congratulate Chairman Scott. Your Atlanta Braves took the World Series. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And special year because Hank Aaron, that was his house that won the World Series. So good on you for having that in Atlanta, and you deserve all the accolades you get, even though you did beat a Texas team.
I appreciate the compliment. Thank you.
Mr. Rouser, you mentioned supply chain a couple of times. Can you identify, because we've just had this language for a very short period of time, can you identify anything in the bill that will be immediate help with our supply chain problems?
No. The one thing in the bill that would be helpful is the Port Infrastructure Development Program, and it had previously been funded in an earlier iteration at $1.6 billion, but it's only $600 million now. But here's the fundamental problem, and you know, labor was a huge problem before the COVID pandemic. And when you pay people not to work, and then you impose vaccine mandates as well, you're going to have a lot of truckers that are seeking other avenues. And all this just exacerbates the supply chain crisis that we're experiencing right now. Our total focus by Congress should be on the supply chain issue. We're really missing the mark here.
Well, what immediate steps do you think should be taken to alleviate the problem?
Well, I think number one, you have to incentivize people to work. We've got a lot of provisions in law that are encouraging, incentivizing folks to stay home for a variety of reasons. And that I think is a fundamental problem all across the board.
Mr. Westerman mentioned the difficulty the Forest Service has dealing with some regulatory problems. Is there anything in the bill that alleviates, for infrastructure building, thinking now specifically of lane miles and overpasses, is there anything in the bill that will facilitate the construction of those structures to streamline the NEPA laws, to limit the amount of time that it can be tied up in a NEPA process?
No.
So we're still going to fund interminable examinations of projects we all know need to be built?
Well, the problem here is you've had no bipartisan input whatsoever. And when you're trying to ram through a partisan product, you're not going to have as good a product as Congress can produce. When I first came to Congress, I joined the Agriculture Committee and the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee for a reason. They're two of the most bipartisan committees by history in Congress. And unfortunately, in both cases, they've not been this Congress. And you're not going to get the very best product when you don't have bipartisan input, and you certainly don't have as much certainty. And, you know, infrastructure, you need certainty. You need certainty in terms of the contracts, et cetera. And we need to have a streamlined regulatory approach so that it doesn't take 30 years to build a bridge or a bypass.
Mr. West, let me just ask you, do you have an opinion on the American Rescue Plan? Has it been successful?
I don't think so. I think it's been, well, it depends on how you define success. I think it's been successful at making our supply chain issues worse. I think it's been successful at doing just what Mr. Rouser said, you know, paying people not to work. When I've visited manufacturers in my district who said that they had employees come in and show them checks they got from the federal government that was more than their monthly pay working at the factory. So there's a huge incentive not to go to work when you can stay home and make more money than you're making at your place of employment, which that affects all of us and drives the inflation up.
The point being that that was a very large reconciliation bill passed through without any Republican input, and it was supposed to crush the coronavirus. And what have we seen every month since then but more and more coronavirus? I don't think it crushed anything at all other than the, you know, maybe America's ability to recover from this virus. And you just worry about, it's not even the amount of money. They're frightening amounts of money that are being spent. I do stipulate that. But it's the velocity with which money is being spent. And the economy can't absorb the number of dollars that we're pumping into the system. And the result is just exactly what we've got. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Mr. Chairman, can I respond?
Yes, I mean, if Mr. Burgess can, yeah, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to respond to the question to the ranking member and just remind you that I said we had 15 and a half hours of markup. We heard that serious bipartisan amendments had been offered to these bills, I think the agriculture bill. Well, in T&I, Mr. Perry offered a total of 18 amendments, which would just strike parts of the bill. One would have made it more difficult for disadvantaged businesses to receive preferences for contracts. Another one weakened Davis-Bacon. We also had Republican amendments on critical race theory, on Afghanistan, and on defunding the police. This was for the infrastructure and transportation bill. Also, this business that the supply chain problem can only be tied to the fact that we paid people not to work is just an old Republican trope we've been hearing for generations. If you want, we've heard no suggestion for how to deal with the supply problem. We've got $600 million in the bill to deal with just ports alone. If you want to talk about supply problem, look at my district. As I say, we don't make anything in Las Vegas, but dreams come true. We got to import everything. It's people, it's flowers, it's lobster. And that, if you can't improve infrastructure, we're not going to be able to do that. That's why in Las Vegas, you've got the Chamber of Commerce, Organized Labor, Restaurant Association, Gaming and Hotel Association, all supporting improving infrastructure because it is aimed at that supply problem. Now, if you think you incentivize people to go back to work by not giving them any federal benefits, the way you incentivize people to go back to work is you give them child care, you give them higher wages, you give them training to do some other kind of job. That's what will get people back to work, because we saw in the states that did not match the federal addition to unemployment, that didn't make any difference about unemployment. And when that federal amount ceased, people didn't rush back to work because they weren't getting paid to stay home. So those are just specious arguments. And I thank you.
But, well, the fact remains, though, the problem has occurred and it's worsened in the last 10 months. I don't think anyone can argue that point. It is demonstrably worse today than it was in January this year. And I frankly do not understand. I'm trying to find answers to that, and I'm hopefully looking for solutions. But I know we've got to figure out something because we can't stand this any longer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back again.
The T&I committee is going to have a hearing on this on November the 17th. So if y'all want to come and offer some suggestions, we'd welcome that.
Mr. Perlmutter.
Yeah, I'd say the biggest difference is that Joe Biden's president and Donald Trump is not since January, and that since that time, the economy, and as we've talked about, stock market's gone up 25%, GDP has gone up 9%, unemployment has dropped 30%. Inflation, and my friend Mr. McHenry brought it up, Mr. Rouser, you brought it up, the core inflation over the course of last year is 3.7% compared to a GDP increase of 9%. So, you know, it's because things are booming, and we've still got, as Mr. Westerman read in his MIT statement, COVID disrupted everything. And so last year, we couldn't get masks. We couldn't get Purell. We couldn't get lumber. We couldn't get a lot of things. We got a lot of that. In fact, lumber prices have dropped like a rock because, you know, what was an undersupply is now an oversupply. So these things are going to moderate. And do any of us like the fact that prices are up 3.7% after they dropped like a rock last year? No. Are they going to moderate? At least the Federal Reserve thinks that they are. And this bill is for 10 years. This isn't for tomorrow. This is for 10 years. The lady from Las Vegas, her point is so well taken about the workforce development component of this bill, the apprenticeship piece, to make sure that there is labor for the kinds of industry and innovation we expect over the next 10 years. This is about the future. This is about us really preparing ourselves for the next 50 years because it fits hand in glove with the infrastructure bill that we're going to pass in the next few days. So, you know, when my friend Mr. McHenry says, why are we here? I'll tell you why we're here. We're here to provide affordable housing for seniors. That's why we're here. We're here for workforce development, you know, for lifelong learning. That's why we're here. We're here for health care. We're going to expand the Affordable Care Act and make sure that millions more people have insurance. That's why we're here. We're here to negotiate prescription drugs so that seniors don't have to pay so much. We're here so that young families can have preschool education for their children, and so that young women, if they choose, and young men can be part of the workforce to avoid these labor shortages that we all see and don't like. We're here, as Mr. Grijalva said, for resiliency in our environment and sustainability in how we approach things. My district right now is a very suburban district, western and northern suburbs of Denver. But under the new maps, I go up into the mountains. I have probably the most beautiful district in America as the maps have been drawn. I have 14,000-foot peaks, I have streams, I have lakes, I have national forests, I have BLM, and I have interior. I have all of that. And I can tell you this bill invests in public lands, in open space, in things that Coloradans and all Americans care about. This bill, why we're here, Mr. McHenry, is for tax cuts for families with children. That's what this is. And it's all paid for. Every penny is paid for. So, you know, I may not like reversing the Trump tax cuts, okay, but it's going to be paid for. May not like adding enforcement to search out tax cheats, but it's paid for. With that, I yield back to the chair.
Thank you. Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. This is my good friend, Mr. Perlmutter, reference my other good friend, Mr. McHenry. I'd yield to Mr. McHenry in the event he wants to respond.
Oh, heck, I'd yield to him.
Well, don't. Use his time.
I'll tell you what, I'll yield to my good friend Ed, so Ed can yield to Patrick. How about that?
His time.
All right. We'll both yield to
Well, I do appreciate it. I appreciate the opportunity to respond. The fact is, no housing is being built as a result of this. I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record an LA Times story from just the other day about the food fight between New Yorkers and Californians over the housing funds. Well, thank you. And the point of reference here is in California, there are 27,000 public housing units, and they say they need 1.2 million new affordable housing units to come on the market. The federal government's not going to do that. These monies will not go that far. They will not make that type of an impact. What we need to do is to have more housing built. Driving up the cost of things, everything to produce a home, to produce a housing unit, the restrictive zoning procedures, and all the inputs into building new housing are made worse by this bill. So what you're doing is making housing less affordable in the name of making housing more affordable. It's absurd. And then on top of that, the fight between New York and California getting the disproportionate share of these funds is not right for the rest of the country, whether it's Colorado or Massachusetts or Pennsylvania or North Carolina. So look, the rhetoric here is not in keeping with the reality of the policy. And so there's a lot to go into this, but the rising price of things, that's real. And if my Democrat colleagues want to say that what the American family is experiencing right now is not real, they're going to suffer the consequences of their constituents saying no to them and making it very clear that they're out of step with the realities of American families. The average price at the grocery store is more expensive now than it was a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. The cost of things are going up. The cost of everything that families need in order to get through their week, their month, and their year is more expensive now as a direct result of Democrat policies here in Washington. The overspending and the bad programs have made have made things much worse. So that's a broader set of issues we have to resolve. The housing crisis is a larger one, and we should have a holistic view of how to deal with this. Writing a check from the federal government will not resolve this issue. We will be talking about this a year from now and 5 years from now. The pledge at the beginning of this from my Democrat colleague was that she would end homelessness if we simply wrote a $100 billion check. With $156 billion in this bill, they're saying we're not going to end homelessness. Well, it's true. We haven't reformed any of the programs on the delivery of much-needed housing. We've not reformed the way that we help people get into work and a sustainable lifestyle. It's a real travesty that we have such a missed opportunity for us to do reasonable and good things to get people back in a sustainable position for the long term. So I thank my colleague, Mr. Reschenthaler, for yielding, and I appreciate my friends and the opportunity to debate and actually have a fulsome, real debate about these things.
Thank you, Ranking Member McHenry. I appreciate it. Just two real quick questions for Ranking Member Westerman. Mr. Westerman, I was just reading through some of the notes on this bill. Some of the bulleted points I have here regarding oil and gas is that the bill would permanently ban new offshore oil and gas leasing along the entire Atlantic coast, the entire Pacific coast, and the eastern Gulf of Mexico. You would raise onshore royalty rates to 18.75%. Offshore would go up to 14%. Additionally, the lease terms would be shortened from 10 years to 5 years for coal leases. And then for oil and gas leases. Then for coal leases, you go from 20 to 10 years. You don't have to be a genius to know that that's really bad for the oil and gas industry and the coal industry as well. Could you just talk briefly about what impact this would have on our energy security?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Reschenthaler. It's not really bad on oil and gas. It's bad on American oil and gas. It's bad on American energy. It's actually going to benefit Russian oil and gas, Middle East oil and gas, take OPEC plus Venezuela. That's who's going to benefit from this. And we've already seen it. We've already seen the administration asking OPEC to up their production while they're telling the U.S. to stop production. I had a chance to go out in the Gulf of Mexico back in the summer, and I saw many huge drilling rigs anchored in shallow water. I mean, they're shutting down, this administration's shutting down oil and gas development in this country while they're asking our many times adversaries to fill in the gap. So it's not an attack on oil and gas, it's an attack on American energy and American jobs, and it's exporting wealth overseas.
Thanks. And then when we look at mining, I know there's increases in royalty fees some additional regulation for rare earth elements, et cetera. Again, just focused on the mining aspect of this. I know my colleagues across the aisle say this is a quote-unquote fair share, or however you want to describe it. What kind of impact do you think this increased regulation, these increased fees, will have on American mining?
It will shut it down and send it overseas. It's not just mining, though. When you mine something, you have you refine that ore. You have jobs that are downstream from the mines, and these could be good, high-paying American jobs, but it's shifting the supply chain and the wealth overseas. That's what it will do, and have worse environmental impacts in the long run because we have the best procedures and practices here of anywhere in the world.
Thanks. Before I yield back, it's a shame that my friend from Las Vegas is here, my co-chair in the gaming caucus, but we don't have any gaming to talk about. I wish we did. So until that time, we can talk about gaming. I'm going to have to yield back to the chairman. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon.
I will associate myself with the chair's prior remarks and yield back.
Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say a little bit about, I sit on the A committee, and I just wanted to say a little bit about that, not to open up the entire discussion again, but I guess I have been disappointed in the fact that it hasn't been bipartisan. It has not, and I with all due respect, Mr. Chair, I have not seen any Republican amendments ever be even considered. They're always voted down straight party line, rarely any kind of real discussion on the importance of them. My amendments included. There are many, many amendments that have been offered, good, solid amendments offered by Republicans. And I appreciate that you hold hearings, but those hearings are not, those aren't where we do the real work of putting together legislation. We hear a lot of things, we're able to ask questions, but when we're marking up a bill and every single Republican amendment is turned down, that's where, bipartisanship and having input from the entire committee is the important part. And so I appreciate it, and I'm not going to open it all back up, but I felt the need to say that because I have been very concerned about that. And the broadband bill that we passed out of committee, yes, it was bipartisan, but none of it ended up in the bill that sits before us now. And that's very disappointing, just very disappointing on that. I also wanted to comment a little bit on the housing. We concentrate so much time on low income or affordable housing, whatever the term you want to use is, but in my district, we need market rate housing too. And in rural areas, that's very difficult. And I will tell you, I know that the Minnesota Home Builder Association did a study, and a lot of the issue with the housing was overregulation by government. And that's what was bringing those prices up. And I'm just kind of curious if anybody's ever looked at that, because I know on the state level we were looking at that and trying to figure out how we could, of course, we want good, safe housing, but what were we doing that was driving those prices up that we could help? Because I've got people who have jobs who can afford to either rent or buy market rate housing, but there is none because they just can't get it in rural areas. And so when we're putting, and Mr. McHenry mentioned all the money that's going into California and New York and everywhere, I wish that we could just even, get that, some of that to help developers, because it's not about necessarily low-income housing in my area. We actually have, one of the cities I was visiting actually has low-income housing that has empty units because people qualify for the first month they work and then they have to move out, and then they can't find other housing because they need market rate housing. So I don't know if we're always getting, just by dumping more and more money into it, if we're really getting what we want and what we're trying to accomplish, because it's not in our area, at least in my area, it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing, or what you think it's supposed to be doing.
If I may, let me just say that when I responded to Mr. Cole, basically talking about this bill is about providing housing opportunities for everybody in all sections and sectors of our country. And you talk about low-income housing as opposed to market rate housing, et cetera, et cetera. First of all, every jurisdiction practically in this country is receiving home money and CDBG money with flexibility to use in support of the development of housing, the assisting with down payment, and all kinds of things to help whatever the needs are in those communities. And so, yes, you are correct that some cities are not able to have one-stop shops and don't expedite, they don't do permitting in ways that will help those who are developing this housing. And unfortunately, the people in those communities don't ask their city governments or try and force them to use the money in ways that you and others maybe believe that money should be used. When Mr. McHenry talks about all the money going to California and New York, believe me, he has no documentation for that. I mean, that is a kind of a messaging point that he does to get everybody excited and angry that somehow money is going to New York and California. When we talk about the voucher system, the vouchers are available all over this country. And there are many communities that talk about wanting affordable housing or wanting to be able to rent their units, but somehow they don't want the vouchers. But the vouchers are available all over this country.
With all due respect, I was talking about market rate housing. I was talking about folks.
Private sector. You're talking about private sector development. You're talking about those who are willing to invest in your communities because they see the opportunities there. They believe that they could have market rate housing and that people can afford it. And so I don't know what you're saying about the government and market rate housing. That's a private investment interest.
Ma'am.
Yes.
I am talking about having developers come in and may need some help because there's overregulation and it costs so much. And I mentioned the Minnesota Home Builders Association study in Minnesota in particular, but I believe the national group has done similar studies about the cost that government regulation adds to market rate housing.
And I am saying to you that much of the regulations that you may be concerned about are in your cities, in your districts, in your communities, and you don't do anything about it. The people in the communities don't do anything about it.
Reclaiming my time. Reclaiming my time.
You got your time back because I believe in reclaiming time. I do it all the time.
But, okay. and yes, ma'am, I know yes. But I guess, and I will not have this discussion any further, but I think that when we are talking about the kinds of taxpayer dollars we are putting into this, we should be looking at more than just putting money into low-income, affordable housing, whatever you want to call it, and we should be looking at the whole issue. Because when you talk about the cities in my district, these are probably not cities that you would recognize as cities. These are small cities. These are several 100,000 people. And what they need is help in getting that initial investment to get someone in there to build 2 or 3 homes. That's the kind of thing, and it's not that it has to be ongoing. It just needs to be that original kind of, and I will tell you, the people that I'm talking to are the city officials, and they are doing whatever they can, whether it be regulation. And so I guess I would just want to mention my concern about it, but also if there were bipartisan talks about this in these committees and Republicans were allowed, this would be a discussion then, and there may be a solution that we could come up with. But because I am concerned, that you can talk about bipartisanship all you want. And Mr. Chair, with all due respect, I know that you believe that you've been bipartisan, but when there is absolutely not one fingerprint of a Republican thought on any of these bills because they have all been turned down. I just have my concerns. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back. I yielded back. I yielded back.
Mr. Morelli can yield to you if he wants. Mr. Morelli, otherwise we'll,
I'd be honored to yield to the distinguished chair.
I want to give you an example. The $10 billion we got for disaster aid. That was a bill that your ranking member, along with the gentleman from California, Mike Thompson, $10 billion. That's bipartisanship that we did there. The bill to make our African-American land grant scholarships bipartisan. Whenever the ranking member would come to me and say, we have a problem here, we dealt with it. I tell you, the hallmark, one of the great examples was to see the ranking member and I on the middle of the floor while we're working on a bill. And who do I bring over to talk with at that time? Our majority leader, to hear the ranking member's input. So I see where you're going on this, but I have been on this committee for 20 years. I've been on it when we've had Republican chairmen and Republican majorities, Democrats, and so forth. And I know that much of the things that I achieved as I was coming along was done with Republicans working with me. And I don't take a back seat to anybody. I've got the scars to prove it, where I've stood up and involved Republicans, and we were successful in doing it. So I just want to just remind you that $10 billion with Mike Thompson and your ranking member is an excellent example of bipartisanship among many others. So thank you. Yes, ma'am.
If you wouldn't mind, because I've been referenced a number of times, and the chairman and I are good friends. We're great colleagues, and I think that he has accurately portrayed what the Agriculture Committee is capable of. And we do. We have the capacity, and we have a record of good, strong bipartisan work. You've actually showcased a lot of bills. I do appreciate the fact that you asked me to play good cop, bad cop with your leadership on the broadband bill, and we won't say who was which one was which you told me to do. But I would like to address what you're talking about makes my case, because none of that bipartisanship was allowed to find its way into this reconciliation bill.
The $10 billion
it was not in reconciliation bill. That was in the continuing resolution, which I appreciate that. But you've made my case. We have the capacity to do great bipartisan work with great outcomes where we allow everybody to come to the table. But the Democratic Party has not allowed the Republican Party to come to the table on this reconciliation bill and the past one. And I think you're doomed out bad outcomes, because I happen to believe, I'm a person that believes that you only get great outcomes when you do things in a bipartisan way, and everybody is welcome to the table. But the Republican Party, and even in the Agriculture Committee, which was amazing, was froze out. So I appreciate your highlighting all the good bipartisan work that we've done, but we're talking about the reconciliation bill, and there was no opportunity for bipartisan work with the reconciliation.
Mr. Chairman,
I would like to yield my time to the general.
I think it's my time, actually, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, to yield.
Yes, I'm happy to yield to Ms. Titus.
Thank you for whoever's time. I just want to repeat, 15 and a half hours of markup, total number of amendments, 57. The number of those that were Republican were 55. The number of amendments adopted were 6. The number of Republican amendments of the 6 were 4. So 4 of the 6 were Republican. We had 30 roll call votes with discussion, And in the bill is Rodney Davis's one federal decision, which is something that all the Republicans support, which is streamlining the environmental approval process. So you cannot say that T&I did not have bipartisan input.
And they gutted every amendment with a second degree.
Yeah, I appreciate all the hard work by all of my colleagues. I would just make this observation. I think there comes a point, as much as we would love to have bipartisanship here, and much as we'd love to get folks together and find common ground, I think in many ways, and I appreciate the comments by my colleagues, I think we have different values, we have a different vision about what we think ought to be happening, not only in the advent of the pandemic, but our desire to transform America in a different way. So I think we would welcome it. I just think sometimes you just got to agree to disagree, and I think that's where we are, and appreciate all the interest in bipartisanship, but I just think we see the world differently right now, and it's time for us to move ahead. With that, I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Ms. Ross, I don't see. Mr. Neguse.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, sorry. Do you want to say anything?
I just wanted to say one thing in the interest of bipartisanship to my good friend from North Carolina, Congressman Rouser, that North Carolina is a big fan of high-speed rail from Raleigh to Richmond and then eventually to Washington, D.C. Be way better than dealing with the airports right now. And so I'm very excited about the high-speed rail component of this bill, and with that, I would yield back.
All right. Now, Mr. Neguse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I found this debate to be so riveting, I wanted to come by in person to say thank you to the chairs and the ranking members for their testimony. In particular, I want to thank the chairs for their remarkable work on the Build Back Better proposal that we have before us today. To Chairwoman Waters, who's been a leader on housing throughout her entire career. I think the transformational investments that are in this bill are going to be ultimately remembered as once-in-a-generation type investments in housing, in affordable housing, and ensuring that every person in our country, every family in our country has a place to live. And I applaud her and her committee for their leadership in that regard. Of course, I also am grateful to Chairman Grijalva. I serve on his committee. He's been a wonderful and accommodating and generous chair, I think, to each and every member of the Natural Resources Committee. And for those who doubt that there was a thorough process in this instance undergirding the bill that we're considering today, I invite them to watch the painstaking hour upon hour upon hour of proceedings that we had in the House Natural Resources Committee, which I was a part of. We entertained more amendments from my good friend from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, than I can remember. And I believe we'll be doing that again here in this committee as I look at the proposed amendments and know Mr. Graves will be submitting those to this committee for consideration. So I applaud Chairman Grijalva for his work in that regard with respect to that particular markup. Finally, let me just say this, one particular component that is very important to me, just to paint a picture as we talk about our respective areas of the country. And I take Ms. Fischbach at her word, with respect to the notion about differing values. And I think the better way to frame it is we just have a different vision or a different worldview, right, in terms of the way in which we think these problems should be solved. I represent a district in northern Colorado that borders Wyoming. It is bigger than the state of New Jersey, 10 counties. 52% of it is federal public land. A year ago, today, I was traversing my district, helping as our local communities dealt with 5 wildfires raging simultaneously. The 2 largest wildfires in the entire history of Colorado, 137 years, both happened a year ago in my district, miles from each other. Devastated homes, devastated businesses, tragically, lives were lost. The investments that we make in this bill, thanks to the leadership of the chairman of the Agriculture Committee and the chairman of the Natural Resources Committee, in wildfire resiliency, wildfire mitigation, ecosystem preservation, reforestation, watershed protection, across the board, transformational for my communities. And let me just say, they're not Democratic areas or Republican areas. These are areas of Colorado that are desperate for federal investment to help ultimately deal with what is a very devastating set of challenges as a result of those natural disasters, and ultimately what we know is only likely to continue in the coming years because of climate change. So I'm grateful, as I said, to our chairs and to the committees for their work. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate everybody being here. And if I can just say one thing, because we've heard a lot about bipartisanship here. Let me remind everybody that bipartisanship is a two-way street, and I couldn't help but think about probably one of the most truly bipartisan initiatives that had come out of this Congress, out of committees, was the commission to investigate what happened on January 6th. I mean, literally everything the minority leader had requested, everything the Republicans requested had been agreed to, and then when everything was agreed to, my Republican friend said no to everything. So let's not take a holier-than-thou attitude about bipartisanship. It is a two-way street. And if there was a sincere belief that, in fact, a lot of my Republican colleagues actually were interested in passing something near as transformational as what we are trying to do, I think maybe more of your amendments would have been accepted. Some of them were. But I point that out because it's one of those things that sticks with me to this day when I think back on that committee that was designed to investigate an attack on this House, on this institution, and our democracy, and in a truly bipartisan effort in the relevant committee, a bipartisan commission was established, and I don't know what to vote, but most of you said no. So I just state that for the record. But I appreciate you all being here today. I hope I don't see you anytime soon. But in the meantime, be safe, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We are now, thank you. Chairman. I now want to welcome up our third panel of witnesses to H.R. 5376. Chairwoman Velasquez and Ranking Member Lukemeyer, Chairman Takano and Ranking Member Bost, Chairman Nadler and Ranking Member Jordan. And so I need a...
Test.
So I will yield to Chairwoman Velasquez. I think you have to... There you go. Yes, okay.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Paul, and members of the Rule Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today.
Hold on.
As you know...
The gentleman will suspend for a minute. We need to have quiet in the room so we can hear the witnesses. Okay, you may continue.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. As you know, the pandemic has devastated small businesses across the country. To build our economy back to pre-pandemic levels and beyond, we must invest in our nation's entrepreneurs. To that end, the small business title of the Build Back Better Act will make a $5 billion investment in SBA programs that go beyond recovery and provide long-term solutions to perennial challenges. This title invests nearly $2 billion for SBA to make direct loans of less than $150,000 and targeted loans of $1 million to government contractors and small manufacturers. Lending reports have shown that 7(a) loans under $150,000 have decreased by almost 53% over the past 5 years. This investment in SBA's direct lending program will fill those gaps in our lending market and ensure underrepresented entrepreneurs have the capital they need to launch their businesses. Most importantly, SBA will continue to work with mixing lenders to leverage the inroads that were made over the past year to reach entrepreneurs that have long been left behind. The Build Back Better Act invests more than $60 million to enhance the Small Business Investment Company Program, better known as SBIC. Since its inception, the SBIC program has provided more than $100 billion in capital to entrepreneurs across the country. Today's bills invest in the Emerging Managers Program, pairing new fund managers with highly experienced fund managers for expert guidance and advice. Turning to contracting, this package provides more than $100 million to increase federal procurement opportunities for small businesses and ensures small contractors can take advantage of the many projects sure to come from the infrastructure package. Additionally, $1 billion is dedicated to establishing a national network of uplift incubators to spur economic development in underrepresented communities. The uplift incubators will offer a wide variety of services, including incubator spaces, mentorship, and networking opportunities for Main Street businesses, as well as technical assistance for small government contractors. The investments are aimed at reversing the 40% decline in the number of small businesses participating in our federal contracting programs over the past decade and boosting entrepreneurship. As we all know, innovation is a key to success, and we invest nearly $200 million to expand the Growth Accelerator Competition Fund to enable gifted entrepreneurs to bring their ideas to the market and accelerate their growth. Our title provides capital to cooperatives and other employee-owned entities that play a large part in our communities and invest $105 million in providing a path to entrepreneurship for formerly incarcerated individuals to give them an opportunity to become job creators. In closing, small businesses are the engines that drive economic growth, employing more than 60 million Americans. They fund local tax bases, create good-paying jobs, and reinvest in our cities and towns. Put simply, when they are successful, our country is successful. This comprehensive package makes transformative investment in SBA that will put entrepreneurs all across the country on the road to long-term growth and long-lasting success. I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ranking Member Luetkemeyer.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. As a Republican leader on the Committee on Small Business, I hear from and talk with small businesses all the time. From testimony in congressional hearings to conversations back home in my district, small businesses are facing extreme economic conditions right now. They can't find workers, they can't get products and goods due to supply chain woes, and their prices are rising sharply. However, working on these issues doesn't seem to be important, nor a priority for my Democratic colleagues. Instead, they want to push through trillions more in spending. I'd like to be clear, the proposals that are included in this legislative package are ill-advised and dangerous. The economic prosperity of our nation and our economic freedom is at stake. In early September, when this legislative package first started to move through the committee process, committee Republicans were given a 90-page document less than 48 hours in advance of the markup, filled with partisan spending that expanded Small Business Administration's direct lending authority, that duplicated current SBA private sector programs, that wasted taxpayer dollars and invited more fraud into the federal government. This is not the way to conduct effective and efficient policymaking that impacts small businesses across this nation. Republican committee members offered common sense amendments to increase oversight and protect small businesses from harmful policies. And for the second time in this Congress, and in what used to be one of the most bipartisan committees in the House, Democrats voted down every single Republican amendment, ignoring the impact that inflation and tax increases will have on small businesses. This hearing is no different. This process has been a catastrophe and one in which no member of Congress should be proud of. After starting and stopping this hearing and further delays, members of Congress were given limited notice when this actual rules hearing would restart. How can we sensibly and responsibly advance legislation in this manner? The answer is we can't. Before us today, we once again have proposals to duplicate private sector resources and new programs that have been created that lack oversight. Additionally, this package continues to put an emphasis on and expands direct lending at the SBA, which we know is filled with fraud and severely lacks efficiencies. The customer services that is provided with the current Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program, also known as EIDL, is frankly a disaster. To explain this point, the SBA's Director General has found that nearly 30%, or $78 billion in EIDL loans, have been fraudulent. Over 1 million EIDL grant applications have been flagged for identity theft concerns. SBA's direct lending processes are not efficient and do not protect the taxpayer dollars. Knowing all of this, because this report is public knowledge, how can the congressional Democrats expand direct lending at the SBA? I believe it's simply a mechanism to provide the federal government more control. This should be alarming for everyone. I'd like to point that small businesses create nearly 2/3 of all private sector jobs in this country. They are the drivers of our local economies. Their success determines the success of our American economy. If we hold them back, which I believe this bill does just that, we are doing an economic disservice to our entire country. We should be focused on lowering taxes and not increasing them. We should be focused on creating a regulatory environment that does not overwhelm small business owners. Now we have a vaccine mandate that has been unveiled with absolutely zero information. How can a small business plan for the fourth quarter or the next year, for that matter, which with any certainty? We are already starting to hear from small businesses back home that they will lose employees because of this vaccine mandate. Small businesses are struggling, and this bill is going to make it even worse. More spending is not what we need right now. Small business must return to operating independently. Anything else is counterproductive. I'll say it once again, economic freedom is on the line. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. It's good to have you back in the Rules Committee. I think the last time you were here is when we celebrated Chairman Sessions.
Yes.
So he's hanging right behind you.
That means
right
he's looking
now.
over my shoulder?
Yeah, he's watching.
Okay.
Yeah, so Chairman Takano.
He has a smile.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Well, my notes originally said good afternoon, but it's good evening now. Good evening, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. I am here today in support of the Build Back Better Act of 2021 as chairman of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs. I'm proud of the bipartisan work our committee has done to expand resources for veterans in crisis, reduce veteran suicide, increase VA access for populations of underserved veterans, and ensure veterans receive timely and high-quality care. Now, the legislation before this committee today will directly support our earlier efforts that I just described to you and just enumerated. By making a critical investment in VA, we can start rebuilding VA's capacity in terms of brick and mortar infrastructure, human capital, and the support structures that serve our nation's veterans. If we do not make these much needed investments now, it will become increasingly difficult to deliver on the promises we have made to our veterans already. As demand for care and services at VA continues to grow, the lack of purposeful, usable clinic space will force more care to be sent off the lack the military cultural competence to deliver the specialized care our veterans need. Now, first, the bill will provide $2.3 billion for VA's capital investment portfolio. This is the brick and mortar investment that will allow VA to update its aging facilities, many of which have been around since or before World War II. Second, we provide $455 million for VA to invest in a veteran-centric enhanced lease program. This expands VA's existing authority to lease vacant or underutilized buildings to organizations that provide services to veterans. VA can already lease property to organizations that provide supportive housing. This will allow the department to lease property to serve other veteran needs. Third, we are providing $1.8 billion for major medical facility leases. Now, this is a very key investment and one that I believe will truly impact veterans, including many veterans in your districts, and it will vastly improve access to care. It will help VA address the backlog of 21 medical facility leases that have been awaiting congressional action. Fourth, we need the staff and clinicians to provide the world-class care we have promised to veterans, and this investment in human capital is one of my top priorities. In this package, we provide $268 million for VA to conduct an education and training program for health professionals. We're authorizing VA to increase the number of health professions residency positions at its medical facilities by up to 500 positions over 7 years. This will help not only veterans, but the nation as a whole by addressing the overall shortage of physicians, nurses, psychologists, and other health professionals. Fifth, we are providing VA with $150 million to assist the National Archives and Records Administration in digitizing records that are needed to process veterans' claims for disability benefits. With this investment, it is VA's intention to have veteran records available on day one of the receipt of a claim at VBA. Sixth and finally, we have provided the VA Office of Inspector General with $5 million to carry out enhanced oversight of these investments, which will greatly aid us in our own oversight within the committee. Now, I'll end by saying that nearly 3/4 of Americans agree that it is time to update VA's infrastructure. The Build Back Better Act gives us the framework to begin that effort. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Ranking Member Boss.
Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify here tonight. You know, I'm here representing the Republican members of the Veterans Affairs Committee to discuss how this reconciliation package is the wrong answer for Americans' veterans. In the last 19 months, VA has received $243.3 billion in the largest base budget that's ever been had by the VA. VA has also received $40 billion in additional COVID relief funds. Tens of billions of dollars of the COVID relief money has not been spent as we sit here today. This bill will hand VA an extra $5 billion in a blank check, regardless of the facts that I just explained. Now, this is unnecessary and it's wasteful, to say the very least. VA most certainly has serious infrastructure issues. Republicans acted in a bipartisan basis in 2018 to get the Assets and Infrastructure Review, or the AIR Act, signed into law to fix those issues. The AIR Act is already underway to modernize the VA's medical facilities across the country and better serve our veterans. Making significant infrastructure investments outside of the AIR Act would be a waste of time and taxpayer dollars. This reconciliation instruction moves through the VA committee without even any meaningful opportunity for input from the minority or stakeholders in the veterans community. This bill text for the VA committee marked up was noticed on Saturday afternoon. The amendment filing deadline occurred on Sunday afternoon. My Republican colleagues and I offered 18 amendments. None of those amendments were adopted, including those that would have supported veterans in crisis, made smart investments in VA infrastructure, saved taxpayer dollars. Our markup occurred in the midst of the Biden administration's utter failure in Afghanistan. It was just 3 weeks after 13 service members were killed there. It was just 2 weeks after hundreds of Americans and our allies were left behind in Afghanistan. And it was just 2 days after the 20th anniversary of 9/11 terror attack. Those events devastated veterans and their families, particularly those serving in Afghanistan, and those who lost loved ones are battle buddies there. Calls, chats, and texts to the Veterans Crisis Line skyrocketed and remain higher than usual even now. My Republican colleagues and I begged Chairman Takano to focus the VA committee on supporting veterans through this crisis in Afghanistan. We had no higher priority then or now than letting veterans know that they are heard in Washington and their representatives in Congress have their backs. House Democrats did not heed those calls. Instead, they focused their attention on even more reckless spending. Last week, an hour before this committee met the first time on this package, the Democrats released a brand new committee print that dramatically cut the VA's provisions from $18 billion to $5 billion. The committee print we are discussing tonight is different from last week's, but it keeps the funding top line amount at $5 billion. Republicans have always questioned the need to provide VA with additional funding given the massive appropriations and spending supplements that the VA has received over the last 2 years, which I talked about earlier. But the fact remains that these changes occurred behind closed doors without the opportunity of once again for the input from Republicans or stakeholders in the veterans community. It is unclear what, if any, thought process was behind this other than meeting the arbitrary deadline and the dollar amount that maybe the Democrat leadership required. You know, in fact, there was a major mistake in the VA's provision of the text this committee was debating last week that had to be fixed in the text we're debating now because someone confused the number 50 million with 150 million in a section pertaining to veterans' records. This provides what a partisan farce this has been all along, and just how sloppy it has been handled. There are real consequences to veterans, their lives, when they rush and we make mistakes like this one. You know, I'm glad we had an unexpected week delay to correct that error. But what other mistakes are in this massive bill that also addresses issues impacting immigration, the IRS, health care, that none of us had a chance to even read yet? This is not the way the founders intended to legislate on important issues. The American people deserve better than this late-night sham. This is no way to honor the brave men and women who serve. Veterans are a wise investment, but they're also taxpayers. Like all Americans, they deserve much more than wasteful government spending. They will pay for this in higher taxes, skyrocketing inflation for generations to come. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from New York, Chairman Nadler.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole. I am pleased to testify today about Title VI of H.R. 5376, the Judiciary Committee's contribution to the Build Back Better agenda. Since we learned that the Judiciary Committee would receive reconciliation instructions, we have been working hard to turn President Biden's bold agenda into legislative action. The proposal that we marked up last month, and that we have improved upon since that time, calls for historic investments in our people, our communities, and our economy. First, our title invests in people by improving our immigration system to provide protections and stability those who have made significant contributions to our economy. We do this by providing an opportunity for certain individuals who resided in the United States for an extended period of time to receive temporary protection from removal and work authorizations, and making improvements to the green card process. After our markup, the Senate parliamentarian determined that the provision we passed in committee, which would have provided a path to permanent residence for Dreamers, temporary protected status holders, essential workers, would be subject to a point of order to the Senate floor. This decision was based on the parliamentarian's view that the budget impact of the legislation was incidental to the policy implication of providing permanent residence to the named populations. I disagree with this decision, as do many of our country's economists, because the economic benefits of immigration are substantial and uncontroverted. Nonetheless, in response to this determination, we have adopted an alternative approach, one that presents the strongest path forward for success. This proposal, which gives the Secretary of Homeland Security the authority to grant a temporary reprieve from deportation and work authorization to individuals, is included in the Rules Committee print posted today. Under Section 212D5 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, the Secretary of Homeland Security currently has the authority to allow individuals to remain in the United States for, quote, urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit, close quote. Under the language before you today, in order to further qualify, an individual must have entered the United States before January 1st, 2011, must not be inadmissible on criminal, national security, and other grounds, and must pass a background check to the satisfaction of the Secretary of Homeland Security. While this is not the permanent protection so many of us wanted, there is no doubt that the American public will benefit significantly from the economic gains that accompany an authorized workforce, particularly at a time when we face COVID-induced labor shortages. A higher percentage of authorized workers in the labor force leads to better opportunities and work conditions for American workers. Further, the peace of mind that comes along with protection from deportation is life-changing for these individuals and their families. Someone might want to mute themselves. This legislation will provide security and stability to millions of people, including an estimated 1.6 million Dreamers, 1 million farm workers, and 2.6 million other essential workers who kept us safe during the pandemic. In addition to the protections and permits, this legislation makes other important changes to better the future of American families and U.S. businesses by restoring the availability of over 400,000 unused immigrant visas lost due to COVID-19 or bureaucratic delay, and enhancing green card processing. According to the latest data, 10.4 million jobs are currently available in the United States, and millions will be created through the Build Back Better Act and the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Our economy, which is now waking up from the COVID-19 pandemic, will come roaring back when this bill is enacted. The immigration provisions are critical to expanding our infrastructure and building a stronger economy. In addition to these important immigration provisions, we also invest in communities by providing $2.5 billion to the Department of Justice for community violence intervention programs. These programs apply an evidence-based, localized, and community-informed approach to community violence by identifying and supporting those who are at the highest risk of being victims or perpetrators, or both, and by working to reduce violence through targeted interventions, programs, and strategies. We also invest in our economy by providing a combined $1 billion in additional funding for the Justice Department's Antitrust Division and the Federal Trade Commission's Bureau of Competition. Despite waves of mergers over the past decade that have harmed competition and limited consumer choices, funding for antitrust enforcement has been funded at historic lows. Finally, we also provide $498 million in additional resources for the Tax Division at the Department of Justice to ensure that the tax laws are enforced fully and fairly. The Build Back Better agenda presents a historic opportunity to invest in our people, our communities, and our economy. I am proud of the Judiciary Committee's contribution to this legislation, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few hours' notice for a 2,100-page bill, a bill that we all know will probably change again. I mean, think about it. Four separate occasions we were told by the Speaker of the House we were going to vote on this legislation. Each time it didn't happen. She's 0 for 4. Twice, she summoned the President of the United States to Capitol Hill to close the deal. He's 0 for 2. Let's hope this week it's not just 0 for 6, it's 0 for 7, because this legislation is not what the country needs. 71% of the country, according to surveys, according to polling, 71% of the country think that our nation is on the wrong track. I think the real question is, who are the 29%? Who thinks anything's going right? Price of gasoline's $3.50 a gallon. Inflation's up for everything. Relatively safe streets have now turned into crime going up in every major urban area in our country. Again, we went from energy independence to the spectacle of the President of the United States begging OPEC to increase production. And this bill does nothing to fix those problems. And this legislation does nothing to fix the Biden border crisis. Makes it worse. U.S. Customs and Border Protection encountered 1.7 million illegal aliens, an all-time high on the southern border during this year alone. I said this, I think, this committee before. March was the highest month on record for illegal crossings until April, and then April was the highest month on record until May, and then May was the highest month on record until June, and June was the highest month on record until July when it was 212,000, and August went all the way down to 208,000. Probably was a higher number, but remember, that's the month we had the Haitian migrant concern at the Del Rio Bridge. It just keeps getting worse. We know that an estimated 400,000 individuals got away, successfully evaded U.S. Border Patrol and disappeared in the United States because they're so darn busy with everything else that's happening on our border. Tens of thousands of migrants are currently in a caravan moving toward our southern border. Maybe one of the reasons they're coming there is because news reports indicate that the Justice Department wants to give $450,000 to people who illegally came to the country, broke our law, entered our country. And how do Democrats in Congress respond? With a bill that gives amnesty to what's estimated to be 8 million people. Democrats are choosing to ignore the violence, danger, and illegal activity at the border in favor of rewarding aliens who have disregarded our law. We saw Plan A at the markup. We saw Plan B unveiled last week. Now we got Plan C because of the Senate parliamentarian won't let you do what you want to do in the initial plans. Of course, we have no idea what the text they are considering today will even be the final immigration-related text because, as I said, the Senate parliamentarian has already told Democrats their first 2 tries couldn't be included in reconciliation. So here we are again looking at a new plan. This plan abuses the statutory parole authority provided by Congress to the DHS secretary. This version of the bill requires the secretary to grant, quote, parole in place, which we all know is just another path to citizenship, again, for what some are reporting will be more than 7, 8, 9 million people who entered our country illegally. Parole is supposed to allow an alien to enter the United States temporarily and on a case-by-case basis and, quote, for urgent humanitarian reasons of significant public benefit, such as to receive medical treatment that the alien cannot get in his or her home country. But the Democrats have decided to use this bill to give amnesty to millions. Also, loose document requirements will result in millions of fraudulent applications. We know that's going on. The DH Secretary is required to grant all of those migrants who entered our country illegal a work authorization. Under this bill, future DHS Secretary will be subject to the guidelines that Secretary Mayorkas writes in order to revoke an alien's parole. But don't worry, because the aliens can get parole until they complete a background check to the satisfaction of Secretary Mayorkas, the same secretary who knew that Customs and Borders had encountered 1.7 million illegal aliens on the southern border this year, but still testified to Congress that the border is secure. In addition, this version ensures that criminal aliens and other bad actors can also get amnesty. For instance, aliens with DUI convictions, certain sex offense convictions, certain firearms convictions, and even gang members can get amnesty under the Democrats' legislation. Republicans offered numerous amendments during our markup to prohibit these criminal aliens from being eligible for the Democrats' amnesty. However, the Democrats rejected each and every one of our amendments. Chairman Nadler even defended his belief that criminal aliens should get amnesty by saying it doesn't matter if an illegal alien has, quote, 2 or 6 or 20 convictions for DUI. During the entire markup, Democrats never explained why they want criminal aliens to become U.S. citizens. Instead, they used the term human infrastructure. Even after rewriting this bill a couple of times, the Democrats failed to address the concerns that Republicans raised at a markup. Democrats are still rewarding foreign nationals who disregard our laws. Document fraud will still be rampant. Criminals like those with DUI convictions and gang members will still get amnesty, and the Biden administration wants criminal aliens to stay in the United States. In fact, on September 30th, 2021, Secretary issued a memorandum directing that just because an alien is removable pursuant to the law doesn't mean the alien should be placed in removal proceedings. Well, that's amazing. In addition to the amnesty, Democrats also include a massive green card expansion in their reconciliation legislation. This radical provision would make hundreds of thousands of green cards available over and above the current annual limit set by statute, set by us, by using a gimmick known as a green card, quote, recapture. The bill then exempts unknown number of aliens from the green card limits. And since we marked up this text, the Democrats added new spending, wholly unrelated to anything our committee considered at markup. The bill now includes a $1 billion slush fund for the Biden DOJ and FTC to aggressively attack American businesses to make them fit the mold of their woke agenda. The FTC chair, Lena Khan, and the nominee for the antitrust at the DOJ, Jonathan Cantor, are on a crusade to remake the American economy. This is an effort to act as central planners to the American economy. Those taxpayer-funded bureaucrats will flood American businesses with lawsuits at a time when those businesses are already dealing with inflation, the threat of higher taxes, and of course, competition from China, not to mention the supply chain problems that we know exist all too well. And today, the Democrats added another $500 million for the DOJ's tax division. What will the tax division use $500 million for? Maybe to go after Americans. We know what the Treasury Secretary wanted. Any and all transactions in every single bank account over $600. I want to be able to spy on that. This is scary stuff. Americans know too well Democrats are willing to weaponize the IRS for political purposes, and we've seen in recent weeks how the Biden DOJ under Attorney General Garland is using the Department of Justice for partisan goals, including to target and silence American parents who simply want to speak up in favor of the proper education for their children. If enacted, this bill will just empower these types of abuses. The reconciliation bill won't help American families, won't help our economy. America deserves better, and as I said at the start, I hope this is 0 for 7 this week and that this bill does not pass. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Cole, would you like to raise any questions?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just some quick ones, trying to get through it. Mr. Lichtenmeyer, just if I remember your opening statement, you made the point that earlier in this process, I think you said in September, you'd gotten a 90-page bill only 48 hours before a meeting. If it makes you feel better, that's 47 hours more than we got for a 2,135-page bill. So I just want to ease your pain a little bit, let you know you can come join the Rules Committee, which is not normally a committee of original jurisdiction and should not be doing any of this. Yeah, and you'd be amazed how much happier you would be with your current circumstances. I do have a serious question. I know during your committee's consideration of legislation, Republicans raised concerns over the duplicative nature and lack of oversight of many of the programs which receive funding in the legislation, along with increased risk of taxpayers to taxpayers by increasing government guarantees. We've had several iterations of the bill. Have any of these problems improved in any noticeable way?
No, they haven't. The final document that we have in front of us, there's 3 programs right now that are duplicative. And they're duplicative because the private sector already does this. You know, I don't know why we need as a government, to try and do the same thing that private sector does, and quite frankly does it pretty well, unless you've got another agenda. An agenda would be that the government wants to be able to be more control. So the duplicative stuff, and the problem with it is that there's no oversight. And the oversight there doesn't, you know, these are taxpayer dollars, and some of these programs are direct lending dollars where we've, as I indicated in my testimony, the IG has indicated that there's as much as 30% of it is fraud. And you know, the second comment that I made was they're trying to, in this bill, to have another new direct lending program when we haven't cleaned up the other one yet. We're working with the Inspector General to try and come up with some things that the SBA can do to clean this mess up. And when we suggest that these things be done, the IG suggests that they be done, the SBA folks' leadership says, well, okay, we're going to do it. We find out later that the staff blows them off and doesn't do it. And so we find that the IG's recommendations are not followed. So therefore, these programs without oversight are going to be ripe for fraud, the fraud to continue that's already in the agency. And those are all of our dollars. This isn't a partisan problem here. This These are Democrat dollars like they're Republican dollars. Everybody's dollars here, the taxpayer dollars. We view my job as to point out the problems and protect those dollars and find ways to improve the program so they can be helpful to small businesses and protect the dollars for the citizens and taxpayers. But we've got some severe problems, and this is not me saying this. This is the Inspector General who has gone through these things, and we're working with him to try and find ways to fix these problems. And we're working on a bill to try, frankly, fix this direct lending problem, which is just horrible. You can't have a third of your program be fraught with fraud. That's just not acceptable.
Mr. Boss, in your comments, you made quite a point, I think, about the amount of money we've directed toward the veterans situation, veterans issues, and certainly toward the VA. I always actually tell this to people at home that this is actually something Congress tends to agree on. That is, I mean, we really do. Democrat or Republican have tried to put more and more resources there. I've watched this budget go up continually, and I've been generally supportive of that, whether Republican or Democratic president, Republican or Democratic Congress. It's absolutely something I think the American people want. And I always point out some of my constituents. I have a lot of veterans facilities. It's a military-heavy district. Two of the premier military facilities in the country, Tinker Air Force Base, Fort Sill Army post are there. So we have VA hospitals, we have VA homes, we have lots of stuff, and people are happy to do it. I mean, they really, so no complaint about that. On the other hand, you know, I've read enough concerns about the VA in terms of everything from constructing hospitals, which we now have, I guess, the Corps of Engineers doing because they weren't doing a particularly good job. So just give us, it's been an unprecedented amount of money. How comfortable are you that the money has been used well and has gotten to where we all want it to go?
Well, let's look at what we've got given over the last 19 months. Under the former administration, the budget was raised to a higher level than it's ever been before, and that's $243.3 billion. And then, because of COVID, we came forward and started adding money on top of that through each one of the COVID relief bills to the tune of $40 billion. And then this bill, you know, it gives $5 billion, but no guide on where that money is going. It's unnecessary. It's wasteful. It goes too far. Of course, maybe with the amount of inflation we have, maybe it doesn't go too far because everything's costing so much more. But I will never apologize, as you made the statement. I won't apologize for giving to veterans. They've earned it. But the VA, remember this, is the second largest bureaucracy in the world. The first day of fiscal year 2022, we learned that the VA essentially lost $250 million in one account. Hey, but don't worry about it. They found $300 million over in another account they didn't know they had. Folks, we have a responsibility of oversight. We are the U.S. Congress, and we need to take hold of these bureaucracies and not just throw blank checks at them, but truly do the oversight necessary to make sure the money's being spent. But when you've given a bureaucracy so much money that they find and lose $250 million and then $300 million, the average taxpayer can't understand that. And let me also say this, the average veteran doesn't understand that. Because what you want to remember about veterans, they're taxpayers too. They want their services provided, but they don't want their taxes wasted. That's why we have such a problem with this. You know, we're willing to work with the other side of the aisle, but we need to have sensible oversight. And throwing money at this at these large bureaucracy without the oversight is not wise.
It's interesting to hear. There's a lot of common thread between Mr. Luetkemeier's testimony and your testimony in terms of the competence of and the oversight of dollars. Mr. Jordan, let me turn to you. I think you've got someplace of this panel, the most interesting problem. We all would agree, and you pointed out pretty eloquently in your testimony, we have a massive border crisis underway. I mean, unprecedented, worst in decades, over a generation. You know, you can turn on the television, just watch the television, and then compare it to the rhetoric you hear out of the administration, and see if your eyes and your ears tell you that they're both true. It just can't be. So there's a lot of money in here. Can you tell me, is there any money in here for construction of a border wall? Is there any money in here for additional agents? Are there any tools in here that would, at the border, give the ability of the Border Patrol or enhance the ability of the Border Patrol to actually control it, particularly given, we know it's not just a people issue. We know drug seizures have tripled. We know human trafficking is a horrific problem. So what additional tools, resources have we given the Border Patrol to deal with an unprecedented crisis?
No, great question. I mean, the question here people have, no, there's not. In fact, that's the problem. When you tell the world you're not going to build a wall, when you end the Remain in Mexico, the NTP program, and then you pay people who came here illegally $450,000, I mean, you're sending the wrong message, and that's why the caravan's coming, that's why people continue to come. And we focus on the numbers so much, we forget the suffering that takes place. And when you're trying to deal with the human problem, the suffering that takes place with so many, particularly young children and young women, you also can't deal with the drug problem you raised too. So it's all that and more. But I don't think there's any money in this that's going to help with the wall. Any money that's going to help with. I don't even know if there's any money in here for like more judges to deal with the huge number of cases that you have to work through. So
well, why wouldn't you know? You've had 2 or 3 hours to look at this thing.
Exactly. And understand the plan itself, as I said in my opening remarks, is changed 3 times now. And that's due to the Senate parliamentarians saying that you can't do what they initially wanted to do, so they happen to finagle with it to get basically the same result.
That's the next question, actually, I wanted to ask you is, because number one, this is a fairly unusual way to do immigration reform, even if you agreed with it. I don't think reconciliation package was ever designed for this tool. And we know this is going over to a parliamentarian that has already demonstrated they're skeptical about the use of this tool to deal with this. So given that, I'm curious, number one, what you think the odds are anything we have in here will actually pass parliamentary muster, so to speak, over there. And number two, if it's long odds, and I suspect it is, then why do you think it's in there?
You'd have to ask the Democrats why it's in there. I think it exacerbates an already just terrible situation. And frankly, I give the Senate parliamentarian a lot of credit because I know she faced a lot of political pressure from our friends on the other side of the aisle. So we'll see how it shakes out. I don't think it's going to fly either because twice they've tried it and twice they've been turned down. But we'll just have to wait and see.
Well, Mr. Nadler, or Chairman Nadler, excuse me. Can you tell us why it's in there? Because I actually agree with the ranking member. This is a pretty long shot that we're taking there.
Well, thank you for that question. After the Judiciary Committee markup, the Senate parliamentarian ruled that the reported language, Section 245B, would be subject to a point of order on the Senate floor. The parliamentarian's opinion was based in part on her view that Section 245B was a new immigration policy that created a new pathway to permanent resident status for specifically defined classes of individuals. This new language addresses those concerns and represents our best chance of success moving forward. The new provision relies on existing statutory authority. It does not create a new program, and the benefits provided are temporary in nature. The provision sunsets on September 30th, 2031, and are not limited to specific defined classes of individuals. Many of our nation's top economists have confirmed the economic benefits of immigration are substantial and uncontroverted. We're confident the budgetary effects of this new provision substantially outweigh the policy implications, and we therefore anticipate a ruling from the parliamentarian, favorable ruling from the parliamentarian on this provision in the near future.
Well, you may be right, but I count me as skeptical. And let me suggest, because your margin is so narrow here, and that's really part of the problem, I think this bill gets twisted quite a bit because you got to have every single vote. And you get 3 members that say they're not going to do something unless something I want's in this bill, whether it's good policy or not, whether it's going to pass the parliamentarian or not, it's in the bill. I mean, I've seen it over and over all evening long. Any 1 or 2 or wherever 3 people gather, a new provision can be produced for reconciliation. I promise you. Go ahead.
I would just say, the ranking member, there's the old line. There's nothing more permanent than a temporary government program. And Mr. Nadler just said this is a temporary 10-year program. So that's about as permanent as you can get. And again, we don't know if it's even going to fly. So that's the situation.
Well, and to my friends, I just end with this observation, and I'll yield back, Madam Chair. I don't think if you get this out of here and over there, it's not going to look a lot like this when it comes back. Senator Manchin made the statement today. He isn't working from the House bill. So, you know, he's working from whatever. He's going to basically cut a deal on his side, and that's going to be what you guys get. And it's not going to be all this stuff that we're working on, whether you agree with it or not. You know, that I suspect that, and then you're going to have to decide whether or not you like it, whether or not it was okay for one guy to basically write the legislation. Now, I'm not saying he's not improving it in some ways. Certainly cutting it down to size, particularly if he holds ground and says, I'm not going to fund programs for 2 or 3 years that we know you intend to fund for 10. I'm not going to be fooled and let what you say is $1.75 trillion really be anywhere from double that to even more, according to the calculations of our staff. So this is just kind of a charade of an exercise. And but I commend all of you for coming in and offering your testimony and your points of view. Appreciate it very much. And yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I'll recognize myself for whatever time rules allows. I do find it interesting that we're having, you know, this conversation about whether or not the bill is too large. There's too many pages to be read, although most of them have been released over time. We've heard from several of our chairs already that there have been markups, there have been amendments, there have been all kinds of things considered, which at least as, you know, in the history of reconciliation packages, at least this one's been printed and it's not just, you know, notes in the margin, which we've seen become a problem in the past. And I'm so pleased that Mr. Jordan is recognizing the fact that there's trauma to children coming across the border. Sure is. But I think he's conflated a couple things here. When he talks about paying illegal aliens to come to this country, paying $450,000, that's not paying people to come to this country. That's settling a lawsuit for human rights abuses for the prior administration torturing children by pulling them away from their parents. So, you know, I just would regret it if you were confused about that issue. Chairman Nadler, I think when you introduced the sections of this bill dealing with the immigration provisions, this isn't an amnesty provision, is it?
No, it is not an amnesty provision. The Republicans are quick to disparage any immigration legislation as amnesty. This legislation provides an opportunity for certain undocumented individuals to receive temporary protection from removal under work permit. The benefits under Section 66001 will not be available beginning September 30, 2031. Further, these benefits are not just handed out to anyone. As noted above, all applicants must pass criminal background checks, screening procedures, and will be denied relief if they pose a threat to public safety or national security or are inadmissible under specified grounds. No matter how many times the Republicans may say it, this provision is not amnesty.
Thank you. I was also really pleased to see and hear provisions providing for community violence reduction programs. We've seen in my district, we've seen a 60% reduction in gun violence in one of the communities because federal funding has become available to reduce community violence. So I wholeheartedly support the expansion of those programs. Mr. Takano, there was a suggestion that money is just being thrown at the VA with no requirements. Can you speak to that?
Yes, Madam Chair. That is completely untrue. We have, first of all, enhanced oversight over the monies by providing out of the $5 billion allocation, $5 million to the Office of Inspector General to carry out enhanced oversight of the investments that we propose to make. You heard me outline where we expect the $5 billion to be allocated. I will mention that the bill will provide $1.8 billion for leased facilities that would clear 21 facilities. Most of these facilities are in Republican districts. I would dare say that if we were to ask the ranking member if he would like to see this actually excised out of the allocation, that there would be a number of Republican members that would see those facilities not be there. Who really is going to argue with 500 more residencies for health professionals, whether it be doctors, nurses, or others on the allied health professional field that we need to animate and staff our facilities across the country. I do not find that to be anywhere near a wasteful investment. Now, one thing I did hear the ranking member do is he tried to conflate the emergency allocations that were given under a Republican administration to address the unprecedented pandemic, the effects of the pandemic. We had to do a lot more, not just a lot more, just to really describe what we had to do with veterans who weren't able to come into facilities, and we had to address through telehealth. We invested a lot of money, or the VA used a lot of our resources to address the mental health issues that occurred, to beef up all the different ways in which we had to reach out to veterans during the pandemic. We also allocated emergency funding under the American Rescue Plan. Now, I have no regrets in either case for either administration for making sure that we allocated emergency funding to address all the different effects of the pandemic. This $5 billion is about the human capital and the physical infrastructure that we need to invest in now. I already said that a lot of our facilities are over 50 years old. That does not allow them or position those facilities to deliver the 21st century healthcare that need modernized facilities in order to do that.
Thank you. And as someone whose sister depends upon the VA for her medical care, I appreciate those efforts. I will yield back my time and recognize Mr. Burgess.
Thank you. Thank you all for staying with us. Mr. Luchtenmeyer, let me just ask you mentioned when you were giving your testimony on the difficulties small businesses are encountering, the workforce issue, and the problems that occur as a result of the vaccine mandates. Did I hear you correctly when you addressed that? And
yes, that's correct. Yes, they're the 100 employee level. The definition of a small business is anybody under 500 employees. So you're capturing a lot of businesses in the 100 to 500 range. And I can give you an example. I've got a steel fabricator at home there, 180 employees. I live in a very rural area, and those folks are a little reticent to get their shots. And so that business just don't know what they're going to do, because if they force them to do this, they're going to find they're going to be short by 30 to 50 employees. And so they're already short from the standpoint there's not enough people in the area there to fill their needs. So they're very concerned about what's going to happen.
And you encounter similar stories in the public sector, hospitals, first responders, police departments, fire departments. Look, I've been vaccinated multiple times. I feel comfortable with the fact that vaccinations are available for this illness. I'm grateful. But I also recognize that one way to drive oppositional behavior is to mandate it. And I've told people from the beginning, the previous administration, this administration, if you mandate it, you're going to make it more difficult. Why not explain to people why it's important and let them and their doctors make that decision? We made a big mistake early on in the distribution aspect of this and not involving physicians' offices. We had a big vaccine hub in my area, and I supported it. I thought it was a good idea. We got a lot of people vaccinated very quickly, but we cut out the individual physician offices, and I think that was a mistake because people do consult with their physicians, and they do generally believe their physicians.
One comment I'd like to make, though, is, right now the proposal is for 100 employees. The concern by small businesses is the 5-employee to 25-member shops is they've seen what happens before. You start here, and suddenly that drops down to 50, and then it's down to 25, and pretty soon it's everybody. And so they're all very concerned about this. And because of uncertainty, it just lends itself to concerns, to the lack of people wanting to invest. How am I going to run my business? What should I do with regards to expanding? I mean, it really contracts what's going to happen. And I think you see in the GDP numbers, they're going down, down, down. And I think that's symptomatic of all of the things that are occurring. And this uncertainty is going to continue to cause those to go down.
Correct. I believe also it's a cause and effect. I would also share with you, and this has been difficult because it's hard to get telephone calls answered from people in the agencies when you're a member of the minority party, but I do not understand the reluctance in accepting someone's status of having been previously ill and then recovered and not accepting their immunologic status as a stand-in for the vaccine. And yesterday, finally, the CDC, through their Morbidity Mortality Weekly Report, suggested in the lead paragraph that immunity acquired from an infection was just as good as the immunity acquired from a vaccine. They still ended up their article with, we want everyone to get the vaccine, even people who've been previously infected, which was a non sequitur. I will also tell you that when we encountered problems with monoclonal antibody deliveries in Texas, we were kind of cut out of the system for a while. I don't know why, but we were. And in telephone calls with both the CDC and the FDA and the NIH, I asked the question. Convalescent plasma was used quite effectively early in the course of this disease. There were some areas where there was no other therapy available, and convalescent plasma did work. So I asked the question, look, I've been vaccinated so many times I can't count. Can I donate plasma? Do I have antibodies that would work in a convalescent plasma donation? And I was told by the chief hematologist that no, the robustness of the immunity with the illness is much more complete than what you see with the vaccine. QED, I mean, thank you, CDC, for coming around to that realization when you all knew it all the time. I think we're going to learn a lot more about this over time. I do encourage people to frequently consult with where the bulk of the evidence is leading. But the last thing we need to do with a constrained workforce right now is to be jettisoning people because they won't comply with an arbitrary mandate. Ranking Member Jordan, I just got to tell you, that was the most complete and thorough recitation of the problems at the southern border that I have ever heard. And I encourage your staff to pull down that clip and play it repetitively for every news outlet that wants it, because you, in encyclopedic form, went through and detailed all of the problems. Now, let me just ask you something. In one of our, well, it was probably 2 or 3 panels ago, when we had the folks here, Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, dealing with public health and benefits, all these new benefits, childcare, extended workplace benefits, expanded advanced premium tax credits for the Affordable Care Act, all of these additional benefits, I asked the question, is there any requirement for citizenship to receive these benefits? And basically I got no answer. Nobody knew. It sounds like, from what I'm hearing from testimony from the Judiciary Committee, that it's quite possible that not only is the answer to that question, yes, of course, but we're even going to make it more straightforward, because I think if I heard the chairman correctly, we're going to be providing state IDs, driver's licenses, other form of documentation that will make the collection of these benefits much more straightforward. Do you have an opinion on that?
I think you're right. I think it's more than possible. I think it's likely that what you just described will in fact be the outcome. And again, that's a concern, I think, to American citizens. But I think that's where it's headed.
Well, and you know, here's the frustrating thing. I'm from Texas. We got a big problem with this.
Sure do.
We have spent a ton of state money doing the work that the federal government should have been doing, securing our southern border. Governor Abbott has tried everything at his disposal to do the work that the federal government should be doing. He cannot arrest people for the same reasons that an American agent or American law enforcement could detain someone. So the state government, the state law enforcement is constrained. But here's the problem. We are enticing people to come.
Yep.
It started first off with just statements by the vice president that, hey, we got an open border, y'all come. But now we're saying we're going to pay you to various degrees. Forget the $450,000 settlement. We're going to pay you a child tax credit. We're going to pay you advanced premium tax credit for your health care. We're going to provide all of these benefits to you, and American citizens are saying, the same ones who say that 79% say we're on the wrong track, they also, I think, believe that that's a false promise and it should not be offered.
Yep.
And I don't know, just call me crazy. I think we saw some evidence of that last night.
I think you're right, and I couldn't say it any better, but I think you described the situation, and it's, again, probably one of the many reasons why there's 71% of our fellow citizens who think the country's on the wrong track.
Well, we've got to get control of this, and again, we're not going to build the wall, we're not going to increase border enforcement. I, like you, do not trust anything that Secretary Mayorkas says. He won't return my phone calls, he won't answer my questions. I've got no reason to believe anything he says. We're creating a problem and making it worse, and now we're doubling down on it with this vast amount of money that we're allegedly spending in this bill. So thank you for your observations. Thank you for your service on the Judiciary Committee. We've got to keep our eye on this, and we've got to improve the situation. The people are demanding it.
Thank you.
And then finally, on General, on the VA, in the previous administration, they worked hard to get us to provide them the tools they needed to fire someone at the senior executive service level if they were not doing their job in the VA. Statement was made, you can't fire anyone for non-performance of their job. Right. Is that still in effect, that law that Congress passed, and is this administration enforcing it?
It is. The enforcement mechanism may not be as strong as what it was during the previous administration. It is still there. It was a concern that we had. I know there was a lot of argument from labor side, and as many of you know, I'm a union firefighter, and I understand the importance of that. But the reality is the priority should be making sure that the veterans are provided the best service possible. We had situations that occurred where, and in my particular VA, and there's situations all over, that because of religious reasons, a person after they've received their doctorate were actually chose not to do certain things that were required with her job, and they couldn't let her go. But that meant the veterans weren't being served. So by modifying that law during the previous administration and allowing the opportunity to try to straighten out where we have sometimes a different motivation. Let me tell you that a majority of the people that serve our veterans are great people who truly have the veterans in mind. But a bad apple needs to be let go now and again. and this allows the administration to do that. It is still in place. The question is it being done at the level that it should, or are they falling back into the older ways? Right now, we're having oversight saying that they're still doing it the way they should.
We're counting on you to do the oversight. Thank you. Thank you for your service. I'll yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Torres?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. It's really shocking to hear how concerned we are and afraid about the little brown children that are coming to our southern border seeking asylum. But yet we have absolutely zero to say about the accused sex traffickers and offenders within your ranks, and also the insurrectionists that continue to serve a rank. My question is about, it's directed to Ms. Velasquez. Can you provide a little more information about the SBA, the lending programs that they have, and any fraud and transparency programs are included in this bill?
Well, we are providing $2 billion for direct lending for the Small Business Administration. I just want to correct the record. This is not a new program. This is in statute, was created and signed into law by Ronald Reagan. It hasn't been activated for many years now, but it will fill the gap that exists for those loans less than $150,000. Throughout the pandemic, we saw that many businesses in underserved communities, women, minorities, and in rural America, when they applied for PPP loan, despite every effort that they made, they were left behind. So this direct lending will not compete with the private sector. It will fill a gap. It will enhance programs that exist. The other issue about fraud that was mentioned, I just want to make it clear that that under the leadership of the prior administration, millions of PPP dollars went to large, well-connected businesses. Vital data was withheld from Congress, and the guardrails for the idle programs were lowered considerably. And the fraud and mismanagement that happened and that people are discussing here happened under the Trump administration, not under the Biden administration. And in fact, listen, we all care about being good steward of taxpayers' money. And I listened to the concern expressed by the ranking member. And that is why in this allocation that was provided to the Small Business Committee of $5 billion, we allocated $12.5 billion for the IG because we believe in strong oversight.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to note that in solidarity with my former ranking member, I have taken off my jacket. That's for you, Jim. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
That's the best questioning I've heard all night. Mr. Perlmutter?
Thank the witnesses, and I yield back.
Ms. Fishbach?
Mr. Chair, might I say it's, 3 strikes. I yield back.
You're the best. Mr. Raskin? Ms. Galen, you already went, right? Yeah, Mr. Morelli?
I'm perfectly happy to yield back to you.
Ms. Ross?
Yield back.
Mr. DeGoose? And, yeah. And I have no questions other than to say thank you very much for being here. And you're dismissed. Thank you. I now call our next panel. Representative Perlmutter is going to be testifying, along with Ranking Member Lucas, Chairman Thompson, Ranking Member Katko, Chairwoman Maloney, and Ranking Member Comer.
Where's Comer? I think he's here.
He was in the hall.
Hey.
All right.
Next time. Next time.
So I know that Mr. Thompson and Ms. Maloney are in.
Yeah.
Yeah, there they come. Here they come, right?
Yeah, let's, you and I slide down.
Okay.
I'll let those go.
Absolutely.
All right.
Keep going. It's an unstable world.
So, I know, well, we gotta. So, I don't, we'll work on that, yeah. Yeah, make sure your mic is on, by the way. Is your mic on? So we'll begin with, I'll begin with yielding to somebody who we don't often hear from, Representative Perlmutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member. I'm here appearing on behalf of Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson in support of the science and technology provisions contained in the Build Back Better Act. And I'd like to offer my remarks for the record, as well as a memo by the Science, Space, and Technology Committee that's been prepared, kind of outlines in summary form the investments that are being made in the section of the bill dealing with science and innovation. Just to summarize my remarks, there is investment in a number of different sections dealing with the Department of Energy, primarily on the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy. There is components dealing with sustainability and conservation in a variety of ways, high assay, low enriched uranium. There is investment in the Environmental Protection Agency, specifically air quality and climate research. There is wildfire management, prevention, and research, both investments in the Federal Emergency Management Agency as well as the National Science Foundation, NASA. There's substantial investments in NASA, particularly revitalizing NASA's infrastructure, which has become dated over the last 60 years. We invest in the future of aviation, so there's money for aeronautics research and development. Again, assistance in resources. We provide resources for assessing and mitigating climate change. More wildfire research by NASA in terms of its imaging and satellites looking down on the various fires. The National Institute of Standards and Technology gets substantial investment for modernizing research infrastructure. There is substantial investment in American manufacturers. The Hollings Manufacturing Extension Partnership, which is a public-private partnership with centers in all 50 states. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration gets an investment for weather forecasting, accelerated advancements in research observations, modeling related to weather, coasts, oceans, and climate, as we've seen these extreme weather events. There's competitive climate research grants, and there's substantial investment through the National Science Foundation. So all of the various agencies that the Science Committee has jurisdiction over receive substantial investments which are really dedicated to the future of our nation and our planet. And I'm happy to answer questions and would yield back to the ranking member.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. And I'd probably be remiss if I didn't mention just before I start my remarks that I have a great deal of respect for this committee, having appeared here many times through the Farm Bill process. You and I, Chairman, worked together on a number of provisions there.
We did.
I think a committee that produced a product that might not have in 2014 been loved perfectly by leadership on either side of the room, but yet a product that met the needs of both the producers and consumers of food and fiber in this great country.
That's why I always liked you.
Thank you. By the same token, I'd note that I'm very fond of your ranking member, because for 40 years we've worked together, both in Oklahoma and here, to try to make a real difference for people. So again, I have a great deal of respect for this committee. But with that, I must say, earlier this year I came to speak to the committee ahead of the House vote on the first $1 trillion reconciliation package. When I told you that the Science Committee hadn't even had a chance to provide input into the bill. Here we are for round 2, or maybe 2.5, with more trillions of taxpayer dollars at stake. I suppose I should be glad that this time at least, the Science Committee was given the chance to vote on our portion of the bill. Unfortunately, I can't be sure that the next text I'm being asked to testify on is going to be even the final text considered by the Rules Committee or brought to the floor. The latest version of the bill includes massive changes from what the Science Committee reported in September and additional changes from the version I was prepared to testify on last week. The bill includes funding of new programs that weren't considered by the Science Committee, and the draft drops important provisions adopted in committee, including a provision to prohibit the use of Chinese forced labor for energy projects. The bill also drops a bipartisan provision to ensure geographic diversity of research infrastructure funded in the bill. This is just the tip of the iceberg for this legislation, and every day in the last week, I've read rumors about more changes to the package, changes that would rewrite whole entitlement programs and sections of the tax code. We haven't seen text of those changes, not to mention we don't even have scores from the Congressional Budget Office to estimate the true budgetary impact of these proposals. In fact, I don't even know if we'll have a score before members will be asked to vote on this, what could be called a giant package, on the floor. That's irresponsible at best, and a dereliction of duty in this time of growing federal deficits and rising inflation. My Democrat friends are operating under the slimmest of majorities, and always remember, I understand the fundamental principles of a representative democracy. The majority has the right and the responsibility to govern, but the minority has the right and the responsibility to be heard, to be the conscience of the body. So I can understand, with this narrow margin, why the majority is resorting to some partisan tactics and gimmicks to bulldoze opposition to this bill. There is no deadline that requires us to vote on this bill before it's been read or scored. This is simply an attempt to ram through before even more opposition arises to the flawed package. Meanwhile, Congress does truly have urgent matters to address. We're dealing with the worst inflation in a generation, and Americans are paying for Washington's actions with higher prices at the gas pump, at the grocery store, and just about everything else. Energy costs have alone increased by nearly 25% in the last year. As inflation rises, Americans must stretch every dollar further and further. But instead of addressing this real problem, the Speaker, the Majority Leader in the other body, the Chairman of the Senate Budget Committee in the other body, are just pushing through more government spending. I worry that this is reckless, it's even irresponsible, and Mr. Chairman, it's no way to run a railroad. I oppose the measure. I urge my colleagues in the majority not to push this bill forward and force Congress to vote on this massive, what I fear is flawed and rushed piece of legislation. And with that, I've been brief, I think, and I look forward to whatever questions or discussion we have in the committee. And thank you for giving me a chance.
Well, thank you. Chairman Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I thank you and Ranking Member Cole and the members of the committee for the opportunity to testify regarding the Homeland Security provisions in the Build Back Better package. Title 5 of the measure before you making important investments in urgent Homeland Security priorities. I appreciate Chairman Yarmouth and House leadership working with me to include these investments in the final package. The Homeland Security title includes $1.5 billion to help the Department of Homeland Security address 3 pressing national security challenges: improving our national cybersecurity posture, helping to secure places of worship and other nonprofit institutions against domestic terrorists and other violent threats, and intensifying DHS's efforts to reduce its carbon footprint. These urgent Homeland Security challenges need sustained investment. Everyday cyber criminals and our adversaries exploit cyber tools to extort money from cyber attack victims, conduct espionage, and disrupt our way of life. All of us have stories of people being held at ransom by some nefarious actor in cyberspace, whether it's a school district, county government, city government, or private industry. So part of what this investment will do will help secure that infrastructure. The other thing is the domestic terrorist attacks on houses of worship, whether it's a synagogue, a mosque, or what have you. There's money in there to help secure those facilities against those threats. So we support it. I wish we had additional monies to support other things, but we see the benefit in it, and I yield back and look forward to any questions.
Well, thank you very much. Ranking Member Katko.
And I appreciate the opportunity to speak here today before the committee. Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, members of the committee, thank you, and allow me to testify in this portion of the Committee on Homeland Security's Build Back Better Act. Like many of my Republican colleagues, I share the concern and frustration over being completely shut out of this process. And at the risk of being a bit avuncular here, I have a very good working relationship with Chairman Thompson. I work very well with him. And I dare say that if we had an opportunity to do this ourselves together, we would have done, it would have been a much different product. And unfortunately, we didn't have that opportunity. Not only were Homeland Republicans not part of any discussion or drafting of this legislation, but the text has significantly changed from what the committee marked up in September. And it's likely to change yet again in similarly non-transparent way without any input from the minority, any. And that's just not like what we do in Homeland Security. The Homeland Security title of the reconciliation package originally included $865 million in funding for CISA, or the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency. Since our committee's markup, it seems the majority has made significant changes in the dark to increase the funding to $1.5 billion, including an astounding $900 million for sustainability environmental programs. I don't even know what that means, and it's not delineated what that means. While Homeland Republicans broadly support CISA's mission, and Mr. Thompson and myself have done a lot to enhance our mission and improve their capabilities, throwing various amounts of money at random CISA programs without need-based analysis may ultimately undermine their mission. Nowhere does the bill even mention ransomware, which is a preeminent cyber threat and the subject of many recent high-profile attacks. Given the cybersecurity risks facing our critical infrastructure, I've long advocated for CISA to be a $5 billion agency within the next 5 years, and the fiscal year 22 Homeland Security Appropriations Bill already put CISA on that path with a 16% increase. Well, I'm very pleased to see that CISA's resources have mostly been met by recent appropriations. Homeland Republicans oppose the irresponsible spending in this package. However, my biggest concern is not what is in the Homeland title of this legislation, but what is not included. Out of the $1.5 billion price tag, there is not a single dollar for border security or counterterrorism. Not a single dollar. Nothing. It was confirmed last week that the number of illegal border encounters in fiscal year 21 reached an all-time high as a result of President Biden's January 20th orders. There were over 1.7 million illegal border encounters in fiscal year 21, and over 192,000 illegal encounters in September alone. That's a 232% increase compared to September 2020, and a 258% increase above the 3-year average for September. September was the 7th straight month with more than 170,000 encounters, a trend never before recorded. We know this is not just children and families that are being encountered at the border. In fiscal year 21, over 1.1 million single adults were encountered along the southwest border, compared to about 350,000 the year before. And to be clear, this border crisis is much more than economic. Migrants seeking asylum, as criminals, weapons, drugs, and trafficked persons are coming across the border in record numbers. 10,763 individuals with criminal convictions were arrested in fiscal year 21 attempting to cross the border, compared to around 2,400 the year before. U.S. Customs and Border Protection seized over twice as much fentanyl this year than in fiscal year 20, nearly 4 times more fentanyl than in fiscal year 2019. Over 11,000 pounds of fentanyl were seized this year. That's enough to kill 2.5 billion people, or the entire U.S. population 7 times over. Now, I was a federal organized crime prosecutor on the border, and that's where I started my career in El Paso, Texas. And I can tell you, when you're seizing that much more is getting across. And there's no question in my mind that this country's been flooded with fentanyl. In my district alone, 75 or 80 people in the first 6 months of this year died of fentanyl-related deaths. That's unacceptable. That is an astounding number, and it doesn't include the drugs and other illicit activity that evades our brave men and women at the border patrol every day. According to outgoing Border Patrol Chief Rodney Scott, over 400,000 people illegally crossed the border and got away this past year. They're called gotaways. That's just ones we know got away, on top of the 1.7 million, on top of the ones we don't know about. These are individuals for which we have no information regarding their identities or their current whereabouts. This is even more concerning given that known or suspected terrorists, I'm going to repeat, known or suspected terrorists, are crossing the border, quote, at a level we have never seen before, end quote, according to Chief Scott. Given the vacuum that has been created by this disastrous withdrawal from this administration's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, we know that terrorist groups like ISIS and Al-Qaeda are reconstituting and planning attacks. Last weekend in Virginia, there was a concern about an ISIS-related terrorist attack. Last weekend. And the New York Times just had an article today, and I urge you to look it up, talking about the resurgence of ISIS in Afghanistan and what that might mean for the homeland. And I urge you to take a look at that. In this heightened threat environment, where our southern border has already been made vulnerable and exploitable due to this administration's policies, how is there not a single dollar for border security or counterterrorism capabilities? But there is $900 million for something called sustainability environmental programs. It is for this reason that Homeland Republicans offered numerous common sense amendment at markup that were all rejected out of hand by the majority. These priorities included funding for border security barrier technology, Border Patrol staffing and hiring, screening and vetting capabilities, ransomware mitigation, transportation security technology, and more. And it's unfortunate that my colleagues have chosen partisanship over politics regarding the security of our republic, and I know that's not the choice of Mr. Thompson. This completely misguided reconciliation package does nothing to support our men and women on the front line of the border crisis or secure the American people from the numerous threats to the homeland. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Chairwoman Maloney.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today on the bill back order. The Committee on Oversight and Reform's title of this ambitious legislation provides crucial funding to establish the United States as a leader in modern transportation and the green economy. The Earth's climate is rapidly changing and humans are the cause. 19 of the hottest years have occurred since 2000, and July of this year was the hottest month ever recorded. Extreme weather events are more frequent and damaging and pose a severe threat to lives and national security. One of the most important steps we can take is to reduce the amount of carbon we put into the atmosphere. In 2019, the transportation sector accounted for 70% of petroleum used in the U.S. and was the largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions nationwide. Transitioning to battery-powered electric vehicles, or EVs, will significantly reduce our carbon output. EVs will also reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and allow us to transition to renewable energy sources. This bill would make substantial contributions to electrifying the federal government's vehicle fleets, making the federal government a leader on climate change by building the fleet of the future. The bill includes nearly $3 billion to enable GSA to purchase tens of thousands of electric vehicles and build the infrastructure necessary to support them. It also includes nearly $6 billion, which would help the Postal Service purchase most of its new fleet as EVs and to build the infrastructure necessary to charge these vehicles. The benefits of these electric vehicles go well beyond the protection of our climate and human health. Electric vehicles have been shown to cost on average 20 to 25% less over the life of the vehicle as a result of reduced fuel and maintenance costs. This will save the federal government billions of dollars over time, making EVs a sensible and cost-effective investment and keeping the federal government competitive. The bill also includes funding for GSA to expand the use of emerging technologies and ensure that federal buildings are modernized with greener materials and systems. Our title will also ensure that the investments in the Build Back Better Act are subject to rigorous, independent oversight. Our title includes $25 million for the Government Accountability Office to examine implementation of the entire package. I'm especially pleased that we've included dedicated funding for implementation of President Biden's Justice 40 initiative, a commitment to ensure that at least 40% of the benefits of infrastructure investments go to the communities most impacted by environmental injustice. It is critical that the House pass the Build Back Better Act as quickly as possible so that we can get it to the President's desk without delay. Our climate is continuing to spiral out of control. There is not a moment to waste, and I yield back.
Thank you. Ranking Member Comer.
Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, I'd like to repeat what many of my colleagues have already said today, last week, last month, and frankly, ever since Democrats became the majority party. This is not how Congress is supposed to work. Today's Rules Committee hearing is just the most recent example, a hearing to consider legislation to spend trillions of dollars. A hearing first announced last week with less than 24 hours notice, a hearing that was started, then stopped after 5 hours of testimony. The bill text produced then was 1,600 pages. No one had time to read it. No wonder the hearing was canceled 5 hours into it. But here we are again, considering substantially updated legislation that has been written behind closed doors. These are major process fouls. Why do my Democrat colleagues continue to push for this excessive, expensive, unnecessary legislation and pushing it without any respect for the process? Because this legislation is designed to dramatically change the relationship between the federal government and the American people. It is intended to grow government and grow government dependency. And they don't want to be transparent about it. They don't want American people to notice. Quite frankly, the Democrat leadership is so confused about how to govern its own caucus, let alone an entire country, that many Democrats would probably join my complaint in being left out of the loop and jammed by this backwards process. And we see this confusion in the Oversight Committee about what is even in the package. While a month ago, Democrats wanted $7.4 billion for electric vehicles for the Postal Service and the federal fleet, they now want $9 billion. What's the justification for this increase? Your guess is as good as mine. Committee Republicans debated and rejected paying for electric vehicles during our May postal reform markup. The Postal Service is supposed to be self-sufficient, meaning Congress isn't supposed to be buying its vehicles. But on top of that, the Postal Service didn't even ask for electric vehicles. Remember that. They didn't even ask for this. Furthermore, I've worked in good faith with Chairwoman Maloney over the past year to craft bipartisan postal reform, and this reconciliation process is jeopardizing that effort. What's the point in negotiating in one area if you're just going to run through another Democrat spending package? Democrats dole out billions of dollars in this bill without explanation or without care for what it will do for our economy, Americans' jobs, or prices they pay at the grocery store. This isn't a bill for national infrastructure. This is a bill for Democrats' interests, pet projects, and Green New Deal socialist priorities. There are millions spent for woke objectives like the Green Youth Patrol. Over $4 billion for green federal buildings, sustainable technologies, energy efficiency, and other vague initiatives at the General Services Administration. Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, I have no faith that the Democrats have any idea what some of these appropriations are meant to accomplish. They are so excited to spend money, they're just printing numbers and writing zeros and hoping some stick. Out of the massive original $3.5 trillion reconciliation package, the Oversight Committee had jurisdiction over $7.5 billion. Democrats blew past that and added another $8 billion. Did we have any explanation why they blew the reconciliation cap? No, but it's not surprising. Democrats have seemed more interested in having the IRS survey Americans' financial transactions and personal banking than legislating transparency. This process does not bode well for the American people who are realizing prices are going up at the gas pump, at the grocery store, and for almost every purchase they make in President Biden's America. As many have pointed out, this is probably going to be the most expensive Thanksgiving meal in history, and that's not just a high-class problem, as a certain Democrat tweeted. Spending trillions means nothing to Democrats because money seems to mean nothing to Democrats right now. And, you know, it doesn't seem that Democrats have a problem borrowing against our nation's future. But it means something to the American people, Mr. Chairman, who now suddenly find themselves with less money of their own as costs of goods rise and the purchasing power declines. And unfortunately, that's just in time for the holidays. So this is not responsible government, and it's not the way to run the House. I yield back.
Well, thank you. I'm going to let that sink in for a while. Mr. Cole, do you have any questions?
Yeah, for you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. To my friend, Mr. Comer, you know, I agree very much with your substantive points. Some of us on this committee were delighted that last week was only 5 hours and we got out of here. So we appreciate the chairman's generosity in that regard. Mr. Comer, how many bipartisan provisions were there in the reconciliation instructions your committee marked up earlier this year?
Unfortunately, there were no bipartisan provisions. Representative Keller had an amendment that he introduced to provide the National Archives $10 million to help veterans access their records, and that was incorporated the reported text to the Budget Committee. But we're unclear where that stands right now.
So in other words, has it been stripped out as far as you know or can tell?
I cannot answer that question, unfortunately.
I don't know. You've had 2, 3, 4 hours. I mean, it shouldn't take that long.
I think it was pulled out somewhere during the process, but I wouldn't bet my life on that.
Okay, well, we'll let it go. It's just, I mean, it's clear it's been extraordinarily difficult to do any real oversight here, certainly from the minority's perspective. Mr. Lucas, my friend, let me go to you next. I think you and I both agree that money on research is a good thing, and getting more of it is a good thing. Do you have any concerns over the next 5 years? Oh, this is a pretty extraordinary amount of money, $45 billion. And any concerns about the amounts, whether or not we're set up to process that kind of money and distribute it wisely?
First and foremost, we've worked in a very dedicated fashion, Chairwoman Johnson and I, and yes, Congressman Perlmutter, in the committee to do a lot of really good work. We've passed bills to reauthorize the National Science Foundation. We've passed bills to reauthorize and properly fund the civilian side of research at the Department of Energy, things at NOAA. We've done our homework. Unfortunately, our homework didn't make it into the text that I've seen. There's some things in here that took me by surprise. The $1.5 billion for a new technology innovation partnerships directorate at the National Science Foundation. It's hard to argue with the title, the wording in that line, but this was not in the mark that was reported out of the committee. This has been airdropped in without debate or discussion. I'm not sure how it's going to be carried out, but that causes me great angst. And I must acknowledge to you, Congressman Cole, one of the things that we have worked in a very dedicated fashion on the committee is to try and dramatically increase the funding for basic research in this country so that we can compete with someone on the other side of the Pacific and maintain our technological and scientific advantage around the world. But that means a steady, consistent stream of resources so that the research institutions and the universities can properly utilize that. I worry in some of the things, especially coming from the other side of the building, and I'm not sure yet what the final science provisions will be. No one can be, because from what I read in the paper, that's not been negotiated yet with a couple of people over there. I worry that if we put these dramatic sums of money out, and in a year or two we forget to follow through, we will do to the scientific community what we did to the aerospace industry in Apollo. We'll create this great expectation. We'll point men and women, people in a direction of a scientific pursuit, and then suddenly it'll be gone in 2 or 3 or 4 years. That's the kind of thing that causes me great angst, Congressman Cole. I want to move the country forward. I want to maintain the advantage that we have developed since the 1930s in the scientific world. Our friends the Chinese certainly have figured it out. They're spending lavishly. They're stealing enthusiastically everything they can lay hands on. But we can't just pretend we're them. We have to follow the model, I think, that we've established.
Okay, you and I are both from an energy-producing state, and energy of all kinds. I mean, most people don't know this, but we're, I think, number 2 in wind power, and 40% of our electricity comes from wind. So, you know, while we're, well, you're bigger, you're not on a per capita basis competitive. And by the way, our grid works in February, so. But anyway, there's a lot of energy-related concerns here, and you know, we're all familiar with what's happening at the pump. We're all familiar with what looks like is going to be happening with heating and cooling bills. Anything in here concern you about energy costs and what that will do?
As best I can determine, we spend 100 times more money on R&D funding for DOE's Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy. I'm not sure how they utilize a 100 times increase in an effective way. But I would suggest to you, only the federal government can be involved in the kind of research that will take us to the ultimate energy source. That's fusion, using the principles of the sun, not fission, not atomic bombs, using the principles of the sun to create the ultimate, steady, consistent, clean form of energy. But we have to have a way to survive economically and individually until we get there. That's why on the committee, we push so hard for things that enhance the resources we have now. Natural gas, carbon sequestration, utilizing that as a transition fuel to get to that next source. You know, Tom, that I represent a part of Oklahoma that was made infamous by Mr. Steinbeck in his book about the grapes of wrath, something my father would not allow in the house. My part of Oklahoma was literally economically destroyed because of bad decisions made by government. Yes, you can argue that in the 1920s and the 30s, when we started into the Depression, the Federal Reserve shouldn't have tightened the money supply, and Congress shouldn't have spent less, and the executive branch should have done different things. They magnified the hideous Great Depression. But go back to the Homestead Act. Our problem started almost a century before the Grapes of Wrath was written. The Homestead Act, you remember that wonderful concept, 160 acres? Raise your 6 kids, your 3 hogs, your 2 dogs, and your 4 horses? It worked great in Indiana. It worked great in Illinois, Iowa. But when they applied the standard outside of the Midwest, it set people up to starve. They had 10,000 neighbors. According to the Census Bureau of 1930, we're back to 3,400 now. I don't ever want to be a part of rushing in haste legislatively to create something that ultimately does more harm than good. The Homestead Act was horrendous outside of the Midwest. If we miscalculate how we move our energy future forward, we can create that kind of chaos, trauma, and destruction at home. I don't want to be a part of that. I like regular committee order. I like building consensus. I like working together. Everybody gets blame in this equation. But if we don't do things a little bit different, then, well, I don't want the fate of my district 80 years ago to come back to haunt us.
Fair point.
Cole, can I?
Certainly, my friend. I just was trying to spare you because I know the length your day has been.
My friend from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, was waxing so eloquent there. One thing I want the record to be clearer about is the amount of investment is not the $45 billion that you mentioned. It's about a quarter of that, or it's like $7 or $8 billion. And one of the things that Mr. Lucas did mention is there is $1 billion that is dedicated to the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy for various projects and demonstration projects for wind, for fusion. It could be any of a number of different things with respect to the environmental impacts of produced water. It's the overall investment here, though, is in things, and this is over the course of 10 years, that really upgrade the facilities that fall within our jurisdiction, whether it's the NOAA facilities, the NIST facilities, the NASA facilities. We've worked so much on just different projects that the facilities themselves, the bricks and mortar, need to be upgraded so that we're competitive with China, with Russia, with the rest of the world, and we want to bring these things up. I'd like to see more investment than what is currently in Build Back Better. But I don't think my friend from Oklahoma can quarrel with the need for us to be upgrading this infrastructure.
Certainly.
Just simply note that I've served long enough with many of you, I guess all of you, that it doesn't matter which administration it is, Republican or Democrat. I want things spelled out. I don't want somebody at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue getting a huge pot of money and a blank check to go with. And I don't think we should airdrop legislation in that enables that sort of thing. This is one of those areas where my good friend and I sincerely disagree. We both agree we have to move forward, and as quickly and as thoroughly as we can. But if you're a Democrat, you might not always have a Democrat president. I've served under some interesting Republican presidents. We have a legislative responsibility to spell things out. Airdropping is like dropping.
Thank you. Mr. Katko, again, you're on a committee, you and the chairman have a wonderful relationship, frankly, and I know your committee's worked in bipartisan agreements in a lot of areas like cybersecurity. So let me just ask you, you said something, but I just want to make it clear for the record. Were you included in drafting process of this legislation?
Unfortunately, no. And that's very uncharacteristic. I mean, today's a good example. We had a hearing today on cybersecurity that was terrific. It was collaborative, it was terrific. And Benny and I working, Mr. Thompson and I working together, have done a lot already this term to help CISA become a much better agency. And that's the type of things I hope we can get back to after this. You know, I will note just briefly for a second, I know it's a long day for everybody, but the American people are watching us, whether we realize it or not. And they see what's going on here. And, you know, I dare say if the tables were turning, we win a majority, we might be doing the same thing. And we've got to get back to the point where all of us are working together and trying to understand that there's an opposing point of view and it needs to be listened to. And Mr. Thompson and I think do that quite a bit, and I would hope that we can get back to that as a body because American people want to see it. They're sick and tired of this, and I hope we can get back to it.
I'm going to ask you a question similar to what I asked Mr. Jordan in the last panel. and you alluded to this in your testimony, does this legislation prioritize securing the southern border? And we have unprecedented crisis, unprecedented. Oh, you know, everything you read, most people in 20 years, most this, most that, most drugs, most human trafficking. So any new money for a wall, any new money for personnel, any new technology deployed, any new tools that would help the Border Patrol, just make sure that we don't have such an unprecedented flow of people?
No, and there's a concern with that, right? And it's not just for things that we believe we need, like more barriers, and they don't believe we need. It's for things like dealing with the crisis at the border, which destroys the budget of Customs and Border Protection.
Yeah, well, if we're going to spend the kind of money we're spending, I mean, you can turn on the television and see the severity of the crisis. I mean, you literally can. And it's just amazing to me in a bill of this size and magnitude, we're not giving you extra resources. Similarly, you know, we all watched the debacle in Afghanistan. I don't think you can describe it as any other way. We hear the president talk a lot about over-the-horizon counterterrorism security. We all read pretty alarming accounts of terrorist groups reestablishing themselves in Afghanistan. Does this legislation prioritize counterterrorism capability?
No, and it doesn't. And as I noted in that article today in the New York Times, of all places, they're quoting people that are saying, and military folks that are saying that within 6 or 12 months, they think ISIS is going to have offensive capabilities, which they haven't had before, they haven't had in a long time, because of what's happened in Afghanistan. And like I remind you, last weekend there was a very big concern here in Northern Virginia for ISIS threats. I mean, just another individual just pled guilty to an ISIS-related plot to create bombs and blow things up in the United States. He just pled guilty today or yesterday in Ohio. So the threat remains real, and we should look at that from a funding standpoint. And it's best when you sit down and talk about it together and talk about the issues. And I'm quite certain if we did, there would be funding there for that.
All right, you mentioned you had a great hearing on cybersecurity. Obviously, we've got a lot of vulnerable transportation infrastructure. Mr. Lucas in his district could tell you we've got very vulnerable, you know, pipeline facilities. The most important oil terminals in the country are you know, essentially, well, I would just say very exposed. Anything in this bill to deal with any of those kind of problems?
No, sir.
Again, Mr. Chairman, that just, it's striking to me. We're getting ready to spend a lot of money, and a lot of it's on pretty worthy things, you know. And but when you're talking about no more money on the southern border, when you're not talking about securing transportation, you're not doing anything about counterterrorism. Those are threats we all know about. I mean, they're not secret. So I just, you know, I'll leave you the last word, Mr. Katko. But yeah, you know, it's either at the minimum a missed opportunity to do this, because we're going to spend a lot of money, you know, if this thing comes to fruition. And at least in these areas, I'm just very surprised they haven't gotten a higher prioritization.
Listen, Mr. Cole, I can tell you right now this simple fact, and I think I probably speak for all the committees here. If we were left to our own devices as chairman and ranking members, I can guarantee you we could come up with a much better product than this was. That's the bottom line.
You sound like you should be an appropriator. We always say the same thing. You know, if they just leave us alone, we'll get you a good deal. With that, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Torres.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Dr. Bridges.
Thank you. Mr. Katko, while there may not have been any money for security at the southern border, there is a lot of money that will be available to people who arrive here. And unfortunately, that is going to increase the pull factor on these historic numbers that we've seen coming across our southern border in Texas. So the enhanced premium tax credit, paid family leave, all of the benefits that were discussed in our first panel when I asked the question, is citizenship a requirement for anyone to receive these? Stony silence was the answer. And with Mr. Nadler testifying that there would be state IDs and driver's licenses that would be available in this modified amnesty program that they've developed, I mean, just fill in the blank. You know that's how that's going to be monetized by traffickers in Central America. I mean, we've seen it before. It's just this time it's going to be so much more intense. But I've already made that point. I guess what I would ask you is, why wouldn't we even consider reimbursing the state of Texas for the amount of effort that Texas has had to exert to do the function of the federal government? We're not supposed to be, as a state, the state is not supposed to have the responsibility for enforcing the southern border. It is the federal government. And the state doesn't have the same tools that the federal government has, but they're trying to do the best they can. But they've had to invest an enormous amount of money in overtime for DPS officers. Yes, there have been some National Guard expenses. Was there any consideration given to reimbursing any state that has spent an inordinate amount of its own state budget on doing the work of the federal government?
To my knowledge, no. And, you know, when I talk about the border, I'm not talking about in a partisan manner. I'm talking about the additional expenses that have come because of the January 20th orders from the president. I cited a few. That's another gigantic one, the burden on the states, the burden on the local economies dealing with the increase in crime in their communities. They're overburdened hospitals, they're overburdened facilities. That all costs money, and not all of those being reimbursed. Some of it is, but not all of it. I want to go back to one central point. When I was down at the border, I think that was 4 or 5 months into their fiscal year, they were pretty much out of money at Customs and Border Patrol already, and they were cutting into future pay, money set aside for the paying their Border Patrol agents. So supplementals were needed. We're going to need supplementals again because we don't know what the budget's not going to provide for it. None of that's in here either. There's an awful lot of expenses at the border. And don't forget, there's another surge on its way up here. Another huge caravan of 40 to 60,000 people who came into Mexico by blowing through security guards and just overrunning them. And so I doubt every single one of these are good, clean characters. So that's my concern, and that's the stuff that's not being addressed in this. And I'll reiterate what I said before. If we were left to our own devices, Mr. Thompson and I am quite certain we should address all of the issues that haven't been addressed.
So we need to do it. Thank you for traveling down to the southern border and paying attention to it. It is important.
I've been down there many times. I used to live there. I know it well. Yes.
Thank you.
I yield back.
Mr. Perlmutter, you don't need to ask any questions of yourself. So.
But I will give myself an answer. There was a question by Mr. Cole about cybersecurity. So cybersecurity cuts across a lot of different committees. So certainly we've had to deal with it in financial services. The Science Committee is involved with it because of the cutting edge quantum computing and all of that sort of stuff. So there is, in the science section of the bill, there is research and education regarding cybersecurity. It's in the Directorate for Technology, Innovation, and Partnerships. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Okay, thank you. Let me see. I got, who's online here? Mr. Raskin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you hearing okay?
Yes.
So, but I just had one brief remark and a question for Mr. Thompson, and that's it. You know, our nation is facing multiple and grave threats, and one from the overarching threat of climate change, which is causing wildfires in large parts of the country and flooding in other parts of the country and drought in the country and destabilized economic, environmental, and social relationships everywhere. We also have a serious threat from authoritarian autocratic regimes abroad, which continue to try to destabilize American democracy by injecting racial and ideological and religious poison into our social media to try to polarize our country and drive people apart. And finally, we have a threat of domestic violent white extremism, which the Department of Homeland Security identified as the greatest domestic security threat in the country. And of course, we saw that come to our own home at the Capitol on January 6th with the worst violent assault on the Capitol since the War of 1812, which postponed for the very first time in American history the counting of electoral college votes, led to the deaths of people and injured more than 140 of our police officers through out-of-control mob violence. So all of these things are real, and I wonder if Chairman Thompson would address the way in which massive investment in infrastructure that we're about to undertake, along with the massive investment in our social infrastructure, together will solidify and strengthen our democracy for these major challenges that confront us in years ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raskin. There's no question this kind of investment will help secure our democracy. There's no question that the challenge is real, whether it's fortifying our cybersecurity grid, whether it's making sure that our nonprofit agencies support it, the fact that the weather in the southern part of the country has a direct impact on people coming north. There are a lot of things, but the majority of a lot of what I hear today can be done in a supplemental package at any point. So if there's concern on the part of the members here to support a supplemental, which I always have as it related to immigration or any other thing, we can do it. So this does not have to be one size fit all. If there's interest on doing some things in immigration, let's work together and we can get it done. But we can do it in a supplemental.
Well, I appreciate that very much, and I salute you and Mr. Katko for the spirit of bipartisanship that you've always tried to model and promote for our institution, even if the leadership has not always been with the other side. And I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Fishbach.
Mr. Chair, I yield back.
You know, it was Ms. Fishbach's birthday yesterday.
And I wasted it all here.
Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Morelli?
Just two things, Mr. Chair. One is just the irony of acknowledging that we worked in a bipartisan fashion on the Homeland Security Commission to come to a deal on the January 6th commission, only to find that we couldn't get cooperation from both sides of the aisle to pass that. So when we talk about bipartisanship, I think there are opportunities, but that means good faith on both sides. The other thing that I just wanted to mention is that I've been longing for the opportunity to get Mr. Perlmutter in front of us on the record, and it's too late to really get into it with him, and I'm so disappointed by that. I'll yield back.
Mr. DeSaulnier?
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Ross?
Well, I want to just echo that Mr. Perlmutter is doing a great job representing science, space, and technology, one of the most bipartisan committees in the entire Congress, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. DeGoose? Okay, not here. No other questions? You are free to go. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Are there any other members who wish to testify in the bill?
See you now. We can, once we get this bill done.
No, there are none.
I'm ready to.
Yeah. So seeing none, this closes the hearing on H.R. 5376. Before I recess the committee, I just want to say to everybody, thank you for your patience. I don't know about you, but I thought this was an incredible group of people.